see a support tank, maybe potentially the Byron here into the Clash lane, not quite being taken out just yet for the side of either Flash or Brew. But if we look over to the side of Flash, we are looking at late game. We have the front line here, Zhang Fei being one of those big picks, those big heroes into the support lane. But it looks like Flash have done their homework. They banned out the Byron in that last phase.
Very much a traditional type of draft. The Zhao is a little bit more of a niche pick in that sense, but it does actually set up in terms of that, the stuns, especially coming from that mid lane. If we're looking at the Burium United lineup, this is a tried and true. They got damage galore. Yes, they're kind of on the squishier side, but they can shore that up with, of course, these last two picks.
I mean, the Xiao Xiao complements Lung, right? Like, obviously, Lung, mid-range hero. Xiao Xiao has that great poke potential that you're able to kind of throw and scale into the late game. Charlotte, once again, a little bit more late game assurance into this top side of the map. So really here, what we've seen for Burium United is that they really want to finish this game early as possible. They don't want to allow Charlotte to scale, Lung to scale.
Oh man, the Miyue as well as the Lian Po, both setting it up, again, a lot about this split push. If we were talking about some sort of speed and a best of three, this is really going to dictate tempo here.
Oh, a lot of speed, a lot of split push potential, like you were saying there, Hall. The top side of the map is looking feisty, but even more feisty, it's going to be the butterfly pickup here. Game number 1, we are already starting to see these merge heroes changing the meta for these two teams.
Yeah, very interesting last pick. I mean, with the butterfly, we don't see it too much in terms of like the traditional Honor of Kings Esports, and this is why it's a giant shakeup. You have new teams that have a very new perspective in terms of what they want to bring, but now with both of these two teams locked in, who are you giving the edge to?
I mean, like I said earlier, right, obviously, Burium United, we need to kind of try and see a little bit more of an earlier game victory here if we start to sort of scale into that kind of like 12, 15-minute mark. And if bot side of the map for the side of Team Flash has a doozy and is able to scale up in terms of gold, it could be trouble.
Yeah, definitely could be trouble. But, I mean, going into this one, I love the lineup of the Burium United. Yes. This is going to be an interesting one because, again, the Lorien, to me, are they able to dominate it, or is Team Flash, they know how this hero plays, they're going to be able to counter?
I mean, both of these teams know how it plays, right? They are from, obviously, Arena of Valor, both from their respective regions as well. So, Lorien pick up here for me. I feel like maybe for these three teams, especially, obviously, Deep Cross Gaming that we'll obviously get into later on in the day, those are the kind of heroes we're going to expect to see prio.
Yes, definitely so. And now with the teams kind of loaded up, good to go, I mean, there's got to be a little bit of nerves, right?
Yes.
First game in the entire EWC 2026 for Honor of Kings. It's a giant honor, and to have both of these squads, I mean, dare I say, prediction-wise, one of the AOV teams will win this series?
I mean, that's a fair prediction to make, right? Like, that's very good odds. But you saw at the pit of the Overlord there, it was definitely scaling more towards Burium United in this game number 1. But like Horler says, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into the setup of EWC KWC 2026 right here with these two titans.
Yeah, definitely two titans here. And I think that the one for me, I'm definitely more familiar with the Team Flash side because of the fact that we saw them at the Asia Games qualifier. Spoiler alert, they did qualify. But they did have a player that's not on this roster right now, who's Lingvan, who's actually part of another team in PKL. But this is a squad that's did a little bit of a roster shakeup. And this is a squad, again, that have learned their lessons, and they were able to basically eke into that main event at the Asian Games.
Yeah, speaking of eating in, both minion waves, bot side of the map have been eaten into here between Burium United and Team Flash. We're looking to just get those kind of like neutral points here. I feel like the early game for me between these two teams that we are seeing the adaptation into HOK is getting those early points.
Yes, definitely about those early points here. But, I mean, for me, the problem is going to be this Miyue. Like, how is it going to just, like, is it going to take over? Obviously, it's a pain to deal with in that terms of that clash lane because you have that range advantage. And now it's going to be up to Ya, who's the latest addition to this Team Flash lineup. Is he able to kind of overcome the range differential?
I think the obvious question to his name is, Ya? Able to do it. Can we see him do it? But I mean, the thing for me is obviously looking at little boys here on Miyue, that umbral moon, right? Like, if you are able to time that correctly, you are able to dodge the Charlotte ultimate.
Yes, and I mean, if he's able to do that, that's what it's going to come back to, right? Is Ya able to kind of find that perfect moment to go into that team fight? But they're going in now.
Okay, we did see a big teleport play there from Nunu. Obviously, quite aggressive, but we did see him capture between two sides of the side of Flash and able to escape. game, this really just shows you the viability of Lorien.
Yes, and another player to kind of highlight here is Nunu, right? On the side of Burium United, he is an absolute beast in the mid lane. He's incredibly elusive, and as you saw there with the Lorien, he was able to kind of just dash around, always stays, make sure that his life total is quite high.
Yeah, someone's life total is not quite high as Ryan, but he does have the ultimate that he doesn't want to get forced out yet. The infinite vastness is staying in check. He really wants to hold on to that around about that 4-minute mark, right? If you eliminate infinite vastness here from Aoin, from Reen here into this team fight, into this neutral objective, it makes it a little bit harder for the marksman to be a bit more viable.
Incredibly patient by Reen, right? Being able to just hold that infinite vastness, and he didn't want to hit that ejection seat because he knows that he needs it come the team fight. We're starting to get to the point where it's, 3 minutes in, getting to that 4-minute mark. You don't want to waste that ult and just kind of use it willy-nilly, if you will.
Interesting roams here from Xiao Xiao as well, right? Mid lane of Flash, looking to be very proactive here, looking to actually get a lot of gold funneled into herself. Because, I mean, if we look at the side of Team Flash as well, there's so much carry potential here, but it looks like they're all putting it into the Xiao Xiao.
Yeah, it really comes back to who can get that farm. Yeah. Everyone on both sides, kind of on the squishier side, but they're going in.
They are trying to go in. I think Taos is kind of playing a little bit of pillow talk, man. He's like, you know what? I'm going in. I'm going to try and bait as many skills as possible. Nothing to be worried about here. He is the tank of Burium United.
What? When 3 people jump you, you're talking pillow talk at this point?
Hey, it depends on like how you gauge that. Some people can take a little bit more than others, you know?
All right, understood on this one. But what I like about Burium right now, they're getting a little bit more in terms of value. The rotations, I mean, they're up about 1K, and it's all about those little wins. The gold sharing has been on point, especially with Valdez here.
Yeah, definitely towards Burium United, as you said there. Obviously, 1K gold lead so far. We are starting to see kind of like become a little bit less onto the side of Team Flash here, but most importantly, neutral objectives are up. Yeah, is looking to get taken down. Top side of the map here, so first blood going over to the side of Burium United, and they do lose out on that all-important Tyrant.
Oh, he was able to dark transfer, got that first blood so that the tower didn't do much, and it was a bit of a fight in terms of that Tyrant, right? So it was like, okay, we're going to give up a little bit of space, we're going to give up first blood, but we're going to pick up the Tyrant ourselves. So again, all in all, not the worst thing for either of the squads here.
Not the worst thing, but it could be setting the pace, you know?
True,
like, definitely losing that Tyrant, especially losing a Tyrant to a team that is a late game composition here. It's just going to enhance their early game. And speaking of enhancements, we are seeing that shifted up tier to Burium United, able to get that T1 turret for themselves.
Yeah, Taos there was actually going for the solo play. I've done this as a roam myself, where you're like, I see 2 people, I'm going to get my Tremor Smash, get it on, and I got a 2-man stun, but then there was no follow-up, so you're like, oh crap, now I have no damage. Got to get out.
So what you're telling me here is you're blaming your teammates for your impeccable choices in HOK.
Yes. And so if I win, we move on. If I lose, I hit that report button at least 4 times.
There we go. We've got Horless insight to his ranked games, but top side of the map taking a lot of pressure here for the side of Team Flash, and definitely pressure is something you want to be eliminating here, or at least kind of trying to blunder if you are Team Flash, because you are behind around about 2.5k gold as well, and it's not looking too good, especially Charlotte here. Yeah, may not be able to get to that late game.
I don't think so. I mean, they're kind of suffocating right now. BRU is doing a great job of ensuring that they're using that range advantage to the maximum. Tremor Smash.
Oh, okay. Tremor Smash connected onto 2 here, but it's going to be the kind of assault onto the T1, but the assault doesn't stop there. We force out the infinite fastness, so we are seeing no members of Team Flash fall, but we're seeing turrets fall left, right, and center.
Oh, so smart by BRU, right? I mean, Taos, that Tremor Smash, yeah, it was only 2, and they didn't get any kills, but it was all space created because they were trying to focus down that tower, and they were able to converge at the right time. The timing of this team has been impeccable thus far.
Very good, very good. Obviously, pacing, roaming, the way they have been shifting through these lanes, definitely something that Team Flash maybe want to be adapting here, but it's going to be the Unbridled Outburst that saves Tofu, and actually does nothing here for a follow-up for Licky.
Yeah, Tofu just hanging on by like the very, very end, ensuring that he gets that ult off, has that huge hero boost. I mean, I like this Tofu way better than the other Tofu on desk.
Oh, he's not your kind of favorite kind of Tofu. Okay, we are having shots fired. I mean, Kin did obviously point you out earlier, so I feel like that one's a fair shot, you know?
Yeah, of course. Payback. I was going to get back at him at some point, but BRU are on a roll as they take the mid T1. More space, more of this map control by BRU.
Yeah, very troublesome situation for Team Flash to be in. They are behind. They are a late game comp. They are losing these turrets. So what naturally happens when you lose turrets? You start to lose your jungle as well, as we've already seen at this moment in time. Burium United is able to actually have free access to that Azure Golem.
Yeah, this draft by BRU is just on point, right? Everything that they want to do is like, we're all in, we're going early game, we're going fast, we have so much damage, and try to catch us. It's been impossible for Flash. They've done nothing thus far to make a sort of dent into this lead.
Yeah, there's been no real reactive gameplay, like you were saying, right? Like, there's no kind of mirroring, there's no kind of lane play top side of the map whilst they try and rush down bot side here. It just seems to be like, what can we get, but at what cost? Trying to limit that kind of like deficit here.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to get some sort of pick off at this point. You're looking, I mean, this net worth lead is starting to grow. It's starting to compound. It's becoming very difficult for them to kind of make a dent into. But BRU, again, look at this full court press. How are you supposed to able to find any sort of space across this map?
You know, the crazy thing is, we've got one kill on the board.
Yeah.
One kill on the board, but so much influence onto the Gorge itself. Turret's taken down. T3 already taking a bit of a battery at the top side of the map there. And T2, the final one in mid, falls here for the side of Team Flash, which is just going to prove that problem even more.
Yeah, so if there were any sort of questions of how BRU would be in terms of preparation, all of that, let's find out.
Oh, okay, Trevor Smash, that was very tasty there. No flash used in sight. He still has a means to get out, but Julius into the back line, takes down Valdez, but now Licky gets his remains with a double kill here for the side. Iberium United, but there has been blood traded. Flash are looking for a way to maintain their base.
Yeah, very good play, right? Being able to take down Valdez was absolutely huge for them because Valdez was starting to get out of control. Yep. Yeah, he didn't have a whole lot of kills, but in terms of that net worth, he's able to melt towers and to utilize all of the space that was given to him. And now on this other side, look at how BRU just bouncing back. They're just take this time for free.
They take the time for free here, so really, yes, we get a good team fight here from Team Flash. They are able to trade like, what, 3-2. Julius, obviously, is going to be one of the scapegoats within that one. But I feel like somebody has to be at this point, right? Someone has to take the charge, lead the cavalry, and try and get some kills. As you've seen here in this replay, Julius just finds that window of opportunity, gets a takedown there, but the Splendor onto Nunu, saves himself, but then it only delays the inevitable there as we see that Ring gets that kill. So really good play here from Team Flash just to keep themselves in this game number one.
Yeah, definitely. And Rin, it was almost like personal. He wanted to make sure that he took down Nunu. He was going all the way on the outskirts to ensure that he gets that pickoff because Nunu and Valdez, those are the guys that need to die before they can even get to potentially any other member of this, you know, BRU lineup here.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. Because obviously the backline potential here for Nunu on this Lorian is absolutely nutty. And you look at obviously the gold difference here as well from the mid lane. It's not stark difference. It's not day and night. Around about 500 gold difference. So in terms of actually these mid laners taking priority into the resources, it's not a lot, but taking those blows is going to be Towers. I think he's taking a little bit too much damage here, but it is going to be Julius looking for the escape here on the Butterflies, able to get out, and another takedown onto Little Boys. Team Flash are looking for more blood. They're looking for more kills. They're looking to try and stay into this game because they're now approaching that late game territory, which this could actually flip for them.
Yeah, now, nice little Trevor Smash. Finding Rin, he's not able to get on his Dragon. 3-man stun, and they continue to go, and they're taking him all down. Julius is the only one, and he's going to run back into the hills.
And that's a bit of crispy tofu right there, right? Like, he was absolutely shocked by lightning there by Nunu. We do see the top side of the map with that minion wave looking very promising here for Iberium United. We have Leaky, Valdez, as well as Taos. Nunu here as well. The cavalry is here, boys, but not for the side of Team Flash. They still have 6 seconds till the Lung, till the Charlotte gets a line. Julius does fall, and game one goes to Iberium United.
What a clean game. That's an absolutely a monster game to set things up in terms of the tone here.
Absolutely. Obviously, that's going to be the great game. We are waiting here to see what the experts have to say from this first game of KWC 2026. Take it away.
What a way to start the tournament. Iberium United Esports came in, guns blazing, come in, take the first match, and they know right now that with game one done, they just need one more game, and they're gonna be making it into the upper bracket finals.
Really dominating way that they actually won, where it was not really about team fights, but a chain of effects that we can see later on in the replay here. It was like, okay, Julius from Team Flash, he got the Tyrant in the 4th minute mark, but Little Boys and also the side of Valdez, they went into the Clash and attacked the side of Gil on that Charlotte, got that solo kill, and then converted into towers. buffs, objectives, and then it just kept snowballing the same way. And if we were to look into Team Flash that game, I think Tofu on the Zhangfei, he only had like, what, 3 Unbridled Outbursts towards the end of the game?
What was very interesting for me in this whole thing is just how we had been talking about, like, how are they going to just take that understanding from their own game and just apply it into this patch, apply it into this meta. It was just so lovely to see how they took the aggression that we talk about and they just turned it into exactly what they needed. Resources, turrets, and at the end, the crystal.
I mean, if you take a look at the goal distribution throughout the side of Buriram United Esports, this is what you want to see, right? The jungler having the top farm. He's able to invade into the jungles, make sure that the rest of the team also has options to explore in terms of taking turrets, taking fights. Yeah. And the one thing I want to point out, we were talking about this just now off stage. Nunu on this Lorion.
Oh my.
Guys, you have to ban Lorion, man. The ultimate, the setup, the stun, there was no way like his counterpart, Rin, couldn't even take flight with the Lung.
I've been talking to the KPL casters in all these days, and they've been saying that Lorion is going to be one of the meta picks in this whole tournament. And we just saw it over here in Game 1. It is going to be the one hero that we're going to have to keep our eyes on.
I think especially, right, where it excels in a few things. I think the Lorion pick coming in from the side of Buriram was actually really smart, where you're thinking on the side of Team Flash. Okay, you have Xiao Qiao, you have like Aoyin, both very mid to close range heroes here. And then you have a Lorion where he's just like throwing his like balls left and right, you know, that's just zapping you from afar, setting you up for big plays, where the range advantage is already earned by the side of Buriram, where they already have that team fight edge, where you don't need to like go for those big team fights. Poke, rotate, invade. That's what they did all game prior to that 10-minute mark.
Just a piggyback right on that topic, because it's very interesting that at 8 minutes of the game, they were already just knocking on the high ground turrets. Like, it was just so interesting, just the way that with only 1 kill over there, they were already just pushing in just to go for the main objective.
It didn't feel like 8 minutes at all. It felt like, you know, they have been farming for like 15, 16 minutes, right? The goal difference was so big. It was 5 minutes, a 5,000 goal lead in less than 7 minutes into the game. And that was a huge monument for the side of Buriram Esports, because they did exactly what they were supposed to do, right? They took 1 kill, that singular kill transformed into 3, 6 outer turrets, jungle camps after jungle camps, and then, you know, the wasted efforts from Tofu on the Zhangfei, we counted, right? 3 unbridled outbursts, no return.
An amazing start for KWC 2026. Buriram United Esports right now with a small lead that could take them into the upper bracket finals. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go for a short break, and when we come back, we're going to go with Game 2 or Match 1 of our KWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Forged in Valor, crowned by honor. The KWC 2026 is back. Ladies and gentlemen, Game 1 was electrifying, and right now we're going to move into Game 2. I want to talk a little bit about that Tyrant fight at the 10-minute marker, because that was the moment that decided the whole game.
It definitely was. And let me be clear, I was watching, but I took a sip of coffee and it was gone.
It was very fast, right? Like, at the very first, we did see Little Boys on that Miria. He went in for an aggressive play on the Umbral Moon, and then, unfortunately, he got picked off by the side of Julius on the Butterfly. But that's the thing. You're down like 4,000 or 5,000 gold at the 10th minute mark, where even in the 4v5 situation, it still gave so much room for Buriram to actually win out that 4v5. We saw Nunu bouncing with that ultimate, just locking down several players here, and then setting up for those team fight wins, which in a equal like 50-50 goal lead, it could have been Team Flash comeback moment, but it's due to that early game that you talked about just now.
Yes, and it answered one very big question we were, discussing just now, which was, do the AOV teams that come into KWC, can they actually match the timings? Because the timings are a little bit earlier in their side of the world. But down here, at the 4-minute, the moment it was the 4-minute mark, they were on it. Team Flash was on it. Yes, they got the first one, but Buriram finished that story with the enhanced Tyrant. That was the more important one.
There are some little details that you can already start understanding from Buriram, right? Like, they come in, they try to do the early aggression at the 3-minute marker, not even to try to get the kill from the long, but just to force the infinite vastness, as Blam just mentioned right over there, which could have actually just narrowed down their options for the 4-minute fight. These little details, gentlemen, it's exactly what we're here to pay attention. I want everyone at home just to be taking notes on that. It is not always about just going in there and trying to get the kills. It's actually just trying to force your opponents into the corner that you want them to be in.
And the way that they play out the draft is actually really amazing from my perspective. I like how they prioritized Nunu on the Lorien, which gave them so much advantage into the early picks on the Long, on the picks onto the Xiao Qiao, where there's range advantage to control that mid lane. And once that mid lane is controlled, you start to see fast rotations coming in from Valdez, going for jungle invades, going for side lane push. That's why I think at the 5th-minute mark, the tier 2 in the top side, that's already gone.
Done. It was just if they would have come in here with a clear goal of just flattening down the whole court, because they came in with an excavator and just pushed through.
The Flash, they were not allowed to play their game at all, right? I understand the premise of the idea behind the draft. You want to get the big hits coming in, but they could not even get the first hit. They could not get that first kill.
Exactly. That's just the difficult part, right? Where you want to see how the draft actually plays out. I think coming in with a global ban pick structure here, both teams will still put priority on bans, especially on the Lorien and the Florentino here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an important choice, right? I think maybe you don't take the risk. You don't give the Lorien over to Team Flash, right? And Florentino is a must ban. It has to happen.
Well, Florentino is going to be an always ban right over there, and Lorien is going to be an always ban in there. It's going to open for so many different other heroes that we know that in this patch are going to be really strong. But well, Blam, Holler, this game number 1, what were your feelings, lads?
Actually, I was very impressed. I mean, go on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like Kim was saying, I took a sip of coffee and all of a sudden, I mean, my break's over already. Like, we're back into game number 2. I feel like Buriram United, it definitely had a clear, precise early game as their draft dictated. But like I was saying towards the end there, Team Flash, if they just had a little bit more pizzazz in the early to mid game, we could have seen a potential comeback a little bit better.
Yeah, I like the term pizzazz, but I think that was, I mean, they needed that a little bit like magic fingers and, some
Jazz
ways
hands.
to kind of, jazz hands, all of the above, because I think that was a little bit of a wake-up call for them, right? I think that they're like a little bit shocked. It seemed like the preparation was definitely there by BRU, because that draft and the way that they were able to play that composition was just so high level. It was able to just destroy them without really a thought.
Yeah, it's as if they've done it before, right?
Yes.
Like they played those heroes to a T, but we're getting into draft here of game number 2. We are seeing that Mai Shiranui being picked up for Team Flash as their first prior pick onto the blue side here. But then we look over to Brew. We have Voldus going here for the Flowborn Marksman. We have the Zhangfei switching hands here, but we do see the pickup of the Motsu as well as the Ogryn. So we have the already long range setup here from the Motsu into the support role. We have the Ogryn here to try and build up, scale up, and be that raid boss that we all know and love.
Yeah, so Team Flash here, the biggest piece is with this Mai. Again, it's about that tempo, setting it up from that mid lane. That was really lacking in the last one. A very passive, reactive lineup, and they got forced down because of the fact that BRU, very early game-centric and very aggressive with the way that they were able to play, and that was why they were able to dominate.
Yeah, I like the Agudo here. Obviously, once again, we see Brew going for a little bit more of the same into the jungle. They just want fast pace. They want quick clear. They want to be able to give themselves into the lane, into taking that siege of the turrets earlier on once again. But we look at Team Flash. Once you get to level 4, get a few items, definitely that's when we start to see the Mai Shiranui come online in terms of combos, in terms of knock up onto CC into the backline of Burium United, which is obviously going to be the Flowball Marksman in this case, but it's going to take a little bit of time of Orgren to actually scale up.
Yeah, and it's all about that space, right? You expect it from the Mai, and that's kind of what they're trying to set that up with, so that you have a very good mid game because your early game was set up. You have the moats here, we could potentially wombo combo off of somebody, and plus it's kind of looked at as a bit of a weaker counter to the Orgren as well if you're able to Cannon Blast and slow it down. So you take that yourself, and now you can set things up.
Yeah, I mean, if we saw anything from Team Flash, obviously they do know how to get the pickoffs right. They do know how to orchestrate a bit of a comeback into a team fight that not necessarily they took the engage for. Like, they saw it, they rather than disengage, they thought, okay, bet, let's go blow for blow. And then they come back. So I do agree with your point there, Motsu being able to kind of set this up for either a pathway of Mai Shiranui or Orgren in these team fights. But we are getting a little bit more sustained here onto the side of Burium United. We have that Hugh-1 that's going to be looking to go into that mid lane.
Yeah, it's a perfect counter pick here because, again, the Mai is about the fast, aggressive blow-up, right? The glass cannon style. But you have the Yuan, which is the polar opposite. You're going to be very sustaining. You're able to out-heal. As long as you're able to withstand that initial burst, you're going to be able to kind of even out-heal him. So this is a great pickup for now.
But the problem is, you say initial burst, we do have a secondary burst here, which is obviously going to be the Chicha. So we now have potential of, if it doesn't work the first time, we have Chicha come through with the damage. And they now actually have a sufficient front line. This is the thing that they didn't have in game number 1 for Team Flash, was a sufficient front line, but now they have the Byron, they have the Orgren. I feel like this is definitely a comp here that could get Flash a 1 point onto the board.
Definitely, definitely. And I mean, it definitely makes a lot more sense. It's way more balanced. They shore up a lot of the weaknesses. And they have, you know, from early to late game, you're kind of set. My only concern is that the range, the Chicha kind of limited. You don't have as much, right? Yes, the Orgren will be there, but once they're hitting that mid mark, everybody with that range is going to be super, vulnerable, right? And so that's where, BRU need to kind of play around that, dance, if you will.
Yeah. Speaking of dancing, obviously, like you said with the Chicha, you do kind of have to prep yourself before you go into a team fight, especially if you want to have that range. You got to stack up your passive, and then that's when obviously the burst potential does come through. Not quite as kind of like demand and go as the Mai Shiranui burst.
Yes, and as it looks like the players are about to load up into game 2. Must win, I say, right? Because if you're at the EWC, you lose 2 series, you are going home, unfortunately, from the play-ins. You don't have too much time to explore Paris, if you will.
I mean, depending on which airport they flew in, right? Obviously, there's an airport quite close by. Like, there is an airport quite close by. I made the mistake of flying in from CDG. Took me an hour to get here. I could have gone literally maybe 15 minutes max, but that's my bad preparation. So one can hope the Team Flash and Burium United have better preparation in this game number 2.
Yeah, and I think that for both of these squads, this draft looks a little bit more 50-50 to me, right? You don't see one that is skewed one way or the other, but this is going to be about those team fights. If BRU is able to win one, especially with the setup that they have, you have the Dharma Truth, the Zhangfei Umbrella Outburst, and then you win that team fight, you're going to just start losing towers because this Agudo is going to be a problem.
Yeah, there's a lot of crowd control. Absolutely. Crowd control, but I think the most scary thing is here, obviously, yes, we know that Orgren can do a lot of damage, but can you kind of out-damage the sustainability that the side of Burium United have?
Yeah, it's all about this early game, and I love it the way the Team Flash are playing right now. This is what they did not do, and now they're going in. Valdez getting a little bit low himself, but he's going to lose the red buff to start things off. A bit of a disaster for BRU to start this.
A bit of a Flash, a mob dance here from the side of Team Flash. A bit of a change-up, I would have to say myself. Very well greeted, well needed in this one, right? Because like Hauler was saying literally moments ago, if Team Flash didn't make these quick adaptations, it's looking very bad for them.
Not looking good. I mean, it's not over. It's still very early. We haven't even hit the 2-minute mark. But setting yourself up, those are the little wins that you need to really, compound your lead. And now BRU, they're going to do a little bit of pressure onto Hayduck as well.
K-Duck actually able to get out of there as well. We are seeing that the vote in game is still going over to Buriram United here, so we do see a lot of fans for this team looking to try and round this one out for a nice comfortable 2-0 for themselves. But I feel like for me, what's going to have to take a difference here for this game number 2 is Flash trying to get some early game kills. Like you said, try and compound that effect in the early game, get it into the late game.
Yeah, they didn't get out their first kill for quite some time. I mean, BRU were playing flawlessly, the positioning, and now even putting pressure here, K-Duck is coming out worse for wear here.
Yeah, definitely taking too much damage for my liking as well. Obviously, as we see, quite a bit of a compounding effect going on anyway, right? Like, we are seeing everything coming into that mid lane. We're seeing, obviously, the Spike-Tail Beast being taken off the side here. The pigs on for Buriram United. So you can already see the action and consequence going into the gold lead.
But did you see how Team Flash, again, they were taking boars away.
Yes.
They're being aggressive, and this is exactly what you want to do, especially in a lineup that needs to spike in that mid game. If you're having a terrible early game, but you're going to have a rough time. So again, you want to be aggressive. You have the timer, and now with this Crimson Golem, it looks like it's going to be started here. Taos is looking to take that away, but Valdez gets the smite.
Valdez does get the smite there. I mean, it's kind of looking like here Julius has got squatters' rights into the enemy's jungle, right? Like, he's just constantly like, you know what? I got the timer. I've got the key to your property. I'm going in there. I'm stealing what I need, and you can't stop me. But fortunately there for Valdez, this time around, he was able to successfully steal back his Crimson Golem, which now I feel like is the moment in time where Valdez may be able to try and gain a little bit more momentum for himself.
Yes, it's all about momentum here. And if we're looking at both sides right now, net worth, neck and neck. This is what we wanted to have seen, especially with these AOV squads. We knew it was going to be competitive because they're coming in almost from the same footing, if you will.
Yeah, something to prove as well, right? Like, this is a different battleground.
Yes.
Like, this is not their home. They are here, and they are looking to make a name for themselves. And definitely, right, so we haven't seen them go up against any HOK teams yet within KWC, but only time will tell how well they do. But currently, just looking a bit for tit for tat, right? Just trying to basically have a bit of a calm before the storm, before those neutral objectives get online in around about 20 seconds.
Yes, we're almost there, but to the point of kind of, you know, letting everyone understand the situation here. If you win this, you have a potential to make the groups, right?
Yeah.
And now Tofu, it looks like Julius is looking to go in. Path of passing on. He finds it with the Conductor of Souls. It's going to be dodged out by the Unending Sorrow, but they get the pushback with the Ruin Gem. They find it, but Julius Gate went in too far. Rin is going to be picked off as well. 2 members down, and BRU weather the storm, and they take 2 themselves.
I feel like that was kind of like a rin, like a chainsaw, right? But it wasn't aggressive enough for the side of Team Flash. He gets taken down. They don't bother going for the tyrant. They're looking to make some claims, some monopoly on the Gorge.
Yeah, actually, it didn't seem like they were completely in sync with one another. Like, Julius was a little too far up, hits the Conductor of Souls, tried to go for 2, but by that point, it's kind of you're not in a great spot in terms of that positioning. You want that when the team fight is already happening, everybody is completely grouped, and BRU just completely dodged it here.
I feel like that's just the counter-engage potential of the side of Buriram United, right? Obviously, using that Mournful Sorrow there, just able to keep himself alive, just meant that they dived in. They were in the Lion's Pit. I feel like Rim was probably, like you said, completely out of position there.
Yeah. I mean, the timing wasn't great. The way that they were going in, it was like one by one. They were kind of, you know, just putting themselves, you know, you got to go in together. You got to be in sync. You got to have that coordination. And BRU, the way that they were able to dodge that, again, this is why they're looking to be an incredibly scary team here at the EWC.
Scary team here at KWC. Scary team here into the mid lane.
It looks like they find Tofu. They actually pick him off with an Umbrella Outburst, and BRU are going to be so happy with that.
Oh, absolutely. Happy and more, right? Obviously able to get a bit of damage onto the mid lane, create a bit of priority, just kind of give themselves a little bit more room to get a bit more reactive, right? Because that's what the problem was in that early game.
Yes.
They weren't able to react because they didn't count on Team Flash invading in the jungle.
Yeah, did not expect it, but now that net worth lead completely shifted in favor of BRU. This is a huge situation, and now the Overlord, that is going to stem a little bit of the bleeding for Flash.
I feel like I'm watching the stock market here with that gold, you know? Like, we saw in the early game, it was kind of fluttering up and down, but it definitely put your money on Buriram United here. But we are seeing a lot more Monopoly being taken away here from the side of Team Flash. It seems like a little bit of a rinse and repeat of game number 1, which is a problem here. It's just taking Brew a little bit more time to get into this position.
Perfect disengage. They had that vision, BRU that was, but Taos didn't have enough madness to get that ult off. So they were like, okay, we can't team fight. We need to get out of this. They lose nothing. They take what they can from the jungle on their way out. Very smart play, even when you're looking to just retreat.
Yeah, you are playing the offensive, but defensively, right? You don't want to kind of get too greedy here if you're Buriram United. Once again, a very low kill game so far. 6 minutes in, 3 kills onto the board here. But that's not what's important. It's about creating that
nice
pressure
cannon blast.
bot side.
Oh, the Kachusin as well, but the Aerostorm just zoning them away. Team Flash, a good attempt, right? That's the kind of setup that you're looking for, but they actually find Tao sticking around a little bit. They have the cannon blast onto him, but they're not going to continue on. It looks like BRU, again, just dodging most of the attacks by Team Flash.
I think this is the beauty of obviously the Motsu, like we're saying in the draft, right? You're able to use that cannon blast from a very safe distance, disengage for your teammates, kind of almost like a second chance card, get out of jail.
And that's the biggest problem, right? I think that the way that they've been able to kind of set things up, but BRU, again, just dodging most of it. They're mitigating most of what he brings.
Yeah. Top side of the map is definitely not being mitigated here by the side of Flash with that minion wave coming through, but it is going to be answered here by Rin. I feel like Rin needs to be out of these team fights.
Outburst. It looks like it's going to connect. They tried to go on Pac. The Aerostorm is going to do some damage. They find Tofu, the nice little knock-up as well. They have a little bit of control. Yaw is knocked onto the shield. He too will fall. It looks like 2 members down from Team Flash.
Byron shouldn't be melting that quick, you know? Like, there is some serious net worth going into the damage carries here onto the side of Burium United. He fell too quick. The flash in from Nunu, just driving them away, looking just to kind of just help themselves in their own jungle, pay back Team Flash from that early game play.
Licky's starting to become a little bit of a problem. Actually, the highest net worth on the squad right now with 5.7, 5.8, a little bit of a wash with Valdez. But Valdez has been able to get that wild growth. They've taken the mid T1, and it's all about that push from BRU's lineup.
Yeah, I think once again, we're just looking at Burium United are very comfortable with these junglers that kind of already set themselves up in level 4, right? They're not really relying on itemization, even though obviously Agudo, Furball gets that on-hit effect from the itemization here, depending on how you build. But it's all about just creating that momentum, able to create that early game desirability for yourself.
Yes, and it looks like Team Flash using all of that to kind of counter the movements, right? They need to push themselves. They're going to take the bottom T1. BRU not in position, but they're in your jungle. They're looting and pillaging everything.
It's kind of like knocking on your door, right? They're like, they are looking for repossessing your goods. Like, they was like, right, okay, you owe us money. You owe us that early game money that you stole from us. And we see here, Burium United are taking that away. T1, top side of the map, does get taken away here. Just see Nunu just creating that area of space, that area of safety for Burium United here with that long-range CC.
A lot of respect giving by Team Flash here. They've actually had to kind of retreat into the mid T2, which is going down. The Umbrella Outburst just zoning them away. Team Flash right now, they are caught left wanting, not able to find anything on BRU.
Team Flash, I mean, looking at where we are in terms of obviously their team comp, right? We see Rin not quite doing too well here. He's kind of having to be into the side lanes, looking to try and scrap any kind of resources he can get for himself, just to try and get that mid to late game activation here. And I feel like the same is the problem for Julius, right? We're looking at carries, we're looking at them having to... They need the gold, right? Yes. Like, that's the problem here.
I mean, he's trying, but there's no space. They're going in. Nice little revenge and finding him back, but is not able to get it. And Yo has that force field suppression. He's tanking most of this. He's still Byron at the end of the day. He does survive.
Survives this time. Obviously, last time we saw him, he was literally cut through like a hot knife through butter. But this time around, he's definitely looking a little bit more tanky now. But we do have to keep obviously an eye on obviously common skills, right? Because we know that High Duck is not going to be making those engages because they don't have those flashes on.
Does not, but they have the cannon blast, and with that Aerostorm zoning them away, Tofu's going to just have to Peacebringer on back. But the way that they're able to kind of, mitigate, dodge things around, BRU just playing with their food, if you will, as they start the Tyrant here.
Tyrant, 10-minute Tyrant being started here. Hauler, can they make a clear engage here? Path of Passing does come
Julius,
through.
He wants to go for this one. Cannot give this one, but he gets control. He gets knocked down over the wall. It doesn't even matter, and they take the Tyrant. BRU are starting to roll.
They are rolling. I mean, they need to, right? Valdez, that's one of his main things within his kit. He needs to roll about, get across the gorge pretty quickly, but like you said, snowball effect here. Tyrant takedown. T2 takedown into the mid lane, just really open up the base here of Team Flash.
They're able to just slow roll it, right? I mean, you have that Agudo. This is a huge problem right now.
Yep.
Now, I mean, this is a lineup, Team Flash that needs that mid game. They have not even achieved it. Oh, I mean, timing-wise, we're there, but their net worth is not there, so they're not able to overcome this huge net worth differential of 6K.
Correct. They're not scaling correctly with time, right? They are literally just trying to kind of like stem the bleeding at this point. They have to just make sure that they're playing a good defense. Obviously, they do have the T2 top side of the map there, so they could kind of try and play around that, you know, like try and get pressure onto Buriram United's top side of the map, the Clash lane there, and then try and maybe go for the Overlord, because it seems like neither of these teams are going to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, the positioning is flawless. They haven't lost a single member. The way that they're able to, again, they slow siege, they see numbers, and then they're like, okay, we have an advantage, let's go. And they take things out. They take all of the space that's given to them, and BRU with yet another tower in that top lane.
They are looking to try and get that T3, but I mean, nice pressure here down bot side. This is going to correlate to obviously the Shadow Overlord. If they want to go for
it defines it, but Liggy's going to be on back. They've already taken the top T3. The Unending Sorrow tries to go for the back line, but he will fall. Nunu just way too deep. Julius gets stunned up. No control. BRU looking to end this game, and they will take the first series at the EWC.
Absolute show-stopping there for Buriram United. They look contested in the early game. We thought Team Flash was going to do a number on them, but no, Buriram called the helpline, and they were able to turn that one around. Buriram United looking feisty in KWC 2026. We have to obviously throw it over to the experts. Let's see what their breakdown is of this game.
What a way to start. You can see it right over there. Sportsmanship before anything. Buriram United Esports with a 2-0 win against Team Flash is going to move into the upper bracket. Congratulations to the boys in blue.
One more series and Buriram makes it to the official main event of our KWC 2026. And that was Kin. An absolute domination of a performance coming in from Buriram United Esports.
It's just total dominance for that one. I mean, we take a look at the later parts of the game, right? Yeah. It's the last potential fight, game-winning moment. The Mai gets a huge knockup onto two of the different members on the side of Team Flash. But the damage, the life bars did not go down at all.
Of course, because there was not an actual advantage in terms of items, in terms of gold. There's nothing in there. Let's just try to figure it out. Where did that happen? Where does this come from? Team Flash at the 345 marker. Right before the Tyrant, they decide to go and engage into a fight that I did not see like a good decision. The Ogren jumps in. Then right after that, the Tricha jumps in, but then was not damaged. And then right before the 4 minutes Tyrant, I did not imagine that that could be a good decision.
It was very similar to Game 1, right? Where it's always around that specific timer here, where I think, yes, Team Flash may have a bit of a miss-up on those plays, but you have to also prize Buriram United Esports, where they capitalize on these mistakes really, really well.
I want to point out here for you on the Byron. We were talking about this. His first item was not the Pure Sky. Actually went for the Frost Sky Embrace. I like the idea of it. You get the slow. They want to have the team, you know, come on a 5-man jump onto the potential target, right? But that was not going to be the case when they're behind on gold. Another thing I want to pay attention to is Rin, is Chicha. The Chicha pick is a great pick, but it's a very late game pick.
Of course.
And throughout the first 7 minutes of the game, Rin was at the T1s on the top side, bottom side, but they could not take a T1. And Buriram, in that moment, took 6 turrets.
And just in terms of that, like you can see how Buriram United Esports had a little bit more of a preparation, a little bit more in-depth, I would dare to say, just compared to their counterparts of Team Flash. The way that they just played the game, they came with a very clear plan, and I believe that this is what the other teams are going to be taking notes on. Their game is not about fighting. Their game is about turret destruction. They come in with the 2 picks that they had over there. The main idea of here was just give me the turrets.
And you talk about the 345 in Game 2, but you link it back to Game number 1. Clear goal coming in from the side of Buriram United Esports, taking down that Tier 1, taking the red buff, and then snowballing the game. 8 minutes, 5,000 gold lead, only a single kill for Buriram in Game 1, but that's just how they snowball the game into total control in this Game 1.
And they understand the win conditions of each particular draft, right? Down here, first target to fall after Tofu was Julius. Julius was meant to be the recovery effect. Butterfly gets the assist, come back into the fight and get those finishing blows, but it was never the case.
Like, even in a situation you're a 4v5, just look at the goal lead here. 4,000 in the favor of Buriram United Esports here. Licky barely touched by any single member coming in from Team Flash. And as of this point, Julius is like, guys, I gotta head back to the fountain, get some health back. But then while the time is on his way back, it's already too little too late.
It's so difficult to play this game because not only in Game 1, Game number 2, they had all the answers as well. Valor's the moment he drops his ultimate, sure, that's fine. maybe you want to try and get the team fight as well. But then look at the cover by Lil Boys on the Dharma. He was all over the place getting those truth mantras in, and the truth really did hurt on this one.
We know that this is a team sport, that we understand how everything is going to be about, like all the teammates pushing in. But it's important just to understand that some of them just shine a little bit brighter than the rest. When you think about Buriram United Esports, who do you think was like the biggest star in this 5-man formation?
Nunu.
You should have waited, we should have counted, and then we're going for Nunu because I had Nunu as well. Okay, you know, we'll work on our teamwork, but it's okay. This is the Buriram gameplay, right? You go first and I'll back you up.
I think I agree with you guys in terms of Nunu. Nunu in both games was ideal for any team, just being able just to deal the damage, to just be able to just protect as well. Well, what about if we go on stage and we try to see and hear a little bit more from the players? Mara, take it from here. Let's see exactly what's going on there.
From the winning team, Buriram United, we're here with Nunu, the mid laner. Congratulations! And how was that you received the very first match win here at EWC? How is that for your confidence? How is the team's mindset right now?
ก่อนอื่นเลยนะฮะก็ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับที่ตอนนี้เนี่ยเราคว้าชัยชนะแรกของทัวร์นาเมนต์ EWC มาแล้วฮะ
ดีใจครับเพิ่งมาเล่นด้วยครับก็แมตช์แรกก็สนุกครับ
Yep, I'm very happy and excited that we already achieved the first victory and like we are very happy to be here too in Paris.
And one thing we were really happy about, you used the new AOV collab hero Lorian in the mid lane. They're the very first team to use that in EWC. Now, Lorian has a really long stun. And when you get your opponent, well, it's a guaranteed success for you, especially when you were getting the farm laner in game 1. How much fun was using Lorian, our new AOV skin hero collab, for your first match?
มาพูดถึงในตอนเกมแรกบ้างนะฮะเราหยิบลอเรียนมานะฮะซึ่งเป็นฮีโร่ที่เป็น collaboration กับทาง AOV นะฮะเนื่องจากว่าตัวนี้เนี่ยมีสตันที่ค่อนข้างเป็นเวลานานเลยทีเดียวเมื่อเราเนี่ยว่าแลนสตันได้แล้วเนี่ยค่อนข้างจะเป็นการการันตีได้เลยทีเดียวมีความคิดเห็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็รู้สึกว่ามันแตกต่างกับเกม AOV ที่ผมเล่นครับเพราะว่าโลออนเกมนี้ก็จะเหมือนกึ่งโป๊กนิดนึงครับเพราะว่าสกิลเขาค่อนข้างแรงครับ
Yeah, so Lorian in this game is kind of a bit of different from the AOV that he has been played because it's like in this game it's kind of semi-poke.
But you know, we really enjoyed watching you. How about some tips for everybody watching looking to use this new hero Lorian in the rank games? What would you like to suggest for them? Any tips for the rank?
ก็ขอ1ทิปให้กับแฟนๆที่ดูจากทั่วโลกหน่อยฮะว่าเวลาเล่นลอเรียนเนี่ยมีทิปอะไรบ้างครับ
ก็ถ้าเป็นของเกมนี้ก็พยายามโป๊ก่อนครับแล้วก็พอศัตรูเขาเข้ามาพลาดเราก็อันตีสวนไปครับ
So for this game just try to poke the enemy like as much as you can and like so when you saw that alright the HP of the enemy is like low enough just all in your ultimate skill.
Great, for sure. More people are going to use that, and we're so proud with your first win. How about send a message to everybody watching from Thailand? What would you like to say to all your supporters?
มีข้อความอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงแฟนๆชาวไทยบ้างครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์พวกผมด้วยครับพวกผมจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับผม
Yeah, so thank you so much everyone for keep supporting us and like hope you guys will keep like supporting us till the end.
Job well done once again. Congratulations, Nunu. Congratulations to Buriram United. And now we're going to head over to the casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Mara. Thank you very much, Nunu. You can hear it over there in the background. The people are enjoying this a lot. As a person who has been working on HOK already for so many years, I'm going to tell you, lads, I am extremely happy of seeing this match 1 going the way that it went. Because this is the main idea about this KWC 2026, expanding our family, making the ecosystem richer, and make everyone just to understand from different angles, with different heroes, with different players, how our game can become richer and richer and richer.
And richer also comes in the form of pick and bans, right? Where you have AOV heroes coming in. We've seen in that game just now, Florentino, permaban.
Yes.
Not allowing anyone to play it. That is a very, very strong hero. And then you have the things like Lorian, which has had an amazing performance coming in from Nunu. And we have yet to see Annette yet, but I was pretty surprised when Julius picked up the butterfly in that game 1. He had some pretty good moments here, but at the end of the day, it's a team game, and I think this time around in this upper bracket semifinals, I feel that specifically for the side of Buriram, they did better.
They definitely did. And of course, the tips from Nunu, right? This is very important, right? If there's low health, just get it poked. But of course, let's poke the bear a little bit. Let's go to Isaac.
You know what? I am extremely excited for this game. I am really looking forward for match number 2. Before we do that, what about if we go for a little break, and then after that, match number 2 is going to be upon us.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Esports World Cup up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the KWC 2026. We're live from Paris, France, and we're enjoying it and really liking the energy and everything that is going on right now. We just watched match number 1 and it ended up with Buriram United Esports making it forward into the upper bracket. Now, we're going to jump into our match number 2. For our match number 2, we're going to have 2 teams that we all have known from before. Influence Rage against Seoul Esports. These are going to be the 2 teams that are right now just getting ready on stage for us to bring in here the main ideas and the main action of the game.
For these 2 teams, right, I feel for Seoul Esports, they are a very new region as a whole, right? Where they just joined the region not new long ago and then coming in for their first tournament. It's already KWC here in Paris, France. So, Blam, if you were to look at SAUL, how would you rate them?
I mean, if there's anyone to give them a warm welcome, it's definitely Influence Rage, right? Obviously, we have had the Chalk BR teams here since 2024, but Seoul Esports, I definitely feel like they have something to prove, just like we just saw in the last games from Buriram United as well as Team Flash. This is now their time to shine, try and get themselves into the upper bracket.
I'm telling you, man, I think that these 2 teams are playing for completely different things. And that is one of the beauty about this. The people that you can see over there on your screen, SAUL Esports, Seoul Esports, they're fighting just to ride the first page of Indian Honor of Kings storyline onto the KWC with really golden letters.
Now, I don't mean to be someone who will like to discourage teams, but I feel that the direction coming in from the Indian region, the Kings Arise champ, the runner-up here, which is SAUL, it's to learn as much as you can, adapt in towards it, and see how far you can realistically go. Because your opponents here, Influence Rage, it comes from Chalk BR.
Influence Rage is one of those teams that they're really looking forward just to show us that the South American HOK scene are real contenders in the international stage. We've had them for a long time. These people with experience, but up until right now, not yet a big tournament win.
Not big tournament winner, but if you look at them as a region as a whole, they've always been top 8.
Yes.
Like, that's a beautiful thing. If you've been to so many KWCs and you've reached top 8, that's very impressive for your region.
But we need to just kind of like just make that step forward, right? Like top 8 was a great first start, but it's been already so many years. We want to see one of the Chalk BR teams really make it to top 4, to make it to the finals. Wouldn't that be actually really interesting to watch?
Exactly, right? I mean that Chalk BR, like you mentioned, right? In terms of HOK's history, all the way from KIS 1 into KIS 2 into currently the world stage, they have been, I would say, on a slow run down where they look good at the start, but as the global infrastructure starts improving, they need to find more ways to prove themselves. Like, they have what it takes to actually contend for the top spots here. Like Alpha 7 Gaming from last year, they actually made top 8. And who was in that roster? You have Fury, you have players like Danny who led that roster here. So coming in towards this play-ins here, it's their stepping stone for a greater success.
Let's spotlight that a little bit, right? Because we just mentioned Danny. When you think about Chalk BR, you're always thinking about the same man. And this is going to be a real good moment for Danny just to prove that, right? Like, it's going to be a completely new team, a new roster. Can he really just play to the level that he needs to play in this KWC 2026?
I really think so, because I mean, last year we kind of like doubted him as just a solo tank jungler, but then this time around, obviously last year, he proved to us, he was like, right, we can be the assassins, or we can play the game.
Well, we will have to wait and see exactly what we're going to do. Let's wait and see exactly what is going to happen. We are going to have Influence Rage against SAUL Esports. These are going to be the players. This is going to be the teams. Ken, Holler, what do you guys have in mind?
Right? I think that for this one, it really sets the tone of the rest of how the Group A is going to be. We saw the first 2 teams already, especially in terms of this AOV squads, but now a lot of pressure on both of these ones, especially for, I mean, is it Seoul Esports? Like, who has more pressure on them?
I would definitely think it's the reverse. It has to be Influence Rage, right? Because we have players like Danny, or Donnie as we like to call him. He has experience in AOV as well. He should know what's coming under the covers of that punch.
Yes, definitely so. And I think that for him, in terms of experience on the international stage, he probably has the most throughout the entire, both of the squads here, right? So I think that for looking into this one, Danny is probably the guy.
And also, the history of this, when the Brazil teams came in, they got first place in their competitions. This is S8UL's first ever international competition. Can they repeat the results as well? We're going to see, because the first pick is going to be the Zhangfei, one of the biggest tanks in the game. This is going to be really important because they have a lot of health bars as well as a lot of damage on the side of S8UL.
Good, a great, couple of picks to kind of set things up. SAUL, especially with his Flowball Marksman, you're really setting things up for KLTZ to really get going. He wants that type that needs that range, and Flowball Marksman hits all of those parts.
Ooh, this one that hurts me in the gut. I mean, the Lorian, we've already seen this in the first series of the day, and that's a lot of damage, a lot of CC, more importantly, because 2 seconds is a long time in the Honor of King's War. But add that in, we have the Guan Yu coming in for the side lane with the Zhangfei. So what? This is like 4 seconds of CC?
Yes, a lot of control. And with that Lorian, which you rightly pointed out, a lot of it is going to revolve around that. We were expecting going in, there was going to be a moment where Lorian would be insta-banned almost every single game. Obviously, very early. Second series of the day, and we've already seen it in the first one where it was completely dominant in that first game.
Yes, and of course, the biggest surprise to me is that they did not pick up the Florentino. So Florentino is open for the taking, but it will not show, right? Unless someone wants to play in the jungle, which shouldn't be the case. But with that being said, the Lapu Lapu comes in as the final pick before the second half bans come in. Now that's a lot of tankiness, a lot of physical and magical defense coming in from the Lapu's passive. This is going to help out S8UL's draft so far. They have a Byron, Mega Shields, and the Flowball Marksman is going to be a very important pick here. He is a shredder on this team.
Definitely so. And there's a lot of tinky guys, so it's definitely going to be something that they're looking to do. Let KLTZ get going, right? On the same side, if we're looking at both of them, you rightly pointed out, very tanky, a lot of those big stuns to set things up in the first phase of the draft here. But now I think they need to really shore up, get more damage on the board, if you will.
Yeah, they definitely need to. My biggest question now is, okay, look, farm lane is still available for the picks on the side of Influence Rage, but a lot of the useful ones, like the Arlie Differentiator as well as the Aoyan, the Lung, has been taken out. Lupan is great, but Lupan is very immobile.
Yes, definitely. That's a huge problem, right? Right now, it's about mobility, being able to kind of, when those team fights are about to happen, especially with the Guan Yu lurking around in the wings, Lapu Lapu is going to be looking to set things up himself with the Byron as backup. You got to kind of make sure you have the right angles.
It's so difficult. You know what hero comes to mind? I like the Garo. She does a great job at shredding the shields, plus 50% damage on shielded targets. That could be the answer here, but once again, mobility is an issue. They need help. Hopefully the Guan Yu, the Zhangfei, and the Lorian will be able to assist and provide the space needed.
Yes, and now with this Lady Jeanne here to kind of set things up for the mid-game. Again, a lot of the stuns. This is even more pressure on KLTZ to perform. He goes down, they're going to lack a lot of damage.
For sure, and you know what? I'm hoping for the skin coming in on this Lady Jeanne pick, but we'll take a look at what the final portions of this BP will be. Influence Rage, they're going to set the stage. They need the jungler, they need the farm laner, and they need to be able to shred. They have the CC, they have the control, they have the movement as well. They need the final answer here.
My problem is I'm not a huge fan of this 4 Protect 1 lineup, right? I think that, oh, okay, well, there you go. They're going to get to the back line. This is one way to do it. But I do think if we're talking about, overall team fights, they have a lot of control to deal with this Jing that's going to potentially jump to that back line.
Okay, you know what? Mirror's broken. That's not going to be a good sign here for the side of Influence Rage. But if there's any team to pull this off, Dani in the jungle on a Jing. I don't remember seeing him play this hero too many times, but we also have Leffy on the channel. Can the Brazil squad bring themselves to the next stage of KWC Play-Ins?
I love how Influence Rage drafted this, right? They were like, okay, who is our star player? Danny, right? Let's set things up so that we ensure that we get a hero that he's going to love to play. It's going to be all or nothing in terms of just how this hero is able to kind of, get his farm and to do that damage. It's all in right now on the Danny train.
Okay, and we also, we had a very short moment with both coaches just now. And on the side of SAUL, they predicted a 2-0 scoreline for the series.
Okay.
So I want to see if that comes true. On the other hand, for Kaiba, he's coming in. There is a big expectation. they need to dominate at this play-ins for the KWC 2026.
Yeah, and I think is Influence Rage, you want to be like, okay, hello, welcome to the international stage, we will smack you down. I think that would be best case scenario for them. SAUL, obviously, they want to perform. If they're able to take the first 5-10 minutes and get an edge, that would be a huge win in terms of confidence, morale, and really sticking it to Influence Rage.
That's the dream, right? But
Yes.
this is the international stage, and this is their first time on the international stage.
Right.
For Influence Rage, is the complete opposite. They have been here multiple times. They have experienced the tension, the energy as well of the crowd. I want to see how this affects both teams.
Yes, I think that's going to be the biggest piece. As we go to the second series of the day, we're going to go to game number 1 to see exactly Influence Rage, SAUL Esports, how they do this one. Because again, if we're talking about draft though, who are you giving the edge to?
I actually like the side of Influence Rage a little bit more, but simply because there is a potential for flashy and very confusing intense moments that will be brought over to the side of SAUL. So if they don't know how to deal with this, SAUL might fall in this first game.
Yes. All about space, space, space. I can't speak more of it because Kelteezy is the guy. He's 100%. Are they able to kind of get on point? He needs to stay alive, ensure that he gets as much time with the solo experience as he's getting in this bottom lane. This is what they want to do in terms of just kind of setting him up for success.
Easier said than done, because at this point, China, with the Soul of the Wolves as well, it kind of dilutes the value of a Flowborn Marksman pick, because yes, you can pierce your targets, but if they're all at different angles, you can't get the amount of wave clear speed that you want.
Yes, and now it looks like at the same time, Influence Rage, I mean, this, if they're able to kind of limit what KLTZ is going, that's going to open things up for Danny, right? And if we're trying to talk about space, about who can really carry, Danny's the guy.
It has to be. And the Ching is a big pick here. They need this lady in the mirror domain and dimension to be able to shine. And this is going to be the first big objective you're talking about, right? The goal lead. Can they get the EXP and the goal lead over to the side of Danny? Because if they can't, then SAUL, Kong is going to show him a world of hurt.
Yeah, Kong is definitely the guy that needs to step up, right? Make sure, I would like it if SAUL were to be aggressive and to take away some of those Azure Golems, because you take away that blue buff, Danny's not going to be able to farm as much as he would like.
Yeah, and you know what? Farming is definitely going to be important. They're going to open it up. I don't think it's too much. Actually, Kong doesn't really care. He goes back in.
Yeah, not scared. He's actually fighting 1 versus 3 because he knows that reinforcements are on the way. Mena taking most of the damage. He has the Leaping Savior just to stay alive. But SAUL, again, this is what you want to do. You want to pick, poke, prod, whatever you can do, and put pressure on Influence Rage.
I like this confidence, right? You have to have it at this point.
Oh, nice little stun, though. They flash away Extreme, just staying alive. Doofy had his back, though.
Okay, so 2 minutes cooldown, 120 seconds for the flash. Yeah. That's a good skill to take out, common spell to take out from the side of SAUL. Right. But it's on the extreme. The ladies, and she can play from far, so it doesn't really matter that much at this point.
Definitely doesn't really matter. I mean, Extreme is the type where he's kind of like the secondary support, right? He doesn't have to get those items. Maybe you get the Venomous Staff, but nice little control. They find Fury, the Leaping Savior, the shields are on point. Fury looking to limp away, but now here comes the Razor Cavalry on the back. Tempest with a nice play, but Kong is going to go down. They find Extreme as well, and SAUL have to just limp away with 2 members down.
We are afraid of the Tempest Dragon. No, you need to be afraid of the Tempest Guan Yu. This is the one that hurts. One more.
Yeah, KLTZ flashing away, just trying to just pick and prod with Leffy on this one, who again created a lot of that space. Now this bottom T1 is under siege.
And this one hurts, because right now this means he's missing out on the minion EXP and gold. This is not looking good for KLTZ as well. Now we take a look at the gold lead, right? Close to 3,000.
Oh, nice little stun. Oh, Doofy finds Leffy. He tried to soaring signal back to safety, but he got caught out. The charge is just too much from Doofy.
Not the kind of peekaboo that Leffy wants to. And you know, the fact he came from the left, that was great.
Leffy, as he goes into this one. Now, I mean, that's going to be a huge win for that. But now, if we're talking about how they want to play this one out, Doofy, nice little control, finding 2 members in the brush. But again, it was more of just impeding the ambush attempt.
Yes, it is. And right now, this laning phase is, I think, even Stevens for now, but the goalie's definitely in the side of Influence Rage. And 4 minutes, Doofy hiding alone here.
Oh, he's all by himself, but there's 3 members that tried to go on. Good. This is great in terms of that spacing, right? Doofy took a lot of that damage, and now it's going to set up for this Tyrant. Oh, now they find him. Doofy getting a little bit too low, the Raging Sea, but he's going to be picked off. Kong is too low himself, and they find 3 members. Influence Rage are starting to create that space.
Exactly what you want. The important members, they're all gone. The tank Doofy is gone. Kilteezy, your farmlane is gone. Your jungle, Kong is gone as well. And SAUL, they need to find a recovery point because Danny has already secured the first timer of the game. 30 seconds in, not what you want to see.
It kind of started with Doofy, right? He was kind of initially fighting, got a little bit too low, and when the actual team fight was happening, he was kind of just taken down. You need his CCs, you need him to kind of cycle through his skills, was not able to do it because it's just a little too low at the beginning of that fight.
I mean, he was just doing his job, right? He wanted to get the vision for the team, but now that simple change has made life a lot more difficult. Influence Rage, they're looking for the target in the mid lane. If the T1 falls here, it's going to be a difficult one to fight back. 5k goal difference is not something you can come back from easily.
I mean, it's 1k starting to grow with every minute that's happening, right? I mean, we're only 5 minutes into this one. Kong just trying to keep his Crimson Golem alive, or, the buff away for himself. He does take that, but SAUL right now, they are absolutely reeling. They need to calm down, find ways to get back into this.
Okay, I mean, it felt like you were telling me to calm down because it was looking kind of scary for Kong at this point. 0-2-0, no assists, no kills, 2 deaths. This is not where you want to be at this point.
Do not. And look at how Influence Rage completely zoning them away. They've kind of just, springboarded past that T1 mid to push them further back. SAUL right now, they're starting to group up together, and that is a losing proposition.
Yes, when it rains, it pours for this one because now the jungle is getting taken away. You don't get the EXP from the lanes anymore. You don't get the EXP. Here we go.
They dive on this one. They find Kong, who has to roll on back, but the Razor Cavalry, the pushback is unreal by Tempest. Miriam is solo himself. He's starting to limp away, but Influence Rage have already taken a huge opening with 2 members down. They're going to take the bottom T3 as well.
Okay, what's the call here? Do we go in for more? Because there is no more Extreme, there's no more Kong. They have the 2 tanks left. Kilteezy actually right now is a very, very crucial positioning. If they can take Kilteezy down, there is no defense.
There's absolutely no defense. I mean, he's the guy that needs to just do the wave clearing. He needs to get that farm. But again, if we're talking about space and XP, he's just overall, he's fallen really behind. Leffy has a 2-level advantage over him.
He also has a 2,000 gold advantage. It's 2 for 2 at this point. And you know what? 7-1 in terms of the kill score. It's looking all Brazil at this point.
It is, definitely so. I mean, they're taking everything. I mean, they can't even get to their own Crimson Golem because of the fact that they've been zoned away. Influence Rage playing this one phenomenally here as they've completely zoned them away.
And they play this really safely, right? Both Crimson buffs, one on Fury, one on Leffy. The big pokes, they don't even need Danny to jump in. He doesn't have to take the risk.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I mean, when you have Fury, you have Tempest, all of these guys that can be those frontliners, and Danny can just, secondary initiate, which is what you want to do because he's very vulnerable. He's able to find that damage, and he's able to burst them down when they need to.
Yeah, Fury definitely was watching the interview, right?
Yes.
We meant the advice for new players, but Fury was like, okay, that sounds good to me too.
Yeah, I mean, they saw the first series. This Lorien has just been unreal in terms of how much impact it has. Those orbs are starting to do some serious damage. He pushes away, zoned them out. The top T3, looking just like that. They're looking to take this down.
Yep, the fight hasn't even started, and they're low, right? The 2 pokes, Leffy getting those soaring signals in, Fury with the pokes as well. This is a hard defense for SAUL, and it's not going to end anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't know if it's hard or impossible at this stage, right? Oh, they go in, they find him and kill Teasy just like that. You blink and you're going to be killed, and they find them. They push him back as well. They find Kong, but the crystal is open. They're going to take it, 1 down. Influence Rage up, game number 1.
Big moments for the side of Influence Rage, and it was a rager. This is where Kaiba, the coach, wanted to have happen. He has been waiting for this moment on the international stage for a long time.
And now it looks like, I mean, they're going to be so happy with that, how that one played out. SAUL, on the other hand, kind of, this is a bit of a wake-up call. It's not the end of the world. It's just 1 game, but they need to find ways to bounce back in this one.
I mean, okay, it's just 1 game, right? It doesn't matter if you lose at this stage that much, you still have a second life. But ideally, you want to be able to make it last faster.
And INF is going to take that first victory. It was an 8 minutes match. They came in and then just in a very supreme and very superior fashion, they came in and they took in the victory. Lads, break it down for everyone, please.
mean, it's just a very big difference in terms of experience, right? Where we see, yes, individual prowess coming in from players like Danny on that Jing, finding multiple angles, and also the Guan Yu. That was a magnificent performance in ending that game in that crystal area here. But in terms of the individual performance here coming in from SAUL, you can clearly see that they are really lacking behind in that team understanding in terms of macro and micro.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there was definitely... We do have experience on the side of Solar Esports, right? Obviously, we do have Kong there. He's probably going to be the driving force, giving and ushering all this experience over to the team. But when they have Influence Rage, Chuck VR, that's been going since, what, 2022. There is a wealth of more experience there for Influence Rage.
And you could see just in the main difference when we were talking about Danny, right? Like, Danny in here, he comes in with the Jing pick. He's the person that opens the game over here for Influence Rage, right? Like, they come in the 4th minute, the Jing, just the initiation over there in the blue zone. It is what makes everything just turn around. What about if we just go for a quick break? When we come back, it's gonna be game number 2 of this match number 2.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026. Let's go back to Influence Rage against Seoul Esports. In that game number 1, I do believe that the key for Influence Rage to be able to take the victory was their awareness of the map and the way that they were zoning out their opponents in all of the different lanes, right?
I feel like it's a very good point, right? Where you have the Unbridled Outburst coming in from Mena, and also Tempest coming in from the back with that Guan Yu's ultimate here, which actually limited a lot of space coming in from the side of SAUL to find those early game markers here. Yes, you want to play the double marksman composition like what Buriram did, but in the end, if you can't get the early game going, laning phase jungle, you're just gonna get sandwiched by that double engage.
Of course, that is not going. It's not going to work out, right? Like, because at the end of the day, like, you need to be able to have an advantage if you want to play with that double marksman composition, right?
Absolutely. I mean, if you want to play with that double marksman compensation, you then going to try and like create that space for yourself, right? But then, like you said, if you got the Guan Yu just pushing you into the jingle, it's kind of just like, where's your space? You've not got it. If you don't know where to be, we're going to force you into that right place.
They did have at the beginning of the game, they had one opportunity just to take that first blood that might have just turned things around. Like, it would have actually just made everyone just feel a lot better with themselves and could actually turn the game around, but they couldn't just capitalize out of that.
And especially when you talk about these moments here where you are losing not only by draft, you're also losing by team fights here. So it's really difficult for the players on the side of SAUL to realistically find a footing for those proper team fights.
There we go. Obviously, they need to find the proper team fights. I feel like Solar Esports, this definitely need to kind of just go back to what they know. Trust Kong maybe lean into that a little bit more in terms of the experience that he has for the team. But it's all there for them to show now. This is their showcase. Do they go to the lower bracket or do they fight for the upper bracket? Casters, they need to tell the story.
They're gonna have to just tell us the story of what is going on in here. Take it from here, lads.
Yeah, thank you so much as we go into game number 2 to find the draft. For me, it seemed like it was too much of an all-in play on the KLTZ, especially with this Flowborn marksman. I feel like you need to balance it out, right? I think that you can't put too much pressure on one guy. Everybody needs to step up.
Yeah, it needs to be a balance in terms of who gets the resources, how do we distribute the resources for this. And at this point, I think, you know what, at least in game 1, Kong, I felt, did a decent job of trying to resolve the situation, but time was not on their side.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have much time when the spacing is going to be completely taken away, right? There was that initial fight where 3 members got killed right before the Tyrants. That was a bit of a disaster in terms of a start. You need to kind of come out 50-50. Maybe you contest, take that away. They were not able to do so.
I mean, this is one of the things, right? They were pretty tanky, but they only had 2 points of damage realistically, right? One from the Gudo, the other from the Flowborn marksman. So at this point, once again, we're going to re-explore the BPs. Lianpo is going to be a big pick. Zhang Fei is going to be a big pick. These are the big tanks, right? No more Lapu Lapu for them on the side of S8UL. I'm wondering if they want to go for utility roams instead.
I think it makes sense, right? But I think that for me, maybe you let Kong not just play like the tanky style junglers, but let him fly too. Let him play like the Jing, Luna, those styles, right? They are aggressive. Let them play, again, use his advantage to create space. Now KLTZ will have a much easier game.
Okay, I like the idea of that, but it's kind of a difficult position to be in because right now they're just going to start up with the Chicha. Chicha, as you all know, flex pick can be played in the farm, can be played in the clash, can be played in the jungle. So I like this movement from SAUL.
Yeah, it's a great pick. I mean, I like the fact that you're talking about how flexible it is. It's a lot of mind games because if you're looking at the other side, it's like, oh, where is it going to be? How do we ban other heroes, understanding that it could be literally any of those lanes?
That's right. And you know what? Let's not even consider the difficulties. Let's just go for tankiness first, right? And we have the potential of return fire on that ultimate, on the Dharma as well, the truth mantra. So I like this. Lapu Lapu as well as the Dharma picks coming in. This is going to be a very important pick because Tempest, I felt like he had a lot of impact in game number 1. Now with a Dharma, there is even more pain to offer.
Yeah, just setup after setup. And he finds the right angles, especially like he did in the last game with like Guan Yu. But if we're looking at the other end, it looks like they're going to go with the tried and true. The Zhang Fei, very traditional, but the Zhang Yu, your thoughts on this one in the clash?
I love this hero when it's on my team. Because with the Hegemon Slash, which is the ultimate, the lower your health, the higher the damage, and you also get a mini stun from that skill itself. So this is a positional objective on the side of SAUL, right? If this Xiangyu gets into the correct position, soaks in enough damage, returns it fully to the side of Influence Rage, it could change the plane of the fight.
My only concern is Xiangyu very slow, right? The Hegemon Slash takes like 3 business days to truly arrive. I mean, to actually hit that mark. But again, if you have other setup, especially with this Zhang Fei, you have ways to kind of mitigate and play around it.
I mean, Okay, number one, yes, maybe for some people it feels like it takes 3 business days, and plus you're trying to get it on an Erin who is like a feather in the wind.
Yes.
Right? Very mobile, able to change directions at any moment, and within a moment's notice. That's the biggest thing. Now, the big question here is, can this Erin farm? Do they give the space for Leffy to get the gold in his pocket?
Yeah, and actually Leffy, let's talk a little bit about him, because when he was picked up, it seemed like Influence Rage were able to kind of up themselves to the next level. They were able to kind of really just use his play and, you know, just solidify that farm lane to elevate this team to the next level. Leffy right now, from what I'm told, he's one of the hardest workers in the room. So there's a lot of good things that, again, you can kind of see in the play of Leffy here.
Okay, so hardest worker. I mean, if you're paid fairly, then probably he's going to get a lot of gold in his pocket for this game number 2. Now, they're going to pick up the Ukyo Tachibana for the side of Influence Rage. Going up... Wait, what is this? This is going to be a Ziya in the mid lane and a DNJ in the farm lane. The Chicha is going into the jungle.
Okay. We knew it was going to be flexible. And again, they might as well just flex it like that. But now you have the Ziya, which again is one of those win more type of heroes. It doesn't do the greatest things at times, because when you're behind, it feels like a really just tough hero to play with here.
Actually, I would contest that. With the Sanctification, he gets extra EXP as well, right? And he can break the level limit, so you get to level 25 if the game really goes late. Put that on a Chicha, put that on a DNJ. It changes the whole situation of the team fight. Right now, you have to have many other considerations as well. Now, they're gonna finish up the draft on S8 UL's side, or no, Influence Rage with the Nua. I like that. There's a lot of burst damage, a lot of mobility, very quick rotations from the mid lane as well. This could change a lot of things.
And actually, it's about that range. You have a huge the artillery bombardment from, you know, the next level or the next map, if you will. I mean, he's able to just stay alive. He's able to kind of stay out of harm's reach, especially when they have the Zhang Yu as well as the Zhang Fei. Both of these guys that are looking to find that backline.
You know, I always think like that when I play a Nua, but somehow I find myself in the loving arms of the opponent team. So hopefully this doesn't happen for the side of Influence Rage. But this is a difficult position to be in, because SAUL, they want to get into the thick of the action. They want to be in your face.
Yeah, and I think that they need to play that way. They need to be aggressive. They need to give themselves a chance, because again, I know that you like the Extreme Zia as more of a late game assurance. I'm looking at his early game. If they falter here, he's literally just an old man. He's like a poor man's Gandalf, if you will.
Okay, well, the old man put some damage in here, and Danny, I like the idea, the question, but this is time wasted, right? If they don't manage to get the early rotations, this is going to cost them.
Yeah, and Danny here using that gold sharing. One thing that we saw even in game 1 was how Influence Rage were able to extract as much value across the map, especially early, because that was what was able to get that snowball going here.
Yeah, and more importantly, right, it's also they now have the information about which buff was started.
True.
So this is going to impact what they're going to be thinking about, right? In the next 90 seconds, how do we want to plan our rotations? Do we want to care about the mid lane, right? Right now, this is free EXP that they're losing if they don't get here on time.
Yes. But look at how all 3 members, just like that, right? Influence Rage, all of them are like, okay, let's use that gold sharing. That wave is about to crash into the tower. So they've kind of, again, extracted as much as possible, sticking to a 3-man posse here.
Okay, I like this, right? I'm just going to sidestep into the Hyper Roast. Revenant, Spark, as well as SAUL Esports will break the meta of HOK Global Esports. As it stands now, it's looking a little, new.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to be like where these teams are, especially when you haven't played against some of the levels of these teams who have been playing around for year after year, right? So it's a little bit, more of a kind of a free roll for SAUL as they kind of find their footing to find. Nice 2-man stun with that Universal Law, which has been dodged out. Influence Rage, get on out of there.
Okay, did they burn the common spells? No, they did not. But was it worth the exchange? It puts fear in the minds on the side of Influence Rage, right? This is a possibility you have to consider. Now, with that being said, SAUL, ooh, KillTZ. This one is looking a little bit uncomfortable. Leffy, you talked about being the hardest worker in the room. He is working really hard right now.
Yeah, KillTZ though, he's gonna get found out. Danny, he's looking for the first kill. He's gonna take first blood right there, and that was a wounded fish, if you will. He's gonna take that free food to go.
And this is a level 4 Mana. There is something to set up here. If they can steal this away before the 4-minute timer, this could be huge for the side of Influence Rage.
Actually, the way that they're disengaging is that, okay, it's about value, right? Let's just go to the mid lane. We don't need to do a 50-50 smite, and a smite battle, if you will. Danny completely giving that up, but again, just trying to extract more farm on this map as they're up about 1.3.
Yep. What I'm curious about is at this point, have they frozen the lane? No, they have not. So Leffy actually allows the recovery of gold and EXP for the side of KLTC.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a misplay. I mean, again, I think that freezing it in that bottom lane would have been huge for them because KLTZ, that walk of shame all the way back, plus you're losing a lane, it would have been very difficult to find anything. So again, a little bit of a, misplay, if you will.
I think calculated risk at this point, right? So Doofy, that's the thing I want to really focus on. Doofy, game number 1, got caught out early before the fights.
Right.
But now we're going to have a new one.
Oh, here's the emergence. They actually have the numbers. The 3-man stun, the Hegemon Slash will actually connect on, but they find Kong in the bad spot as Danny takes that kill.
This is unfortunate for the side of SAUL. They need Kong to stay online. They need him to come up as soon as possible. They're going to stop this TP. 15 seconds cooldown.
Oh, Miriam just stopping the teleport, but there's 3-4 members of them, and Miriam is going to sacrifice his life just to cancel that TP.
Yep, didn't even have his ultimate available. Had to burn the flash as well. And now, 4 minutes is here. The Tyrant has arrived, and Influence Rage looking super strong.
And Kong, he's already used the smite. It's on cooldown right now, so they actually can't even contest on this one. Influence Rage are going to pick this up for free. Yes, they are around, but again, you're giving that one away.
I mean, how many advantages do you want to get? You get the Tyrant, you also get the T1 at the top with the split push from Tempest. It's all looking good for the side of Influence Rage. They want to end the series here and now, clean slate.
They're looking very clean right now. I mean, this is a huge lead already, 2.5 or so. Doofy's on back off here. But the way that they're, again, just taking stuff off of the map, the positioning of them, they're finding Doofy in a bad spot, and they're going to take that free kill as well. The emergence potentially going in, but the Universal Law onto Fury and Danny, they are low.
No, but they don't have the long-range finish. There is no one to finish the job here, right? And if they still survive, they get away, they're going to get back to full health. And once again, you find yourself in the exact same position. You have nothing to offer at this point.
Yeah, nothing at this point. And it's kind of a sad story, if you will, but SAUL, it's one of those things where, okay, this is not looking good. How can we get ourselves back into this game? Do we go aggressive? How are we getting back?
I think it really is avoid the fights, right?
Okay.
They have to avoid the fights at this point. They have to try and farm safely and also understand what rotations are possible. This needs to be done by Doofy. He needs to let the team know where the buffs are up, what kind of rotations are being made on the side of Influence Rage. He's already giving the vision.
Okay, but it looks like they have all 5 members. They try to go all in. They do get the pickoff. They find Leffy. And on the backside, it looks like Fury's going to be targeted on next, and he too will fall. That is a great ambush attempt, but Miriam a little bit low. They find Extreme. Danny has showed up, but he gets stun locked here on this side. And now with that Raging Sea completely whizzing KLTZ, who gets back onto the tower. Doofy is still duking it out with Danny. Danny decides to turn it up. He actually leaps over the wall, but they're going to dive the tower, and Mena not able to find Miriam in the end.
It was a sliver of hope, right? It looked great. 2 kills for the side of SAUL, but the punish coming in from this side of Influence Rage was exactly the same as well in quality. Now, Danny, recovery 4-0-1. This guy is a monster in the making, and there is no slowing down. 3,000 gold lead. Majority should be in the hands of Danny here.
Yeah, Danny is that guy, right? He is literally the guy in terms of just like when the team fights are happening, you got to get out. Extreme trying to flash away. The mini stun on. He's not getting out of that one as Danny finds yet another. Miriam is going to charge on back, but they've been completely zoned away from this bottom T2.
Yeah, it's not even about taking a fight. It's just pushing them back, so the backdoor defense will be unlocked by the moving minions on the bot side of the way of the lane. And right now, Influence Rage, they have absolute control over the gorge.
Yeah, absolute control. I mean, SAUL were able to find a couple pickoffs. Things were looking decent for them in terms of this comeback, but then Danny shows up and you're like, wait, actually, we are really that far behind.
Yeah, but it's a difficult position to be in because if you take a look at the 2 main tanks, they're eating too much damage before the fight actually starts. Now, this was looking great for a moment, but look at how many spells they threw, how many ultimates they dropped down to try and get the 2 kills. These are the squishiest targets, and you have to use so many resources.
Yeah, they threw everything, but Danny finding that backline. Once he shows up, he's like that superhero, right? And he was able to find enough, and they were able to kind of take them down because of his damage. And again, Danny has been the guy. If he's nearby, you just got to run, if you will.
Yeah, man, this is the byproduct, right? Hang on.
Oh, they find Tempest. The nice little charge back. Mena trying to control, but the Raging Sea is going to be on point. They find Tempest. Doofy doing a little bit of work, but he's going to be whittled down by Leffy, trying to focus him down. SAUL are going to just walk away. Emerges just barely misses Doofy.
And why did Influence Rage take that fight? Take a look at the top side of the map, right? They not only get the split push going in, quite a bit of damage on the T3, and right now they could be looking for more. Kong needs to move away. In fact, the rest of them kill TZ as well as Doofy. They have to be really careful with Extreme. Get away from this position. It's so dangerous.
Oh, so dangerous with Danny there. Mena getting a little bit low. The charge on back. Danny now getting focused here. He's a bit on the squishier side. He's going to use the healing too, but SAUL finding ways to get back in. I mean, they're, taking the fight to him.
4,000 gold difference in advantage to Influence Rage. Not bad for being in this position to try and hang on. 8.5 minutes, this is a Tyrant, the normal Tyrant, not the enhanced one, so it's still okay for the side of Influence Rage. Big question now is, what is the mental state here, right? It feels like they have the ability to recover, but do they even get the chance? Because Influence Rage, they still have a good control of the map.
But taking that Tyrant is just like a baby step towards the right direction in terms of how this game is looking to go, at least if you're an SAUL fan. That's what you want to do. You got to win the little things to compound it into something much bigger. Miriam getting focused here. The creation blocks are going to do a little bit more, but not enough to take him down. They're under the mid T1.
Oh, Doofy.
Oh, the stuns. Oh, they're absolutely real. He's getting whittled, and now it looks like Miriam tried to go all in, but Leffy finds him. Tempest is going to be traded away. It's a clash for clash, and now Danny, he's going to just back off on this one. They're going to be happy with that trade.
It's a full trade of resources as well, but the ultimates are coming back off cooldown. Danny already has his. Meanwhile, Extreme and Doofy have theirs, but Doofy is so low. Doofy, I feel like he needs to take less damage. He's getting the vision, sure, but do it without getting hit.
Yeah, I think that Doofy is thinking the same thing. He's like, I need to take less damage, but they just keep focusing me, right? I think the game plan is definitely there, but now, I mean, if anything, it's about that vision game. Just like understanding and tracking where the enemy team is.
They can't defend this. This is a T2 for free on the side of Influence Rage. Doofy does not have the madness as well to get his ultimate off. So, you know what? Taking a T1 at the top, that's the best they can do. I like it.
Yeah, you'll take what you can get, right, in terms of that spacing. I mean, Tempest is there. You'll kind of clear. This is a numbers advantage in the mid lane. It looks like Miriam trying to go in. Mena looking to duel on this one, and now with that Raging Sea off to the side, they find Kong. The burst is real, and Doofy too will fall. KillTZ not able to pick off it looks like Mena. He's going to survive, but KillTZ taking a lot of damage. Is he able to get away? That was a baby Universal Law, and Tempest on the prowl with the Formless. Not quick enough.
He was looking good at it. He had the true mantra. He had the flash as well. I knew what was coming. And you know what? Tempest said, chill out, guys. We don't take too many unnecessary risks here.
Yeah, and now with this Overlord, and it looks like they want the Tyrant. They're going to go for both at the same time. Very greedy, but when you've got two members down and this lead, I think it's okay for Influence Rage.
Yep, double OBJ. I love to see this. It shows you to what extent, like Danny, he's also making sure they don't have the Primal Bond. This is what you should do if you want a double objective. There's enhanced version, Shadow variants, by the way.
Yeah, synchronized, a big neutral taking, right? That was the perfect way, but again, DJ can break this one down.
Yeah, I mean, this is all down to Miriam, right? He wanted to get the setup. Good idea, but that Matrix coming in from the side of Fury, that was so monumental in the fight, allowing for a lot of damage coming in with Annihilation as well.
Oh, Miriam a little bit low. Danny not enough damage to take him down, but SAUL, tuck tail run. They hide under the top T3 here, but Influence Rage not looking to give this up. They have at least the Siege Catapult. Do they have enough damage to take it down? They do not.
I mean, at this point, they have to trade health points for the defense.
Yes.
Right? And that's not a good situation. It means you fight unfairs. And Influence Rage, they take the T3 in the middle. This is going to open up the doors. This might be the last fight here.
Yeah, the Shadow Vanguard is in the bottom lane as well. Kong trying to deal with that Vanguard. That will slow things down, at least for now. Top lane, that was the big push. They take the top T3.
Okay, now Kong does have the Blood Rage. This might be the smallest of advantages, I hope, but SAUL on their last legs. This is the last T3. It looks like it's going to be taken down.
Yeah, Mena just walking forward. Miriam just getting slowly picked off. The Raging Sea is going to be committed. The shields are on point, though. And now with that Annihilation, they do find Miriam. And now Kong, he too will fall. Doofy getting a little bit low, and he will fall as well. They've taken the 4 members down. And now KillTZ not able to do so. And it looks like Influence Rage are going to take game number 2 in this series.
upper bracket secure. Now, the strongest teams have made it work in this part of the day, which means they will be going up against Buriram United Esports.
Yeah, and I think that they're going to be super happy with that result on this one. Influence Rage coming to play 2-0 very quickly, if you will, but that was looking like a team that was on the next level here.
I mean, they said they were ready for the international stage, and Kaiba said they wanted more, and this is exactly what I want to see out of Influence Rage. Good start.
Very good start. It couldn't be better, right? But at the same time, SAUL, they had their moments. Let's not discourage what they did. They were able to find it out, but again, just too much Influence Rage in the end.
Yep. I mean, this is their first international, right? So this is a good learning experience. Not many people get to go to the international stage as a training ground, you know, right? But first major event, you're in Paris, right here on the big stage. This is going to be an important lesson, and they need to recover fast.
Very quickly. There's no other time. We have one more series. You lose that one, you're going home. So if anything, right now, you got to just kind of shake things up and get back into it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for match number 2. Influence Range is going to be the winners. Influence Range is going to move forward in the upper bracket, and today they're going to be playing against Buriram United Esports for that first ticket into the group stage.
And the both of them, on how they exactly played the series, it was very, very similar in a very dominating fashion for both Buriram and also the side of Influence Rage, where they choke out their opponents through map resources, force them to take uncomfortable fights, and then that 10-minute mark, when it hits, they clean up the game easily here. And you gotta say, when we go into the upper bracket later to decide the first Group A slot into the the group stage, that's gonna be interesting because it's really hard to predict who's gonna win out.
Of course, no, but before we jump into what's gonna happen into that upper bracket, right, let's just put our eyes into SAUL, right? They had some moments, some sparks of really top-level performance in this game as well, right?
Yeah, they did. I mean, the draft-wise, I mean, going into a best of 3, there's so many more better picks I feel like you could have gone for. Obviously, like the Zhang Yu here into the Clash lane. I mean, what are you really doing, right? What are you charging into? You're charging into a creation block of the newer? Like, what do we want to really achieve here with this Clash lane pick? It didn't seem like it was actually coming into fruition here. And in terms of, obviously, like, the actual tempo of, like, scaling, mid-game, it was kind of, like, all over the place.
Yeah, that was a good point, right? Like, they actually saved it in as one of the last few pickups here, and this is some of the highlights coming in from game 1, where that wombo combo coming in from Mena on that zombie unbridled outburst, connecting with Tempest with that Razor Cavalry was just so beautiful for that specific play. And Leffy, I don't know, buddy, that healing deal is probably not for you.
Yeah, Leffy should have gone righty, right? Like, he should have definitely stayed away from that T1 turret down to the bot side. But there were some actual, like, there were some good things here for Soleil, right? They were trying to set up the team fights, obviously, there with Doofy, but it just all fell apart. They were able to compose it here onto the side of Influence Rage.
And I like the fact that you pointed out, like last year, it was Danny's year in playing those utility junglers, those tanky bruiser styles, but coming in towards this specific series, man, he's improved. He brought back the Jing, he brought back the Ukiyo Tachibana here, and both of the games, 0 deaths occurred for this jungle player.
His identity has always been like that, right? Like, he's always been an assassin.
Oh, yeah.
He's always in the jungle, getting the resources, trying to get the kills. That is exactly the Danny that we know.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, though, did we expect anything different here from Influence Rage? And I mean, yes, obviously, they go up against Soleil Esports. They do dominate in a 2-0 fashion, but the bar for that domination isn't quite, obviously, what they're going to be reaching into this next phase, right? Obviously, Buriram United really showed some great colors and really big promises here.
SAUL is going to be working their way up tomorrow to try to keep alive in the tournament. But what about if we go on stage right now? Mara got Danny that is going to break through this everything that just happened in this game. Mara, please go.
We're here with Danny from Influence Rage. Congratulations. In both games, you were amazing. But you know, what really struck out to us was game number 1. You finished it in 8 minutes. You did not allow your opponent to get any objectives or any tower. So what was the key to having this high level of map control?
I think it's because, like, the matchup against them, like, we have a lot of experience, so the difference between us and them, like, in this series, I think, is the experience. So that's why, like, we just smashed the game, like, in 8 minutes, because they are new in this game, right? They are playing, like, for 3 months, I think. So yeah, In the second game, I feel it's gonna be like the same. It was to be the same, but yeah, we made a lot of mistakes.
But it was great that you're also acknowledging the experience of your opponent. And what we also noticed was that for every pick, before every objective, you got a pick. And how important was it for your team to have this level of aggressive play style to have such a convincing win?
Yeah, this is the style that we like it to play also in Brazil. We are an aggressive team, so we like to fight a lot. We like to invade. We like to fight like for everything for the TPs. So yeah, this is the style of our region, I think. So yeah, that's the difference.
And with that, fight, 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 we're gonna see another one later on. So Influence Rage, your team, will go up against Buriram United as our 5th match of the day. And we want to see and hear about your honest predictions for that one.
I mean, Buriram United for sure, they are like a really great team. They are also champions in their game. So yeah, I expected that series gonna be like a really good series, but for sure we are ready. We're training a lot and we are in my house, right? We are in EWC, so we're gonna win and we're gonna to the group stage.
Let's invite the viewers to support you later.
So thank you very much, guys. You guys are supporting our team a lot. You guys are sending message every time. So yeah, we're gonna try our best in the next match and we're gonna to the group stage. So thank you very much and keep support us.
Danny, as always, you're amazing. Once again, congratulations, and we'll see you for the 5th match. You heard it from Danny, and now we're gonna hear from our casters. Lead the Gorge.
With total class and an amazing sportsmanship feeling right over there, Danny just break it up on what it was. Like once upon a time, there were the teams that they had months only of experience, and right now, after years and years of clashes, they have gained experience to right now being the ones to lead the Gorge, as Mara was always saying. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna jump into a short break, and after we come back, we're gonna have our next game that is gonna have Nongshim Red Force and OG Esports.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the KWC 2026. We're going to jump into our match number 3 of the day. Group A is already done. We're going to move with the action in Group B. And who do we have over there in Group B? Two teams that they do not need any introduction. Nonshin Red Force against OG Esports.
Yeah, before we actually jump back in towards it, right, we have this specific tournament bracket here where Burinam United Esports took down Team Flash in a 2-0 fashion, and in Group A itself, we also saw how Influence Rage dismantled SAUL Esports in that game just now.
So, big moments from Group A. Now we head into Group B. Nongshim Red Force is going to go up against OG Esports. This one breaks my heart because I love both teams, but they're not the only ones causing me heartbreak. It's going to be Deep Cross Gaming going up against Blacklist International. Difficult matchup for sure.
I feel like Group B, as a whole, you can never get your predictions right because all these teams are pretty 50-50 in terms of their strength. And for the upcoming match for Group B, Nongshim Red Force takes on OG Esports in Group B's opening here, Isaac.
Yeah, that's going to be our Crunchyroll topic for today, right? They meet for the first time again in an international tournament. So I am really looking forward to see if this is going to be the first time that the IKL is going to have their revenge against Nonshin Red Force, right?
There is a first for everything, so maybe today is that day. But I also want to talk about how this team is constructed, right? We talked about the replacements that Nongshim Red Force has done throughout the second half of 2025, coming into 2026. A lot of big changes for them, and those changes have brought them a certain level of success. OG, on the other hand, the 5 different teams, 5 different members, did they produce the same result?
I mean, you gotta look at it from a perspective, right? Where Nongshim Red Force, yes, 2 members out. We have Ratel and also Namu as the new players here. And then you look towards the side OG. They moved from previously known as KMW, now KML, to IKL with their star player Dao Dao. And it has been going pretty okay thus far, where they've been finding wins, they've been finding momentum, but they ended 3rd in IKL. So if you're 3rd in IKL, can you beat KML's 2nd place?
I mean, numbers are very important, right? But these numbers keep changing. That's the thing. OG Esports, as they walk their way to the stage, can they find the confidence to break Nongshim Red Force apart?
And to talk about this specific roster, right? Yes, it's coming from different players, different background, coaches, and everything. But if you look and dive deep in towards it, Kruz, their coach, he was top 8 last year with Bigatron by Vitality, and Dao Dao with OG, top 8 as well, and Neil, also Bigatron by Vitality. So you actually have a lot of players coming in towards this roster that has sufficient competitive experience in a top level.
Okay, I agree. Yes, you have the quality, but you have to find the balance. The flavor is so important. It needs to be just right. And Nongshim, I feel like they have found that exact flavor. The heat, the spice, the different rotations. I mean, it feels like I'm cooking a pot of noodles at this point. But yeah, they have been cooking so far for Nongshim Red Force, and I like this roster.
And to go back in time slightly, right? When was the last time we saw OG Esports? It was all the way back in March or April when IKL was still happening here. So it has been, 4 months since their last gameplay. But for Nongshim Red Force, they represented Republic of Korea back at Asian Games qualifiers, and they look amazing here. So it's about available information versus delayed information that has been not available for quite a while now.
Of course, we have seen OG Esports already, they have had a little bit of a sabbatical already for some time. That could work into different ways, right? They could have actually just spent all of this time just trying to work their way into understanding the meta for this KWC 2026. On the other hand, we could always just think about is this Nongshim Red Force that has been competing a lot more right now, is that gonna give them an advantage or not?
I want to talk about a very small piece of information.
Yes.
Omkurus
Yes.
used to be a professional AOV player.
Oh.
So he has some information for OG. So I'm wondering if he's going to take what he has seen just now from the Buriram and Flash games, as well as the Influence Rage and S8UL games, and bring us to a completely different world for this best of 3.
Let's just spotlight the coaches for a bit, right? Like, because both of them have very different styles. They have a very strong identity, and they coach their teams in very different ways, right?
Yes. For me, I think Coach YK, which is the coach coming in from Nongshin Red Force, is about discipline, doing things at the correct timing here. And the draft is actually very, I would say, stable and static here. Like, you pick A, I counter it with B, and then we slowly pace off with the global ban picture. But for Omkurus, you've seen his games back in Big Control by Vitality here. Zhuangzi jungle, Marco Polo farm lane, weird picks all around. Did it work to a certain extent? But that's the thing that makes this person special coming in from the side of OG Esports. It's his flexibility in actually taking on the blame for his team for draft mistakes. But with mistakes, there's also risk. And with risk, there's also high rewards.
I mean, that's a responsibility, right? You give the tools for the team, but it's up to the players to be able to execute the movements to perfection.
Correct.
And I feel like the hero pools, I want to just pinpoint into the jungle.
Yep.
Haku against the jungler Dao Dao. That one's interesting because both heroes, they have very deep hero pools.
Yeah, and towards this point, right, I think as we watch so many games of Nongshin Red Force throughout the years, I feel like Nongshin Red Force, at the very least for Haku, there's one specific hero that he doesn't have in his pool, Jing. Which Dao Dao 100% has.
Okay, maybe we won't get to see the Jing though, because I think Dao Dao is more comfortable on the Luna.
Yeah, okay. And yeah, both junglers are pretty comfortable with the Luna here. We've seen highlight reels from them back in their KME, KMW days, so maybe coming in towards this draft here, Luna might be one of the specific picks to look out for, but in terms of the traditional drafting style, I still feel that Pei, Aoyin, these are definitely top tier, and then the AOV hero starts coming in. Florentino has been banned, what? In almost every single game, and we have yet to see a single appearance of it, and every time there is a Lorien, it has been showing amazing performance thus far in this tournament.
I like the fact that it's 0% show rate for Florentino, but it seems to be 100% win rate, if I'm not wrong, for all the Lorien games we have seen so far, right? So the moment you pick Lorien, you win the game. Let's hope that that stat continues, because I want to see more Lorien games. It's really interesting how they use that total of 2 seconds of CC. It's an instant delete button.
And towards this specific pick of Lorien, right? Yes, it may seem like a very strong pick. It is. I have it ranked at like tier 0.5 to tier 1.
Okay.
This hero is exceptionally good that you can pick it in the first phase. I believe in a longer series format in BO5 and BO7.
Yeah.
This hero either highly pick or almost 100% pick and ban. Now, what kind of heroes counters Lorien here? Based on my conversation with some of these pro teams, they mentioned like hard engage, like Mai Shiranui, hard engage, like a Guan Yu, for example. These things are what you can actually try to dissect the Lorien pick.
Yes, and you know, one of the discussion points we have, besides the mid lane matchup of Lorien, we expected him to be picked quite a lot. It's also about the roam. So on the roam side, you know, we talked about Kui coming into play in this meta. I have not seen a single Kui today. Can I please be blessed with one game? Just one.
I feel like Kui, I will definitely 100% want to see it here, and if it's anywhere, it's definitely going to be here because Namu has picked it a lot of times before in clutch games. But Isaac, what do you think?
I really look forward for the Quay, man. Like, the Quay is one of those heroes that I just enjoy so much watching. Like, just the ability that it has, like the way that you use that hero with the hooks. But well, maybe they will let us watch it. Maybe they won't. Holler, Nora, let's take it from here.
All right, thank you so much, Isaac. As we go into, of course, the third series, this one has been a lot of hype, especially when we're talking about the play-ins. And my name is Holler. With me is Nora. I'm so happy to be here with you on the desk. But your thoughts on these two teams?
Well, my thoughts on these two teams is that it's kind of like a deja vu for the EWC last year, because they actually met up against each other last year in the group final for the first round. And that was a 2-0 goes to OG. So again, this time, Nongshin face against OG again, first played in EWC this year, while they make their revenge on OG.
Oh, is it revenge? Is it bad blood? How are the, I mean, going in, the rosters are slightly different from when we did see them in that rematch, right?
True.
But I think that at the end of the day, OG, you still have Dao Dao, which we know is one of the strongest players on the team. They've leveled up, I would say, with Amcorus as coach. I like OG in general. I mean, the fact that they got here, I think it was a little bit of a surprise, if you will.
Yeah, well, I feel like they are definitely like a jungler core playstyle. So this time they definitely will put a lot of strength on Dao Dao again, since he already got like 12 MVPs back into the springtime. So definitely, yeah. And I would say maybe Nongxin, they were kind of restricted the heroes on the side of OG.
Yeah. And I think that Nongxim's on the other side. You're talking about jungler. Let's talk about the other side. It's Haku, right?
Yes.
He also is a very aggressive one. I don't know in terms of like level, if he's the same level as Dao Dao, but he's still, I would say the team success revolves around his play, correct?
Yes, I totally agree with you. So I'm looking forward to seeing like both assassin jungler play against each other.
Okay.
And for the BP phase, actually we can see Mai will be the first one, goes over to Nongxin Red Force. While Illusion is definitely going to be the shot caller of the game.
Yes, and actually this is one of his signature heroes.
Yes.
He will almost always pick this one because, again, the Mai Shiranui, there are many reasons to like her, but she's also about that tempo.
Yeah.
Illusion loves to play these types of mobile, high damage type of mid laners, if you will.
Yes, I feel like he's always going to pick Mai every time, each game. But Lauren's been so popular right now so far in EWC, and it's actually doing well.
Yeah, it's actually done very well. It's funny because it's been available even in the Asia Games qualifier, but no teams were really willing to pick it. But we've seen it time and time again. Every single series, it's been first phase picked. It is incredibly strong. I mean, even in my own ranked games, the Lorien hero absolutely destroys. So, I mean, seeing it on the big stage, your thoughts on this?
Well, I feel like maybe it's because it's kind of new, so teams and also the players need time to get to know this hero more throughout the game, and also because of its long attacking range and also the burst out damage coming from this Lorien, so it can do both good in the laning and also in the team fight.
Yes, it adds quite a bit, right? A lot of flexibility. That orb and that damage is unreal.
Yeah.
It kind of controls things. But if we're looking on the other side, Nongxim's lineup, I mean, the Aaron, the Zhang Fei, the Mai, these are more traditional Honor of Kings esports heroes, correct?
Yes, and it's pretty solid, I would say.
Agreed.
Like, you can never go wrong with the Zhang Fei pick, and also with this Irene. Well, I do like the Irene pick because it's kind of just guarantee the output through the team fight. So I would say Nongxin Red Force is looking for a very well-rounded composition for the team.
Agreed. And I think that it's funny because they see the Arlie. They know that, you know, on the other side, it's going to do definitely its own damage from a hem.
Yeah.
But the Aaron has kind of risen in popularity in terms of like a counter. It has that like homing missile, if you will, but it has definitely play. But your thoughts on the Aaron overall?
Yes, I feel like Aaron is kind of like a safety pick because Arlie, yeah, definitely you can manipulate this hero in a more artistic way. But if you just go for small mistakes and everything might just fall up because of the Arlie pick.
Okay. And it looks like they're going to go with the Guan Yu, a little bit more of that control, because you know that if they're going to jump on top of you, you have that Razor Cavalry, push them away, kind of make things very easy, especially when you're talking about a Lorien with those orbs, to kind of be in that bad spot. And you want to control the battlefield as much as possible. So the Guan Yu always tried and true in the Clash lane.
And I do think this Guan Yu might be the pivot of the whole composition goes to OG, because we mentioned about how well-rounded that Nongxin is trying to form up with their format, but like for this Guan Yu pick, he can easily disrupt about this Irene and just kind of being such a great threat among the team fight.
All right, it looks like the last two picks have been locked in by Nongxin Red Force here, Umbrosa and the Ying. And we've seen Haku love this hero Ying. It's definitely done quite a bit, but the Reptel Umbrosa has actually added a nice wrinkle into this lineup as well.
True, and also a lot of players thought Umbrosa can be such a great counter pick towards this Guan Yu because you can do good at the laning phase, and also because of the poking damage coming from this Umbrosa, and also you can easily get attached to this early during the team fight. So I do think Umbrosa might be the hero for Nongxin this time.
All right, and now it looks like OG are going to finalize their draft, picking up the Kaiser here. They're going to go as tanky as possible to kind of deal with this, to be that frontliner. But in terms of draft, though, who are you giving the edge to?
Well, Well, it's very hard to say actually, because for this Kaiser pick, if he really do this Kaiser well, you know, when the Kaiser is using his ulti, then he can actually block a great amount of damage dealt by this Umbrosa and also by this Irene.
Okay.
So if he play it in a wise way, I would say I would put my money on OG this time.
Okay, you're gonna put money down. All right, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not here to gamble, but I think that I do like the idea of the draft. I think it's very smart. The Lorian and the Arlie will definitely be doing a lot of the damage. You have so many guys to like CC. You've got crowd control in terms of like moving people around as well. So it adds a lot of ticks on the boxes, if you will. But if we're looking at the other side, the Nongshim one, for me, it's about this Umbrosa and the Ying.
Yes.
Are they able to find some of the squishier, like the Lorian and the Arlie here?
Well, I think like the Impeg, the main point about this Impeg is trying to get her eyes on this Guan Yu and try to block Guan Yu away during the team fight.
Okay, all right, we're gonna find out. This is the third series of the day, game number 1. OG, Nongshim Red Force, who will be moving on to the upper brackets in these play-ins. Incredibly scary, and already we're going to start with a little bit of action in this mid lane here.
A lot of skirmishes can already be seen in the mid lane. And actually, I'm really curious about how strong that Group B can be. Because we've seen all the matches performed by Group A, and it all end up with a 2-0.
Yeah. So, I mean, Group A has been nothing but 2 zeros. I will find out in the next, the upper bracket in terms of just who's going to just kind of move on with that. But I think for me, Group B is the group of death, I would say, in the play-ins. I think the teams are a little bit more on a different level. Not to say that Group A are bad or anything. It's just that the competitive level is much higher, I would say, in Group B.
Yeah, I feel like players are more experienced.
Yes. Yeah, and as we go in, it looks like to this bottom lane, for me, obviously Dao Dao is that guy, right? The Kaiser, though, but it's not a really, like an assassin style. So he's going to be looking to keep him alive, and I think that it's more of like a protect composition, if you will.
And the shortage about this Kaiser pick is that it's not that efficient about his farming in the jungle. So that might cause a little bit of problem in the early game of OG.
Okay, all right. But now, if we're talking about the Nongshim side, who is the one guy you're like, okay, he has to have a good game?
Well, Umbrosa definitely Ritel, and also he's the new one to Nongshim, right? Compared their roster to last year. So I'm looking forward to the synergy between Ritel and also Hakun.
Yeah. I actually like that, right? Because Ritel, again, he was kind of coming in for Kyung-9. You were like, where's he going to be able to fit in? If we're talking about S4, didn't have the greatest start because, again, he was trying to, you have to play on the international level, like right away. It was a lot of pressure for him, but it looks like Ritel and Namu right now are really gelled with this team.
Yes, and you can see like how aggressively that Ritel is playing right now. Because as I said, a lot of players thought like Umbrosa can be a great counter-attack towards this Guan Yu pick.
Oh, Siri gets knocked up. He gets control, but the shields are on point. Namu with the pushback onto 663, who takes some tower shots, but he too will survive. But OG, I like this aggressive play.
Yes, and because of the Lorian, he can actually win the lane of the mid, so he rotate down fastly and make it to a 3-1 skirmishes happening at the farm lane.
Okay, let's talk a little bit. You already pointed out Ritel, right, on this Umbrosa. But in terms of lane matchup, how does it do against the Guan Yu overall?
Well, I think Umbrosa can do great against this Guan Yu pick. So, and also Umbrosa can actually support to his team members faster than this Guan Yu around 4 minutes mark.
Okay. And I think in terms of these team fights, with like Illusion and Ritel jumping in, will really kind of create a little bit of chaos, especially on this back line. And so Ihans and Dao Dao, they need to be on point. They need to ensure that they're like the perfect security guards for like a Hem and Neil at the end.
Yes, and also they need to guarantee the vision is pretty clean for this Arlie around this 4 minute.
Yes. By the way, what role do you play?
Wow, mid.
Okay, you're mid. Okay. Are you a Mai?
Well,
player?
Could, maybe.
Okay, all right.
Or I can be the Xiao Chao.
Okay.
Like simple,
yes,
but...
yes. Excellent. Okay. But now in terms of this like mid-game matchup, right? I mean, the Mai on the one side, the Lorian, like how does Neil deal with Illusion as a Mai here?
Well, I think Mai can be the first hand to, just open the skirmishes. But for Lorian, you need to make sure that you poke enough and then use your skill 3 to dash in.
Got it. Okay, so it looks like the setup has been there. I mean, this 4-minute Tyrant is about to be started. Namu with the vision, but it looks like both sides right now really not looking to fully contest here. As OG, again, they're just like tethering it, but Daodao's not even close to this Tyrant.
And because it's too early for both teams to, just rush the dragon, because the damage out is definitely not enough. They need to scale up a little bit more.
Okay.
So they are a little bit hesitant about whether they're gonna go for this dragon or not.
Got it.
They're kind of afraid of, if they just wait all their skills onto this dragon, how they're gonna handle the team fight come afterward.
Okay. But it looks like they're going to start the Tyrant here, and they want to put the pressure onto Nongshim to have to sort of react. The Tyrant getting very low. The Umbrella Outburst is not enough. They've already taken the Tyrant. Ahem will take that one out, and now Dao is going to be backing off. OG get that right pick off, and Nongshim left wanting.
Well, you feel like OG, they have their own pace, even though we haven't seen any kills happen right now yet. But you can see like they're waiting for Dao coming into this camp and try to guarantee the dragon for them in the early game.
Yeah, the spacing was actually on point, right? The way that they were able to take it, because Nongshim, it seemed like, oh crap, they're starting it. We need to get there. And then we're too late. OG with a perfect fortified area, ensuring that they secured it. There was no 50-50 smite battle.
True. So it's pretty much like OG, they are presetting for this dragon.
True. And now Nongshim on this other side. Like, we knew it was going to be close, but the net worth is still in favor of Nongshim of all things. But now here comes the Razor Cavalry. They actually find him, and Haku trying to get onto the tower. He will be fine, but first blood is going to happen elsewhere as Namu does fall. But Dao fighting 1 versus 2. They're going to continue with that, but OG taking the bottom T1.
And you can see like the same trick that OG did against 3 versus 2 with this Nil coming up down and help to get that winning lane at the bottom.
Yeah, actually huge, right? Taking down Namu and then taking the tower. OG right now, that is a huge win. That's going to open things up in terms of spacing. Nongshim right now they have to respond in some fashion.
Yes.
All right, but now back into this mid lane they go. I think Illusion, one thing I haven't seen too much is that he's not really rotating too much. He's kind of just sticking with it. It seems like OG are kind of spotting out where Illusion is at all times.
And the detail about that is because you can see every time when the minions coming into the mid lane, Dao is always being there. So it's always going to be a 2 versus 1. So Mai and Illusion can't really get control of the mid lane.
Bitter farewell. Oh, the nice pushback. The ult was unreal by Namu, but he's going to be whittled. He's going to be focused down. Ihan's not able to find the right target. OG, again, they're trying to fight, but they can't find the right target.
Like a nice outie down by Namu, but the problem is that not sufficient for the burst out damage coming out from Nongshim, because we mentioned about how important Ambrosia should be there.
True.
But you can see after the skirmishes happened, actually the positioning is not that well for Nongshim.
Yeah, they weren't able to. I mean, the positioning, yeah, they had to run. They couldn't really take that team fight, but that created space for Siri to take the bottom T1. So overall a win, I think that they're going to be happy with that at least.
Yes.
All right, now into the top lane they go. OG, they will continue with this push. Nongshim have responded in kind, but the biggest factor for me is that how the game is going to go is based on these mid T1s. Both of them are still standing. Net worth is literally neck and neck.
Yes, and also the split push might be very important in the middle game.
Yes. And now it looks like they're going to be aggressive here. 663 with that bitter farewell. He heartlinks on back to safety. He will be fine, but Nongshim again, you got to protect your jungle as much as possible here.
You can actually feel like Nongshim is trying to make something happen, but the problem is that you can't find your target appropriately.
Yes, you can't find it at all. I mean, Dao right there, he was not able to take the Azor, couldn't even attempt to go for the smite because it was hidden away in that brush. Too dangerous for him. Dao is just looking to stay alive.
That's true. And also like OG, they are separated and they are making things happen simultaneously.
Yes.
At the top, at the bottom. So that kind of just makes some trouble for Nongshim.
Yeah, and that's the spacing, right? That's how good teams are going to play, because they're going to put pressure from all different angles, and like what side is going to actually crumble. And I think that OG have responded correctly, I would say.
Yes.
All right, now it looks like the Azure Golem is going to be taken away. Dao looking to go in. He's a little angry. He's going to be pushing on back, and it looks like Neil gets a little bit low. He's trying to stay alive on that side, but they find Haku. The pickoff has been real. Ihans is looking to run away. Ahem is going to sacrifice his own life, fighting 1 versus 3, but double kill on his way out. It looks like it's a 2-for-1 thus far, but 663 so low. He too will fall. Siri gets that pickoff, and he's going to get under the tower. They turned it around. It was just bait, and they find Dao as well.
We thought like Nongshim might fall apart after the attack happened, but the thing is that Siri survived throughout the team fight and dealt like sufficient burst out damage to this team. And this might be the turning point of the game, I mean.
That was definitely, it's looking to be like the tipping point, right? I think that if you're not able to kill Siri, why are we fighting, right?
Yes.
I mean, Haku, it's going to attract a lot, but again, Nora, please break this down.
Well, I mean, like, nice controllability coming from In this time. He actually guaranteed that Irene could be in a very safe place at the first beginning. So you can see, like, no damage actually is dealt to this Siri. So he can play in such a comfortable way. And everyone just played around with Siri and just pushing forward.
And it also didn't seem like Ahem was finding Siri, right?
Yes.
Like, he needs to just focus on him. Illusion and Haku are a bit of a problem, but you gotta leave Rattel and Namu alone. Those are the last guys you need to take on down.
Sure.
All right, now it looks like we've kind of entered about the 10-minute mark. The Shadow Tyrants, the Shadow Variants are going to be spawning now. But with this slight lead, is this going to be enough for them to take over this game?
Well, I feel like 10 minutes mark is definitely going to be their pivot because enough equipment that we can see made for Siri. So they're like playing as a bodyguard around Siri right now. You can see that the position is quite decent and they try to guarantee that Siri will be put into a really comfortable setting.
Yeah, that's not easy to do when you're able to kind of, again, just create that spacing. You said it was like the bouncer, the security guard, and it did a really good job of, because OG could never find an angle to even contest. Very smartly played by Nongshim there.
And if you are looking for a door opened by OG, I would say put Ehans under the spotlight because Guan Yu might be the only person can make that happen.
Yeah. But if he's able to find that perfect Razor Cavalry, they could completely shift this game into their favor, right?
Yes,
they have that chance. So it's a never say die attitude, assuming you're able to find that right angle. And now it looks like the Umbrella Outburst just on the side, completely whiffing, but they find Illusion. That's going to be picked up. 663, he's going to fall as well. And now Dao trying to focus it down. They find Rattel, who's got a secondary life, but he's been pushed onto the tower. He will survive as he flashes away, and here comes Haku. Off to the side they go. Ihans trying to go in, but he's going to sacrifice his own life. Dao not able to find it, and again, Siri survives.
Siri survived again, and he's definitely going to be the hero of Nongshim this time. I mean, like, everything just kind of seemed optimistic to OG because Illusion is a little bit harsh in that play. But the thing is that once OG came in, they feel like they got numbers in advantage, and then the target was Umbrosa. They didn't really pay attention to Siri. That's a problem for OG.
Definitely. And rightly pointed out because, again, he's got that secondary life. So Rattel's like, actually, I'm doing my job. I'm taking this. I have that secondary life. And it just played that one perfectly in the sense of just like absorbing all of that so that the rest of them can do that damage. Siri, again, staying alive with this.
True.
All right, now it looks like OG have to find a way to, again, find like an avenue back into this game. It seems like OG right now have their number.
And I feel like OG really need to, be more careful to Siri, and also Ehans need to be at the back.
Yes. Yeah, Ehans, it seemed like he was going in, but the fight had already happened. It's better when he's kind of coming in, sweeping them into your side, so you have a much easier chance of just like taking them all down.
True.
All right, now OG on this side. It looks like, again, they're still grouping up, looking for that angle. Nongshim not giving anything. Even Siri playing very aggressively up front.
And do you see the positioning of Rattel and Haku? They are trying to guarantee that each bush, there's no one ambushing in that place.
Smart. That's what you need to do. Because the only way you lose this game is if Ehans finds that angle. If he's able to flank you and push, again, everybody into your team, you got a chance.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, now this bottom T3, it looks like Siri, off to the side they go. Ahem is trying to deal with a wave, but Dao, I mean, he's tanky, but at what cost? The Invincible Warrior is going to be committed, but now he's going to look to just run off, but they find Illusion, who dove a little bit too deep. The bottom T3 gets taken down. Nongshim, I think, are going to be happy with that trade.
I feel like the way that how Nongshim is operating this game is that Illusion is kind of baiting OG. Like, he's sacrificing himself and trying to make sure that everyone just put all of their efforts onto Illusion and just waste all their skills onto Illusions. And, it kind of just makes Siri to be very comfortable.
I mean, you see Illusion jumping in, getting onto that side. She is very squishy, so it's a very juicy target, if you will. So I understand OG's lineup, but I think right now you got to be like, okay, it doesn't matter about anyone else. The only thing that we need to do is find Siri in these team fights.
Exactly.
All right, and now it looks like if we're talking about damage, Neil on this Lorien, this is why we were talking about it in the pregame, in the draft. this Lorien is gonna be a problem when you're able to do this much damage here. Tyrant getting takedown. He's a little bit low, but Haku gets the smite. It looks like he steals it away. And with that Umbrella Outburst, they've got a little bit of control. Dao is on the run as well as the rest of them, and they find 663. Rattel has been doing some serious work as they get the knock up on the Dao. Are they able to take down the Invincible Warrior? Yes, they are, as Rattel slices him down.
It's gonna be a killing spree, and Weekend's minions are actually on the way at the bottom, so I feel like Notion is ready to close out the game.
Yeah, they're looking to go, but they want to pad the stats. Ahem is just going to stay alive, but they're going to take the crystal, and Nongshim are going to strike first. They're going to take game number 1.
Such a great game played by Nongshim. You can see like they are very patient, even they fell behind in the early game, but they're just wait for Siri to scale up and just play around Siri and just pushing the game into the end.
Yeah, it looked like a very favorable game for Nongshim, but in the end, it was like, find Siri. That's the only thing we need to do. It's like, where's Waldo? Where's Siri in this case? We take him down. We got ourselves a chance. Unfortunately, OG, we're not on the same page with that. And now it looks like that's going to be it for game number 1, but let's send it right back to Isaac here.
Nongshim Red Force, it is actually done in here. Taking that victory, it is going to be an amazing performance for them. OG Esports, on the other hand, they had the advantage at the beginning. They had a couple opportunities to turn the game in their way, but they were unable to actually take them right now.
Yeah, it was much of a stalemate in towards the early game where we see, like, I think at the 8-minute mark, there was like barely any kills and only one. And when it mattered the most, we see, yes, OG finding a good team fight. At the start of the team fight near the 8-minute mark, they got like 2. But then they overcommitted, and then they made a good trade into an unfavorable one, pushing it back to Nongshim Red Force favor here. And then, I like how both our casters mentioned here, if you don't get Siri, you don't get the game. Where Siri and Rattel, they were farming so well and being the main damage dealer of the team. Well, Illusion, he can just set up, make the play happen, set the crowd control down, and he can rest in peace. And other than that, Siri, Rattel, they did a fantastic job in this game number 1.
Yeah, he used his life to trade for the benefits of the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Yes.
And this is where, look, that rise in gold right from the 9-minute mark, this was a huge moment because Nongshim, I mean, like I said before at the start of the day, I feel like these two teams, regardless who wins, they're going to break my heart because I love both of these teams. The growth has been superb. But the way that Rattel played in this game is Ambrosa is a pain in their neck. He's so hard to kill already. He's overfarmed. He's pushing OG into the corner. And yes, Ahem comes out, gets a couple of surprise kills. But what good does that do when your main damage dealers cannot finish the job?
Nongshim Red Force came here. They took the lead at the 8-minute mark, and then all the way until 14. They pushed and pushed until they took the crystal. Right now, we're going to go to a little break, and then as we come back, it's going to be game 2 of this match between Nongshim Red Force and OG Esports.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026. We're gonna move into game 2 of the game between the match between Nongshim Red Force and the OG Esports. Well, I am really excited about this KWC 2026, not only because of the games, but because of everything else that just comes into this competition.
Yes, and this is the one that has newly dropped the Heaven Beacon Princess Frost skin. I am a Princess Frost user. Okay, I'm gonna brag a little bit.
Oh,
46 in Asia.
46 is just pretty good.
That was the highest I could achieve.
That's so pretty
Once
good.
upon a time.
You leave that into old news. Okay, talking about this upcoming new news though, you can get it from July 30 to August 8, where you can bargain for a lowest price and then get it later on with tokens there. So remember to get it, check it into in-game client here. But we are here again today for the second game coming in from OG Esports and Nongshim Red Force. And judging from game 1, they're pretty neck and neck, but it comes down to the key moments where so far Nongshim Red Force has the clutch factor over OG.
I want to really highlight the fact that everything in here is high stakes, because whoever that loses here is gonna have to play tomorrow against the loser between Deep Cross Gaming and Blacklist International. You don't want to be on that match with no lives left.
Exactly. There is no more extra token down here. You don't get one more slot.
Yep.
You have to do it here. You have to do it now, and you have 2 chances to do it. Right. This first chance is the one that not only gives you the first benefit of winning, it also gives you a second life in the second part of the play-ins. You want to secure that chance. And look, the synergy between Nongshim Red Force players has been, this is a fact, better than the OG synergy.
And we were talking about it last time, right? Where OG Esports, yes, a very prestige roster coming in together here, but comparing experience to the side of our Nongshim Red Force side, this is the thing. Nongshim, they've proven to us like, okay, sometimes it's okay to start slow. And when they start slow, they are so good at actually packing that punch in going for those important games. Have we seen it back in KIS4, and are we going to see it today against OG?
I am ready to see more, because they definitely need to bring, with the guns blazing at this point. They need to step up. OG needs to be here.
Nongshim Red Force has been on the grind non-stop in different tournaments this whole year, and it's really showing right now. Like the way that they have been playing, it is up until right now one of the better teams of today. What do you think, Nora?
I think definitely, yeah, they are playing very good, and also, as we said, they are playing in such a patient way. They're not in rush.
Very solid, and I think that they've grown up quite a bit. I think that we're seeing the next level of Nongshim. I mean, yes, they've done very well in terms of these internationals, but seeing them now, especially from the Asia Games qualifier to now, I think we're seeing them even rise even much higher.
Exactly, and also we mentioned about the differences between the roast. About their lineup compared to last year when they competed in this EWC. And to Nongshim, actually they keep the same jungler, mid laner, and also the marksman. And you can see like they are doing very well in the first game. But as for OG, there's only Dao that hasn't changed, so it might cause a little bit problem onto that.
So that was why there was a little bit of a surprise, if you will, because Dao was that guy, and then the rest of them just found that groove, and then that's what they beat. They overcome Visaka, Kagendra, all of these different teams that you were kind of thinking they had the edge over OG.
True.
And so OG was surprised, and the fact that they snuck in as that third and final slot, that was a huge surprise there.
And also because of they came from actually different teams, so they brought different understanding towards the patch, even though they're playing the same game. And that's the reason why maybe they should, just came up with a more easier composition to execute. For example, just build up a composition around their marksman Aham, or pick some assassins.
Okay, well, it looks like they're going to go with the Florentino. This is going to make things incredibly interesting to go into this one. It looks like the AOV heroes have kind of shined thus far in the entire day today. And picking that one first, I think it's like OG or like, hey, backs on the wall, we're down 0-1. Let's pick this one out and really take it to them.
And I always like to see Florentino be played by those players, because Florentino can be so good in game if you can do it well.
Yeah, and it looks like the other side, the answer to this one is they're going to go with the Devara, also a new hero, and as well as the Haya. So this is going to be very interesting. Let's put it into the Mirage. Let's isolate and kind of divide and conquer, if you will.
Yes, and just cut Florentino off of this team fight. And that's the reason why actually OG is respond this Haya with this Agudo pick, because Agudo's ulti can actually just trigger it out of Haya's ulti. It can just drag out of the distance down by Haya. So it's kind of, it can be a very decent counter pick towards this Haya.
Yep. Okay. And yeah, just setting it up, right? You know that he's tanky enough to survive. He can also, like anything that, like when they come out of the Moonscape Mirage, then you have that wild growth. And of course the Lapu Lapu with that Raging Sea. They're going to like look to line that one up. So again, if anything, you know, Illusion has to burst that hero down potentially.
Yes, and the point is how you're going to play against a Haya pick is that you need to make sure that you can guarantee the space out of Haya's ulti, because there's only 8 seconds for Haya to use his ulti to block Florentino away. So this Lapu Lapu is kind of saying that OG is trying to initiate the team fight after Haya used up her ulti.
Yeah, and I mean, this draft thus far from OG, the Florentino, the Agudo, and the Lapu Lapu, really, I mean, it's very well-rounded. It has a lot of answers for the first 2 picks. If you're looking at the Nongshim side, Coach YK is just like, okay, this is a pickle, right? They have a lot of answers, but like, what is that final pick in that first phase that you would feel comfortable with here for Nongshim?
I would definitely go for Zhangfei pick, but since this is a global pen pick, so they already used that up, so it's gonna be a little bit difficult for a Nongshim. What is going to be their support? It's going to be such a great question, because they need to make sure that they can contest Lapu Lapu outside of this highest ulti.
Yeah, so for me, I always look at the triumvirate of the Zhangfei, Lapu Lapu, and the Lian Po, because they're generally the same or similar in terms of playstyle of like that big team fight,
True.
right, when the things are happening. So I always looked at, okay, the Lian Po, definitely a potential, but they could go, it looks like they're going to go with the Didea. So we'll continue, we'll finish on that discussion.
I feel like Didea maybe will be a Kaiser paired up as a jungler on the side of Anas, Nongshim, because they need kind of like a front laner of this composition, because it's a little bit squishy to me right now so far.
Yeah, that is definitely a problem here. I mean, if you're looking at the other end, this OG lineup, they're going to shore it up. They're going to go the Floorborn Marksman, La Chao. You have a lot more control, but are there too many eggs in one basket, or is the Florentino and the the Floorborn Marksman enough damage here?
Well, I think like the damage is definitely enough, but will the gold be enough? Because like there's too many cores in this composition. Like Agudo need time to scale up Florentino, and so does Floorborn Marksman and also Xiao Chao. So how you're gonna allocate your gold is gonna be the biggest question to OG this time.
100%. Too many mouths to feed, right? That's definitely a problem here. But it's like somebody has to sacrifice, right? So I think that going into this one, when you have heroes that are very greedy and hungry and all of that, you have to make sacrifices. So how would you prioritize? Like, who is that one guy that you're like, okay, he needs to get farm, everyone else less so?
Well, I mean, like to this patch, mid lane is always gonna be the one who's gonna sacrifice. And Xiao Chao, I guess they are trying to use the skill 2 of Nil and trying to, get some control of Nongshim. And she may just give a lot of money to Florentino and Floorborn Marksman.
Yeah, I to be honest, I agree with you 100%. I do think that those are the 2 main heroes that we're looking at. But if we're looking at the Nongshim side, who can be greedy? Who's going to be prioritized then?
Well, Haya is definitely going to be the shot caller of this game. So Nongshim, they need to make sure that Illusion this time won't lose the efficiency of the mid lane. I mean, like Haku need to go to the mid lane faster than Dao this time.
Okay.
To prioritize Illusion's rotation.
Got it. So it looks like, I mean, Nongshim have the advantage thus far, going in 1-0 in terms of the series. But in terms of draft, is this enough, or is OG, like, are you giving them the edge? Like, who do you like here?
Well, I feel like this time it might be 50-50, but this time it's going to be a very slow game, because both teams need to scale up, and they won't fight till at least Haya upgrade to level 4.
Okay. Yeah, definitely that 4-minute mark, right? That Moonscape
Yes.
Mirage, it will change pretty much everything in terms of how this game will play out. But yeah, I do agree 100% on this one because they like that illusion. They want to set up their entire team fight. Their entire game revolves around illusion's play.
Exactly, and I feel like that's kind of a little bit change to Nongshin's playstyle because last game in game 1 we see like how they're operating the game, right? They're playing around series to pushing forward, like pretty like a marksman core playstyle. But this time they're picking like 2 warriors, so a lot of melee fight can be seen on the side of Nongshin. So I feel like this time they are trying to play the game in a more aggressive way.
Okay, yeah, and I think that the Nongshin style, when they're aggressive, that is the way they should be playing, right? Because they are better when they're able to do that. But OG on the other side, if we're looking at kind of, Dao Dao, we expect him to kind of play the assassin style. It seems like they've kind of changed things up. I don't know if this is the best hero for Dao Dao, though, the Agudo.
Well, Agudo can be very flexible or versatile in this patch, and actually you can treat this Agudo as a marksman if he got enough money.
True.
So this time, actually, OG need to make sure that they can launch enough poking damage upon Nongshin's players because we said like a lot of melee fight can be seen on the side of Nongshin. So I think like OG this time, they need to play in a more safe style.
Okay. And for me, I mean, to kind of carry on with that, I think that the Dao Dao it's enough, right? And I think that also when you have Ehans potentially on this Florentino really kind of setting things up, I think that would, really just kind of change this game because, the Florentino, everybody's kind of like, oh, how is this hero going to do, especially in this game?
Especially like Florentino can always showcase if you can pilot it well.
Yeah. All right, but here, of course, Crown the Pit, like going into this one, OG and Nongshin to see exactly which of those gods is going to take the Overlord. I like it how they've kind of added some in-game, interfaces to kind of, accentuate some of these games because, again, both of these squads, we knew that this is probably one of the more competitive series going into today.
Exactly, and they already got several titles in their own region. So Nongshin is actually the runner-up from KML, and OG is the 3rd place of IKL Spring 2026.
Yeah, so, I mean, they're not the top dog in their region, but that's why they're in the play-ins. But I do think that when we're talking about the international, like Dao Dao is always a staple. The Nongshin side, generally speaking, you'll always see them as well. So both of these squads understanding what is at stake, continuing on in the play-ins, never easy. As again, you lose twice, you're out, man.
And also speak to the players. Actually, Haku and Dao Dao, they can be like rivals for such a long time because last time they played against each other in EWC.
Yeah. I think that there's a lot of history. There's going to be familiarity, but I think that, going in, especially with the OG lineup, are kind of from all over. The Avengers, if you will, in terms of how they kind of formulated this team. Very different story, but they have a little bit of the stun. Dao Dao gets that smite onto the Tyrants, and now with the Raging Sea, they have a little bit of control onto Haku, who's trying to bounce it in. He's going to give up First Blood. Dao Dao finding him out.
I do like the way how OG is designing this team fight because we can see Florentino is under such a great pressure because he was like a 1-2. So OG, instead of trying to rescue Ehas, they just make some trade happen.
Oh, but Siri going all in, goes all in for Neil. He sacrifices his life. I don't know if that was the greatest trade, but at least he got something on the way out.
I feel like he's saying like, you are looking for a trade, I'm gonna go for the trade.
Yeah, but I mean, diving into 4, probably not the smartest thing. For me, I'm looking to survive though.
Yeah, true. But like, because of the sacrifice that Siri made, it's kind of like even up the pace of the game right now. But OG, because of the tier 1 tower that they already got, so I think like the pushing space, the pushing pace might be a little bit accelerated from now on.
And this is actually what happened in the top lane. The Moonscape Mirage, that's the biggest problem, right? And then the fact that like there was a whole other fight elsewhere, but then like Ehans, he's like, I'm stuck in with you, can't go in, and then you come on out of this one and you have reinforcements there from the Nongshin side, and it's like, it's not even fair.
Yes, and before that skirmishes happened on the top, actually the detail from the minimap is that Florentino, I mean like Ehans already seen that illusion was there for him, so actually he took one step back and telling his team member that you can do the dragon trade. And that's a communication behind the movement that they did.
Yes, and now Nongshin capitalizing on that extra space. They have even more members, taking over the enemy jungle, zoned away, taking the top T2. Nongshim right now, this is the way you want to play, especially when you have a little bit of a lead.
Especially when you got higher in your composition. You can always initiate as you wish.
Of course, as well. And now Haku, onto the side they go, and here he finds it. But it looks like Haku, again, not fully committing, which is probably the smarter play in the end.
Exactly. He's trying to poke in a lot of damage towards Nongshim's.
Yeah,
and also, like, you can see the positioning of Dao. They are trying to guarantee the priority of the mid lane because they are kind of afraid of Illusion's Haya right now because you can see, like, Haya is hiding his vision.
Yeah.
Like, on the side of OG, they don't know where Illusion is.
Yeah, they don't know. And that's a problem, right? He's like the boogeyman, right? He comes out of the corner, you don't know where he is, and all of a sudden you're in like purgatory into his mirage, if you will. So, again, OG understanding that, hey, they need 663. He needs to be that forward scout so nobody gets jumped.
Exactly.
And now it looks like Nongshim. Back to the jungle they go. They still have the top T1. So in terms of like spacing, they're still fine. But OG, I like the way that they're responding. Understanding that they have Agudo on this Dao. This is added further pressure. But they actually find Namu, who's playing with fire. He gets caught out. He gets burnt, if you will. The ghost ship is not enough to keep Illusion alive as well. OG finding some pickoffs.
OG is kind of trying to accelerate the game pace because they know that Dao is farmed up so well. So everyone is just pushing forward around this Dao.
Yeah, and no chance. I mean, I think it started with Namu getting a little bit out of position, thinking that he was safe with that heart link. But when you're bursted, you're a very squishy roamer, right?
Exactly. And you mentioned about the shortage of Nongshim because of the idea need someone to pick her up, right? And what the position that Namu was is that he's so far away from neither Arta or Haya.
Yeah. And I mean, that's why the idea is such a great hero, right? It adds all that mobility, plus you can kind of backpack on a teammate like you were talking about. So you have a lot in terms of what she can potentially bring. But now with this 4-2 kill score, it looks like OG have gotten a slight edge. I mean, in terms at least of momentum in this game.
Yes, but actually, if we scrutinize the goal difference, you can see like Retail is weighing the upper hand towards Ehans. So, well, Retail used this goal lead to save his team in this mid-game.
Yeah, and it looks like the team fight. We'll find out shortly. The Aerostorm is not really able to connect onto any members of Nongshim here, but they're spacing it out because they know that the Tyrant is going to be started. It looks like Illusion has that Moonscape Mirage, at least for now, locking in. It looks like it's Ihounds here. They come out right back onto this one, and it looks like Siri getting a little bit low, needs to be careful, but Namu's off to the side. The Tyrant is going to be started. Siri, though, I think with this HP bar, I don't think he can contest.
And also, that's the reason why we mentioned about the level up who will be the pick for OG, because they are waiting for the team fight after Illusion break out his ulti. They're not looking for skirmishes beforehand, but afterhand.
Yeah, that counter pick has been incredible for them, right? Being able to kind of mitigate, understanding that they're going to be right outside of this one, and even being contested here, Dao with that smite steal.
Exactly. They're trying to put their battlefield outside of Haya's ulti.
Yes. That would be very helpful for them, right? And I think Nongshim, like, you have a huge power pick. The Haya, I mean, at the end of the day, I think even in an ultimate battle, if we ever get there, Illusion will probably be looking for that Haya or the Mai. I think that he's kind of leaned more towards the Haya as of late.
Sure.
All right, and now OG here on this one. It looks like net worth, we're in a 50-50 game. This is the most competitive game we've seen thus far. Can OG find a way to, again, get on top of Illusion, take down Siri in some fashion?
Well, I feel like they can do the spot push first, but they need to make sure that the team fight won't initiate by Haya without this Agudo.
Okay, and now using that Agudo, as you're talking about, with that wild growth, taking the bottom T2, Nongshim have no answers, but they have the Moonscape Mirage. They at least caught a Predator, and if it comes right back out, are they able to blow him up? I don't think he survives. As they do, they're just going to sacrifice him, understanding that, hey, Ihans, sorry, brother, you're done.
Sacrifice it is, but the problem is we are heading to 10 minutes mark, and without Florentino being survived, it's going to be Nongshim's time to turn the table around, maybe.
Yeah, it's a huge power play. This is a golden opportunity, but Dao still has that smite, right? So Nongshim, if they want to fully contest this, they probably need to control Dao before they go in. The Tyrant is going to be leashed back in.
And we are talking about Arta's ulti. Well, he get nice control upon this Agudo will be the thing to do.
Yeah, the spacing has got to be unreal. Furball goes right back in. The Tyrant is in the mix of all of this. They have a little bit of control onto Rattel, but Siri gets the Tyrant. A nice three-man stun with that Raging Sea, and now they're looking to go for the turnaround, and it looks like OG, yeah, they had a nice stun, but they're not able to find a pickoff.
Yeah, I mean, like, nice control on the side of OG, but the problem is that they got numbers in deficit, and that, I would go the credit to Illusion because of his initiation before the team fight happened, make them outnumbered and let this team fight goes favor to themselves.
Yeah, it started with that, right?
Yes.
And I think that was, I mean, it was very bold, I would say, of OG when you were down a member trying to fight 4 versus 5 into the Tyrant Pit. But they thought that, hey, we could just smite it out. But the way that they were able to navigate that, very smartly played by Nongshim as they looked to go for the initiation. The Ghost Ship locking in, just barely 663, squeezes out of that hole. And now it looks like Nongshim back to the Overlord. This is probably the next big thing. They have Primal Bond. They're not going to fully commit here.
And also the top side of the map, we mentioned about a goal difference between the top laners. So actually they... Oh!
Illusion, they actually made him pay. And now he actually expended his flash as well. He's not able to survive, but they want to continue this fight. Neil with that golem tries to stay alive, but a Ham gets picked off. Neil will as well. And Nongshim off the backside, taking them all down. Dao is like, Autobots, roll out. Let's look for survival as he drops the Wild Grove. But Haku, it's like a personal vendetta, if you will. He will chase down Dao to the end. That's a team ace.
And I mean, the top lane, I feel like they're trying to close out the game, but the mean is not there for them.
All right, MVP tower. Okay, Rattel, a little bit of a miscalculation there, but I think in the end, Nongshim will still finish this game out as they do have the minion wave off of that ace, and they will take the game number 2 and the series here. Really well played by Nongshim.
And I feel like it's kind of like an ace-star game after that team fight happened. You can see like the resilience from on the side of Nongshim. They are trying to make a lot of things happen, even though they stuck in the mid-game.
Yep.
And because of the Illusion, again, he's going to be the wisest mind of Nongshim, I would say.
That's why it comes back to that drafting. Nongshim will always focus on Illusion because you're able to make plays like that. Incredibly smart by Coach YK, setting themselves up for success. A nice 2-0 there. But let's see what the analysts have to say. Isaac, back to you.
This was the closest match that we have had in the whole day. It was a stalemate all the way until the 12th minute, but then in one fight, one little mistake, Nongshim Red Force comes in, pushes the way through, and they make it all the way to the Crystal. A 2-0 victory for Nongshim Red Force. They're going to be moving into the upper bracket final.
I think if we were to break down that game just now, right?
Yeah.
There's 2 star players coming in from Nongshim Red Force. Yes, they played extremely well as a team, but the clutch factor coming in from Rattel and Siri in back-to-back games was just marvelous.
Super good gameplay. We were talking about this. Rattel, technically a new member into HOK and Nongshim Red Force, but the way he was doing in the laning phase, the growth, the security he provided, because, you know, Florentino players want to be flashy, they want to dive in, they want to get the CC immunity and force you in a bad position or make you late for the rotation. You know what, Rattel ignored all of that. He held full control of the laning phase.
Jumping onto that, right? Like if you understand the BP of what's going on in this in these 2 games, they allowed DeLorean, that had been already a very, very important pick, and they won. They allowed the Florentino, that has already been like the biggest hype in the whole tournament, and they won. Nongshim Red Force did their homework, and they showed us that there are answers to these meta heroes in this game.
Exactly, right? And we were talking about Valor as one of the new heroes joining Honor of Kings, where Rattel played exceptionally well with only 1 death available. And you can see this goal lead, right?
Yeah.
It was always back and forth coming in from both teams, and only towards the end, Nongshim Red Force found a decisive push to secure the deal against OG. Because in this game too, OG has so much control in that early game here. Every single place that you've been seeing here, it's Dao leading 4 other members, pushing down towers with that Gorge mobilization here, making it really difficult for Illusion to actually find those plays to find those 1v1 pickoffs. But in the end, that one fight in that Azure Golem, that was just beautiful coming in from both Siri and also Rattel.
It was a him. They found a him. If a him had survived, that fight would have gone completely different. But they made the conscious movement to have 3 different Nongshim members dive to the backline. Once a him was out of that fight, it was all over. And it's supposed to be an OG game based on that draft.
Correct. Yeah, no, and that's exactly my point, right? Like, everyone thought that in the moment that they just allowed the Florentino, it was going to be like, oh, this is going to be an easy game for OG. But when you look at the highlights, if you pay attention to it, Nongshim Red Force always had the answers in these 2 games.
Like, you can see through this game, right? Every time it's a very 50-50 layup here, and as of this point, OG actually had the lead, but the overchase into the enemy jungle for the side of Nongshim Red Force, and they got punished by Siri here, almost getting taken down, gets popped in by the Redemption here, and then he scales in exceptionally well, and in game 2 as well. Early game was still in OG's favor here, but the late game team fights are what makes it special coming in for the side of Nongshim Red Force.
I feel like there was a lot of pressure onto Ehans on this Florentino pick, right? And I mean, it goes both ways. Number one, Nongshim definitely did their homework. The constant use of the Mirage onto Ehans instead of Dao Dao, you know, to force the objective steals, that was a big change in mindset. And it came successfully for the side of Nongshim Red Force.
And it just stops Ihans in his building, right? Like, because then he cannot keep farming, he cannot keep building, and then he just falls in the game.
And now, we looked at to this specific point, right? Like, you can see every single moment, OG pushing tower, getting objective lead, but Ihans going to the backline here. Yes, you got Illusion. Take a look at Rattel and Siri's positioning here, sandwiching the members, and immediately, Siri popped the spell 1 flash, jumping towards the backline here, isolating Ahem. And as of this point, Rattel, Siri left untouched. It's already a done deal if you lose your Flowball Marksman in that late game team fight.
It's a crazy position because when you're playing in a team fight, right, most of the time, you're kind of looking at the farm lane as, all right, you need to stay safe. So you stick together with the team. But because of the draft that they have, it's not good to stay together. You're playing against a Chucha. And you know, with that snipe, if you stay the team, everyone gets hit. And Ahem wanted to leave safety for his team, so he went out alone towards the back. But that was totally 100% prepared for Nongshim. 3 different angles, 3 different members jumped on Ahem. That was the end of the fight.
Well, Nongshim Red Force right now just showing us exactly how this game is supposed to be played. That was a lovely performance by them. Can we agree that has been like the strongest team in these 3 games? What do you think?
I think so, yes. The way that they structure their team fights, the way that they build the minion wave, the way that they take patient rotations here has been pretty top-notch out of the play-in teams here. But I do think that Buriram has shown signs of success as well. But they won't be meeting each other until the group stage later on if they make it to the playoffs here. So it's hard to say because opponents are also vastly different coming in for both teams.
All right. Kin, what do you think?
I think it's definitely the case for the side of Nongshim Red Force. Definitely one of the better teams. For now, out of the 3 we've seen, best. But the way that this game was won was just pushing to the absolute limit, right? There were fights where nobody took a fall, but they were left with the last possible hit, right? One more stun, you would have been out of the game for at least 30 seconds.
Well, OG Esports is going to be playing tomorrow against the loser of our match number 4, the second match over there in bracket B. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a little break, and then when we come back, we're going to bring you the action of our match number 4 of KWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half a bar, blow the house down.
Welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, the pieces are slowly falling in place. Right now, we already had the first 3 matches with the first 3 winners that they will still have an opportunity today to try to seal that ticket into the group stage. For the losers, they're going to have to wait until tomorrow just to see if they can continue this KWC26 or if they need to pack their bags and head back home. What about if we move into match number 4 of today? Match number 4 is going to bring us Deep Cross Gaming against Blacklist International. Holler, Sagi, what are your thoughts about this game?
I mean, just like you mentioned it in the backstage, right? Our first ever cross-dimensional matchup here. We have Deep Cross Gaming coming in from the GCS, and we have Blacklist International coming in from the PKL third seed here. And you kind of have to wonder here, what sort of chemical reaction will we be seeing in this upcoming showdown here? Because yes, Blacklist has had it all in 2025, but when it comes down to 2026, their first ever event in PKL that they ranked 3rd instead of top 2.
A bit of a struggle, if you will. And I think that Blacklist haven't really found their groove, at least this year. But for me, I think it's Deep Cross Gaming, right? There's a lot of questions. I mean, you're talking about some old school people that we know from time and time again.
Yes, exactly.
They have a lot of history. They're very good, but are they the true Titans here? Are they able to overcome?
It's going to be our first AOV against HOK, right? Like, it's going to be like 2 teams with different understandings of the game. 2 teams that are going to come in, try to demonstrate what their understanding of the patch, the understanding of the meta. I am actually glad the fact that this is going to be our match number 4, that it was not our match number 1 because they have already had a chance to see the other teams just getting there. So the nerves, the truth, already are a little bit more calm.
Now, question for you, Isaac.
Go ahead.
Would you... Okay, so the last 3 series has been 2-0 all the way.
Yep.
Will this be the same one for this upcoming series between Deep Cross Gaming and also Blacklist International?
Oh, that's gonna be tough, man. That is actually really hard to say because Deep Cross Gaming, as you can see right over there, these people, it's not that they don't understand the game. These are faces that we have been seeing over the years in other games. I do believe that what is going to define if this is going to be a 2-0, if it's going to be an even match, it's going to be if the Deep Cross Gaming players can actually build that chemistry that takes years and years and years of working together for actually be successful. That for me is the key.
And actually, Blacklist International on the other side are hoping that that chemistry isn't on point. Right? Again, you rightly pointed out the fact that there's not a whole lot of time to really synergize and to ensure that they're, able to play to a high level. But all of the players individually, very high level. But again, can you put it together when you need to here on the international stage?
That is hard, man. Like, let's be realistic. If this would be an individual sport, I would actually say Deep Cross Gaming has it in the back. If this would be an individual sport, but it's a team sport, man. Like, it's a 5-man against 5-man right over there. Blacklist International making it into KWC 2026 after 8 months. That for me, they have not shown the real genes, the real face of Blacklist that we saw in 2025.
So I'm looking at this on the other end. If we're talking about Blacklist International, maybe they've been sticking around for too long in this long-term marriage that they've had, because again, you're not able to change as much, especially since you've been there, with each other for so many years.
Yes.
Do they need new time? I'm not to say that they need to break up, but it's one of those things where, again, when you're constantly put in the pressure cooker, something has got to burst at some point.
I mean, if we look to this certain topic that you guys have brought up, right?
Yes.
Long-term marriage versus the new squad, the new blood in town. For me, this is a make or break moment coming in for the side of Blacklist International here, because this team has had it all in 2024, 2025. But when it came down to this upcoming year, we talked about 3rd place, and then last year during EWC wasn't their best performance throughout the year here. So can they break their limits here to actually make it to the group stage and then reclaim their lost glory is what I'm expecting for the South Blacklist International. But for Deep Cross Gaming, you have an interesting roster. You guys brought up veterans in the international scene. You have Queen, but Queen is a jungler currently in the Clash lane is what I'm worried about. We've seen it before back in KMW. Great point for Twisted Minds and was in the Clash lane. That didn't go too well.
Yeah, it didn't go well at all, but I mean, if you're going to get replaced or you're going to just look to do a role swap, you want somebody with the name God inside of it. And you've got God here from KGL. I think he's adding a lot, quite a bit, right? There's a lot of expectations. Is this team going to be enough? Especially now that you've got Sun in the farm lane as well. You've shored up a lot of those team weaknesses.
Got Wu with a lot of godlike performances,
Yes,
man.
sir.
I know that he's got 10 consecutive MVPs in KGL, and that is actually really tough to do.
Insane.
That's a tier 2 league that's below KPL where they source talents and new teams. So that is a big achievement coming in from God Wu here. And then they also have the roamer, which is Sin. He was a XF MVP from the GCS region from the mid lane, now role swap to the roamer role here. So there is always the question here, can AOV teams adapt to the HOK game? So that's the main thing that I want to see here coming in from Deep Cross Game. If they can nail game 1, the series is yours.
Yeah, and coming from a little bit of a background in terms of like football, like this is one where you're kind of looking at things where, again, like are they able to play on the same page at the right time here?
I really hope that the players are going to understand the difficult scenario that they're going to put themselves if they lose this match. Because we just saw how OG Esports played, man. Like, they did not play badly. Nongshim Red Force was actually just superior. Losing in here puts you in a battle for death tomorrow against OG Esports, and nobody wants that. Nora, you just watched the Nongshim Red Force against OG Esports. What are you looking forward in this Blacklist International against Deep Cross Gaming?
I feel like the mindset really does a good job in this tournament because you can see, like as you just said, like OG, they are playing very well, but Red Force, the Nongshim Red Force, they are just playing in a more patient way. So I would say like mindset matters a lot in this tournament.
Definitely. You need to keep calm, you need to keep your composure as well. And for Deep Cross Gaming, I'm going to start off with this. This is a team that is newly put together. Yes, these players are all individually brilliant, but they're going up against a team that has played together since day number 1 when they joined HOK. Now I'm talking about Blacklist International. These 5 members, we have the twins, one in the farm lane, one in the mid lane as well. I mean, they do a lot of work. And we have our star jungler, Joshi. This guy, he needs to be watched out for. So Deep Cross Gaming, I want to see if experience or synergy wins.
And also, like mentioned to experience, actually this is the first time for Deep Cross Gaming to participate in EWC. But as for Blacklist International, actually they did quite well last year in the group stage. They won a 2-0 against Pulse Gaming first round in the group stage. But actually they lost a game 1-2 to Boom Esports. And again, Boom Esports.
Yes, the eternal rivals, not just in the local leagues, but in the international stage as well.
Exactly.
So, you know, historically, they have managed to make their way past into the inner brackets of the tournament for EWC, but they don't really finish well at EWC. Nowhere near the top, so they need to break that pattern this year, and it has to start with this.
And if they're trying to get revenge again on Boom Esports, they need to make sure that they can get it through in the play-in.
Yes, and I feel like they have already studied their opponents. So, TG, the coach for the side of Blacklist International, interesting first bench. Lorian, we understand why. We have seen the performance of Lorian players today. But the Yango band, this one, it feels very specific against the likes of DCG here.
I feel like it might be the mechanics that DCG has because, as you said, it's very rare to take this Younger away from this band pick.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the history of Clean, Clean used to be a jungler when he played for the teams in KML.
True.
But he has also impressed in the Clash lane. So I'm curious to see, does Clean bring a much bigger game? Because you have to bring it. You are playing against one of the top #1 Clash laners. There's a reason why he has 1 in his name. And I'm talking about Chammy 1. Chammy the Jammy, this guy, you need to prepare for his picks.
Exactly, and as Channy was the FMVP back in 2025 in PKL Ultimate. So yeah, it's gonna be a big question for Clean whether he can contest Champion 1 or not. But also, like from another point, I would say I'm looking forward to see God-U play. Because it definitely will be a contest happened between Clean and God-U. Like, he did the best to face against, right? You can't just waste your versatile damage on this Lapu-Lapu. That's gonna be a waste. Versatile damage on this Lapu-Lapu. That's gonna be a waste. You need to make sure that you land this 3-1 skill from Aoying to this Xiao Xiao or to this play.
And it goes either way, right? So either you get the Lung or the Aoying to burst the Xiao Xiao, or if the Xiao Xiao gets a knockup, you are gone as well as an Aoying. But here comes the specialty. Chammy 1, we really like to see him shine because he gives us a lot of highlight clips. But the Chammy 1 special, the Dharma comes into play, and he's going to try and set up a lot of the fights. This is going to be aided by Chaz, who's going to have his hands on the Zhang Fei. Double combination. But if you use it wrongly, you waste a chance, you know for sure DCG is coming back at you.
I feel like you can always trust the Dharma played by Chammy 1. It's kind of like one of his signature heroes so far.
Yes, it is. It definitely is. His growth has been... I mean, I don't even want to say growth. This guy is just putting on a show every game.
At the peak.
Yes,
Dharma.
exactly.
Always.
So now his challenge is, can you find Sun? Sun, the representative coming in for this AOV squad, comes from MKL. Arguably the strongest region in Southeast Asia of HOK.
And also, he did quite good back in MKL Spring. He actually got the 3rd place of the MVP. So definitely, I feel like if they trying to play around with Sun, it's going to be a good technique that they can have.
All right, so this initial start to the game. Game number 1, you only have 2 chances, right? If you lose twice, you are going into the lower brackets. You are meeting OG at that second part of the play-ins. But at this point, Pei versus Ukyung. Who do you like more? It's a 50-50, but who do you prefer?
It's pretty like a 50-50, but I may say Blacklist International because I do like the way how they just prioritize this Dharma with this Zhang Fei. So I can already foresee the team fight, how it's going to happen, right? You can see the Zhang Fei's controllability from the front, and also you can see Dharma seeking the opportunities, trying to get control or to the back laners, especially to Xiao Xiao. It's such a great threat. So they're kind of trying to make a lot of room for this Aoying to find the precise moment to deal his like burst out damage upon this Xiao Xiao.
Yes, he is essentially giving him space to farm, right? The initial level 1 decision from the side of DCG is going to be very important. Do you invade? And if you do invade level 1, are you going to be successful? Because if you don't, then Blacklist, you know for a fact they will come and punish you. They might even come back to invade your jungle.
Exactly, and it's always thrilled to see EQ play against Pei. 2 assassins.
Yes, I love the assassin matchup, right? Because it guarantees, almost guarantees we're going to have a very exciting, fast-paced game.
Exactly.
And right off the bat, Clean against Chammy 1. That's a story we will take a look at the later parts of this tournament. But right now, Dragon, this is not a good start.
And I feel like because we're doing best of 3 in play-in, so definitely if you play in such a fast tempo, it kind of just show your momentum. If you can win game 1, let's just take the previous matches, right? 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. 3 times we've already seen in this so far. So game 1 really matters a lot to both teams.
Yes, definitely. The momentum is going to be huge. Potential first blood for Xing. He is not going to use his flash at this point, but Chammy 1, he needs a little bit of help at this point. Might have to give his life. But hang on, Chaz! He gives the first blood, and of all people, he gives it a Sun. That is not a big one. And there's going to be a trade now. 2-1. God-U gets taken down. Pain on both sides. Who got more hurt? The jungler being taken down or the farm lane being taken down?
The farm lane being taken down, definitely, because Aoying is kind of like the core player from Blacklist. And I would say like Sun, he's doing so good. He's like fight till the end.
Yes.
The last hit that he did upon this golden kite is kind of guarantee the winning lane at the bottom from now on.
Now you take the risk, you get the reward if you're successful. Sun, he took the risk, he's 2-0-0. And Golden Kite, he's going to try and set up again. Sin is not the one that they want. They want Sun. They are trying to commit for him. The flash from Dragon absolutely zero value coming out. They actually don't get any damage on Sun as well.
But I do like the movement that made by Dragon. You can see like how proactive that he is playing right now. You can see like he rotates to the top, he rotates to the bottom. It feels like he's trying to use Angela's burst out damage to make a lot of things happen in the early game. But the thing is, as you said, if you waste the flash and your opponent might just catch the information, so they will just play more aggressively from now on as your flash is not available right now.
It's going to give big plans to the side of DCG, right? Now
True.
that you know that Dragon does not have a flash, if he is out of position, that life is for the taking. And Blacklist International so far, I like the way that they're playing the laning phase, but they haven't, this is not the Blacklist that I know. I know them to be more aggressive. They like to take the big fights. And here we go. Okay, it's a simple setup. Okay, they're gonna use the Blazing Brilliance as a deterrence, but here comes the actual pain. Chaz as well as Joshi. This is a wrestle for the Primal Portal, and it looks like DCG, they don't want to take the risk, they'll give it for free.
Exactly, because I think like they are trying to save it for the 4 minutes mark, because you can see like they're waiting for the Byron to rotate down first against this Dharma. They need to make sure that they can gain that a dragon around the 4 minutes mark.
Yeah, I think the early rotations, especially for the Clash laners, are going to be very important because
exactly.
Either way, if Channy1 or Clean gets like a nice flash ultimate, it's the end of the fight for the opponent team.
And that's the reason why they rotate frequently to the top, because they are trying to guarantee that they got the priority of the teleportation.
Yeah, but it looks like also they're considering that we might not be able to wrestle for this 4-minute Tyrant on the dot. So they're trying to get free damage on the T1s as well.
Exactly. And we mentioned about the winning lane that DCG already has, right? Granted by Sun. So I would say they are trying to contest against Blacklist around this dragon.
It's going to be very important. Both teams actually have a lot of burst damage here. The setup by Sin is going to be very important here. It looks like they will not be able to get a steal. Blacklist International secures the first Tyrant of the game within the first 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Now, gold-wise, this lead is negligible. You don't really see a big goal lead going to the side of Blacklist International.
Yes, but compared to the strength in the mid game from now on, I would say Blacklist will win the upper hand because of the burst damage that you can see coming out from Angela, and also they're trying to accelerate the pace.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this defense might not work out. T1, they're trying to push them away just to make sure to get enough damage, but the backdoor defense is going to be activated, and instead, DCG gets the T1 first.
It's very smart. As we can see, Goat Wu is trying to do the trade because he knows that Byron definitely gonna win the upper hand at the top. So instead of just supporting at the bottom, he's just doing the tower trade.
Yeah, the rotations are clean. I mean, okay, no pun intended for clean, but no, Blacklist International, how do they respond to this? Because this was not supposed to happen. They were supposed to trade the T1s, which means now the rotations are going to be a little bit slower for Blacklist International.
Exactly. I feel like maybe Dharma needs to hide his vision, right? Trying to, like he's doing right now. Like Channy1 is trying to cut off the waves and trying to open the vision for Angela and also this Aoying, because they can be invisible, and invisible is the most threatening things right now to this global marksman and also Xiao Qiao.
Yeah, but different kind of peekaboo, right? It's not just fear, it's pain as well. If you're on the side of DCG or Blacklist International, if you're caught off guard. Now, it's going to be a T1 trade for the bot side and the top side. So the side lanes are going to be a very important flank angle for both teams.
Exactly.
Take a look at what this means for the side of Blacklist, right? They make the trade, they get the Overlord, but this is really more of an EXP trade, more than anything.
To me, it's more like psychological game from now on, because you can see like Blacklist, they are trying to ambush a lot. You can see like Channy1 is always trying to ambush in somewhere and just hiding his own vision has caused that psychological threatening towards DCG.
Yeah, but if you take a look at Ethan, he's doing the same as well, right? He's the one in charge of watching out for Channy1. It's kind of cool because normally it will be clean, but Ethan is doing that job as well.
True.
Chance, he's taking quite a bit of damage here. Not ideal to Zhang Fei. This T1 might not be under a lot of pressure from the side of DCG. For now, I feel like, Dragon, this pick on the Angela is great because the Blazing Brilliance ultimate cooldown, 20 to 30 seconds, you can actually shred through a lot of the defenses on the side of DCG as well.
And I mean, like, the character of Angela, the thing is that do or die, right? If you can do your personal damage well, then your enemy will die, or vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, it's burst for burst. I like this composition from both sides, right? But it also means when the big team fight finally happens, when the opening finally comes, it's going to be massive. Hang on the backline. Sun, he's falling a little bit low. Looking against Joshi, he's not going to be overzealous here. Joshi playing it safe. Here comes the rotations from the rest of DCG. Can they find an opening? I don't think they want to risk it right now.
Well, I mean, like, this is the vision game from now on.
Yeah, they're trying to go for the steal here. Not going to be successful. Where is the setup they needed? Joshi is so low. The stun from Sing as well. Raging Sea, Dragon, he's on the backline. Taken out. Godwoo opens up the killing. And with that, Golden Kite takes a fall as well. The twins are gone. And DCG, they look so powerful at this point.
It's gonna be a 1-2 trade. I mean, nice control by this Xiao and also Lapu Lapu. But the problem is that Godwoo, he felt like everything just went so optimistic for him. So that's the reason why he jumped in. But you can see how Zhang Fei just counter-attacked and just slash back on this pay.
Yeah, and it's so difficult. They have to be happy with the prize. Here comes the stun as well. But DCG, they go deep. They go cross. And this is going to be pain for Blacklist International. The comeback potential comes with Joshi getting a return kill. But the damage has been done. The rotations will be slower from Blacklist International.
I mean, like, such beautiful, beautiful controllability. Such nice combo by Ethan and also Shin. We saw it twice in 1 minute.
Yeah, and look, the biggest reward for the side of DCG, Sun, he still hasn't fallen a single time. He's 4-0-2.
Yeah, this is the first time we see Xiao Chao's skill 2 and also Lapu's ulti, right? And after this, we can see like Blacklist is trying to slash back because they thought like with this Yukio still surviving, the damage down definitely would be enough. But just check out the combo done by Ethan and also this Lapu again.
Yeah, look, I love this play because if you take a look at Chammy 1, he now has the eyes of Clean. He's looking at Xing as well. You don't want to drop your ulti there, right? You're looking for Sun, and Sun is nowhere near the fight. So Chammy is stuck in a hard place. Do I really want to use my flash and ultimate? Well, it looks like this time, Chess might be chased down. It's going to be a 3-man pushback, but it's not going to be of any value. DCG have gotten what they want. They got the kills. They got the T1 in the mid. The flanks will be even more dangerous from Deep Cross Gaming.
And most importantly, they forced out Zhang Fei's ulti before 10 minutes mark. And that's a point why they trying to just group hunt on this chance.
Okay, Chammy 1, he's in a nice position now. Joshi is making the bait, but nobody's falling. DCG knows what's going on. Chammy 1, okay, hang on. They've gotten a little bit deep. Joshi, he finds the opening, but who do they want? They want the farmland. Can they get Shin? Shin is the first one, but he's a tank. Is it really worth it? Golden Kite gets the tank out of the fight. For now, 10 minutes, this is an important timeline. Joshi could not find a finishing blow. Onto the mid lane, Ethan. This means Blacklist, they have to back off. Do they really want to take this risk? Joshi, he is so low though. This might be a mistake if he overcommits, and it feels like, okay, they understand the risk, they will not overstep.
I feel like the hesitation from both teams is because that they can't suffer another loss from the team fight.
Yeah, exactly. One more failure means this game might be going into their opponent's hands.
Exactly.
And it looks a little bit dicey, but Joshi is getting it done. They will not get the reset. Can they get the steal? They will not be able to. In fact, Ethan pays the price for taking a little bit too much curiosity here. It's going to be 6-5, but a Shadow Tyrant this time goes into the hands of Blacklist International.
And it's definitely gonna strengthen up on the side of Blacklist, and you can see like a Golden Kite already fully equipped, I guess. He at least got 3 equipment from now on, so the burst out damage is definitely sufficient coming out of him.
Yes, and right off the bat, just one big play. Look at the map now. T2s have been taken from the Clash lane. Top side is looking a little bit too hard to handle for the side of Deep Cross Gaming. Blacklist International, it might not be the biggest of goal leads, but it's close to 1,000.
Exactly. And from the team fight, you can see like biggest problem on the side of DCG is that yes, the CC is really nice and it's very eye-catching, but who's gonna jump in? Is it going to repay? If he turned into the Tigress, jumping in, and it would put him in such a dangerous position.
Yeah, and they need to be close enough, right? Even if Clean uses a flash as a Byron, gets in, Storm Strike, gets the knockup, you have to be close enough. And that puts Sun in a very risky position because Chammy1 is always on the lookout. Look at Chammy1. He's always in those angles.
Always, like all the time.
Yeah, so, okay, Clean has founded him out. The responsibility falls on Clean now. Ethan no longer wants to be put in that shaky spot. There's a nice stun coming in from the side of Dragon. This might be the fight. Shin drops it down, but support kills. Yes, Godwoo gets that Shadow Overlord, but what cost is it? Because Sun, he has been found, taken out as well. Blacklist International. This is the power of BKL. It's an ace.
It's an ace. It's so overwhelming. They are just backslashing on DCGS. Okay, as you wish, you can go for the dragon, but we are going for the victory.
Yeah, this one is going to hurt them. Blacklist International. What a play. They don't care about the backdoor defense, and they will march on to game number 1 victory. All they need is just the minions coming in for the backdoor defense to be gone, and Blacklist International draws first blood.
I do like the initiation that did by Chammy1, and you can see like he's being so proactive all the games, and he's just trying to make a lot of things happen and trying to hide his vision, make a lot of ambitions happen. And the thing is that I would say Loon did quite good using his burst out damage, and also like the vision game that they played, it might be mattered the most in game 1.
It's so difficult, but we'll take it. Isaac, please help us out here for game number 1.
All right. Ken, Nora, thank you very much for that amazing game. I loved how both teams were fighting it out like Deep Cross Gaming. For me, it had the advantage when it came to the 1v1s. But as we just talked about, Blacklist International, the 5 members, they worked as a fist and not as individual fingers.
Just how a team that's been sticking together are able to use that experience to overcome adversity.
Yes.
Right, Deep Cross Gaming, they got those micro wins. They had a bit of a lead.
Yeah, exactly.
But when at the end, it's about the power of friendship.
I feel like it's a bit of like a repeat coming in from series number 3, where we had OG taking on Nonchalant Red Force, where it was really similar in terms of the storyline, where OG really dominated early game, but then when it comes down to the late game team fights, Blacklist International was really clean. Just take a look at Just G's goal here. 12.5k at a 12.5 minute game against Godwoo's Pay. One of the fastest farmers that we actually have based on the 1,000 gold per minute in this game for Blacklist Jungle.
Not gonna lie, man, like the way that the game started, Sun takes a double kill in the first 4 minutes, then takes a second one. By the 10th minute, had already 4 kills in the bag with a flowborn marksman. That gives you a very big advantage.
Yeah, very big advantage. And Jussie took advantage of that, right? I mean, it was the one where you're kind of like, hey, how would Jussie actually perform in this one? Would he be intimidated by Godwoo? There's a lot of history on him. And Jussie's like, I got this one. Get on my back. I'm going to go 4-0-12 or whatever he was in the end and just completely carry this game here.
And we saw it from the game itself, right? Where the game playstyle coming in from Blacklist International's draft is like, okay, Just G, you go handle the side lane here. We let you deal with Godwoo. And Chammy1 is on the opposite end, where he's going to be free roaming after 4-minute mark because he's no longer going to take farm. He's just going to be like, okay, I have the Truth Mantra, I have the Flash, I will be setting up for some of these big plays for the team.
I'm telling you, if the second game is going to be the same as this game 1 was, I am really looking forward to that. Let's go for a little break, and when we come back, we're going to go straight to that game number 2.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
We book Esports World Cup.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Off and blow the house down.
Forged in Valor, crowned by Honor. This is the KWC 2026. This was our match number 4, game number 1. We saw how Deep Cross Gaming, they had a nice advantage at the beginning, but then Blacklist International turned things around, and then they showed us that teamwork is better than any other individual performance.
Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work, right? I mean, no matter how good you are, at the end of the day, you need to stick as a team, and you're able to make some of those macro plays to really kind of overcome some of those adversity that you have and to really take this game here.
And I think something to really take note about is how Blacklist International, yes, you're losing early skirmishes and fights, but how they built the lead through map plays, through minion wave management and sending some of these minion waves to the side lane and then taking on those fights. Those are what are the key critical factors in differentiating a good team and a great team. And in that game one itself, if they didn't actually do that, they could have ended the game after that Overlord Secure coming in from DCG. So coming into the next game, DCG has the mechanics, but how do they play more as a team and how do they elevate that map play?
Well, I feel like they had a very good strategy right over here, just kind of just playing around what Godwood could actually do, right? Like with that pay pick. Like they did have some momentum in where they really looked a lot more dominant. But maybe if they were to just change to go from an assassin and they were decided to go to something a little bit more tankier and then just allow just the whole team. Sun had a very good performance. Maybe we just need to pass the ball to Sun a little bit more.
I mean, it's one thing for Sun to have a good game and to continue on, but it seems like the team is kind of out of sync, right? And that's a scary moment, right? If you're looking down on this one and you're like, hey, that was a winnable game, how do we get the mental state back into this one where we're able to kind of get back into the series?
I think this should be an okay scenario for them, right? Because they have so much experience as players. So you have Queen, who has played multiple seasons of the KME, KMW. You have also the side of Godwood in KGL, like Isaac mentioned, and then Son, who has so much experience as well in the MKL scene here. So I don't think that's going to be much of an issue here. But Isaac, your thoughts on this?
Experience is vast. From both teams, experience is in there. What we want to see right now is, can we actually transform all of this experience into the plays that we need in order just to finish the game? The game is just not only about a good start, it's about just how do you build on top of that all the way to your opponent's crystal. Kin, what do you think could have been different for Deep Cross Gaming for them to end up with the win in the last game?
Remember that they're human. Remember that if there's weird moments and movements, something is up, right? Joshi was moving weirdly. He was staying. His health was low, but he was still staying in a vision of 3 different members on the side of DCG. And if you have done your research, you know whenever Joshi is baiting, someone else is near the corner, and it is the #1 PKL class laner. Chammy won with the Jammy, and that one costed them that game.
Exactly. You could never neglect Chammy's presence.
Yeah.
So this time, I think they might go for another initiative hero to Chammy 1.
I'm just curious. When we want initiation, Dharma was the #1 pick.
Definitely.
What would you put now? Would you consider Charlotte for champion?
On the top lane?
Yeah.
Charlotte can be a little bit tricky because you need to use your ulti with the flash that will make it available for you to open the team fight. But if you're looking for some initiation, I would say Ata on the top as a flex pick can be very nice, or like a Sunsa pick. But these are not like kind of OP in this patch.
I think both picks actually work really well because they have a Lorion now
Yeah.
on Blackthirst International side, right? At the same time, this is a great combination against a Chicha. Chicha, once again, flex pick, can go into the farm, can go into the jungle, can go into the clash. But at this point, Chicha's weakness is CC. You catch her, you stun her, she is gone.
And because of Chicha, if you flex it into the farm lane, means that you will have 2 warriors in your composition, and it will cause some problem if you want to pushing forward. I mean, like, you can do good around the team fight, you like doing like a head-to-head team fight, but the problem is after the team fight, how you're gonna pushing forward, because marksman is always gonna take the responsibility to take the tower down.
Yeah, she needs a lot of gold as well.
Yeah.
Like not only does she have to get her passive up with the auto attacks, she also needs a lot of gold to get the equipment. Because
Correct.
if she doesn't have the gear, she can't really take you to a fight. And right now, this laning phase is going to be even more difficult because the channel has been picked up. So you don't really have a lot of advantages. Yes, the wolves can give you extra hits in your passive that will help the Chicha, but we don't even know whether she's going to be in the farm lane.
Exactly, and I feel like they are preparing for a potential lone pick on the side of DCG, because we know that channel can be a great counter pick towards lone. So I think like they are preparing for that potential pick.
See what the final decision is, right? The big tanks are being taken out in terms of the jungle. No Musashi, no Nerja. Then we also don't have the Ogren. And this is a sight to see. I wanted to see this from day #1. And we will get it. God Wu, KGL Pro. He is going to take out the Jing.
Jin means that they are gonna play in a scrappy way. Jin, Mai, Shicha. You can see like no backliners that you can find on the side of DCG, right? They are just trying to, just play in a really aggressive way, but also like triple assassin that you can see on the side of DCG means the gold is gonna be a problem.
Okay, yes, I agree with that. And in fact, the level 1 plays, the first, 3 minutes, 4 minutes are very critical for the side of DCG. If they fail, if the Jing does not come online, if the Chicha does not come online, the Mai does not get the farm, there is no late game.
Exactly.
Early game, end game, that's it.
Exactly, and that's the reason why Blacklist, they pick out this Flowborn tank as the jungler, because the best restrictions that you can do to this Jin, if you want to stop him scaling up, Flowborn tank will be the answer.
Yes, I like it. And in the event that you are out of position in your mirror domain, the Flowborn tank can actually use his skills or her skills to knock you out of the mirror domain, cancel your ultimate, and then the wall of her is coming. The Lapu Lapu is gonna land a stun.
A double knockup.
Yep, and then you have the double chase, you have Lorion, you have the Devara. Oh lord, there's a lot of pain in store. But once again, it's DCG. This guy, they have individual abilities. All they need to do is to form them up. Nice combination, nice synergy. Maybe they tie this series up.
And I feel like we mentioned about the synergy in DCG for game 1, right? We can see nice combo made by them, very beautiful. But the problem is that there's no like last hit burst out damage coming out from the players. And that's the reason why they go for Mai and also Jing this time. Because like no backliners anymore, everyone jumping in, play it in such a clean way.
Is it going to be a mistake though? Because
Wow, yeah, I know, like
said
double-edged sword.
Everyone dives in, right? So
Exactly.
if I say go, everyone must go. And if we don't hit the mark,
Yeah.
it's a big problem. And we asked this question before. Is there a chance that everyone agrees on what to do, but when the actual fight happens, everyone does something different? Right? There is a chance that might happen.
Yeah, it's two differences if you say it or you do it.
Yeah, exactly. And this laning phase is going to be very critical for the side of DCG. It's still the same for Blacklist, but more important for DCG here.
And also you can see like they flex this Chicha to be played for Klein as a top laner. So that will make Sun separate a lot during the laning because Alessio, wow, very vulnerable in the early game.
But this is one of the play styles you have to be able to endure as a professional, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes the farm laner needs to carry the weight for the team. Meanwhile, the rest of them will try and get their farm up. And I think the responsibility now is not just on Sun, it's also on Clean and Godwoo. The two of them, you cannot miss the last hits. You have to get every single thing here.
Yeah.
And it looks like Ethan did get that away from Blacklist.
They need to prioritize their top duels on the side of DCG. But speaking to Blacklist International, I would say Jashi, this time with this Flowborn tank, he can play more aggressively as he did in Game 1.
Ethan, he gets the first knock-up. This is not enough damage. Where's the rest of Blacklist International? They smell some blood. They're a little bit too late though, so DCG should be able to walk out cleanly. Now, the second part of this fight is going to be for the Primal Portal. Space Sprite will be given for free. DCG, no way to contest.
I mean, like the composition allowing them to do a very solid team fight on side of Blacklist.
Oh no, Godwoo, this is why you don't give him the Jing. First blood goes into the hands. They're fulfilling what they need to do, and that is to get the EXP and the gold. And it's a double whammy because Golden Kai now will have a 0-1-0 scoreline against Sun, who was having such a difficult time in lane.
And this kind of clean movement down by Godwoo is giving me this taste that maybe for Game 2 he's gonna be godlike. Ooh.
Wow, okay, that's a huge statement. Let's see if that comes through here because Godwoo, he's making the waves, he's making the rotations, and he's not slowing down. That's the most important part, right? Now, to slow down the Jing, what does Blacklist have to do?
Well, if they want to slow him down, they need to use this like their jungler, the Flowburn tank, and also Lop to trying to make a lot of invasions happening towards DCG's jungle. It's the only way that you can shut this thing down.
Okay, but is it worth it to do now? Because Jashi's level 5. He's one level behind Godwoo. And this might be a problem because if you lose the next team fight here, which is probably going to take about 10 to 15 seconds, it might not come back in time for the 4-minute Tyrant.
Yeah, but like you need to make it happen because you are playing this Flowborn tank. You can't just trying to compete with this Jing with the scaling up pace, right? You need to do it quicker or you will just, you know, suffer a lot from maybe like 8 minutes later.
Yeah, I mean, it's called Flowborn Tank. It's not Flowborn Dead. And here we go. Chance is going to have to suffer the first attack. He makes it out for the time being. Actually will walk away with his life. Now, did they burn a lot? Well, it's just Godwoo's ultimate at this point. But Clean, he is not having a good time. This means the lane freeze might happen in the Clash lane. This is going to be beneficial for Blacklist. It means Clean cannot reach on time for the 4-minute marker. A 4-minute marker coming soon on this side. In about 10 more seconds, the wave clear already being started by Godwoo as well as Ethan. So this means Blacklist International, they have to be careful with the brushes. The positioning of Godwoo is going to be so important.
Exactly. He's waiting for this Lorien. He already anticipates his movement.
Yep. I think there's a potential for steal. Godwoo is nearby, but he needs to do it now. Not going to be possible. Jashi will get that smite down. In the meantime, Xin actually used his unbridled outburst. Not a lot of results coming in. Is this the mistake that starts to crumble? It's looking a little bit dicey for DCG.
Well, I mean, it might be something to do with this decision, but as you can see, another team fight happening at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, Ethan, he will make it out safe, right? And right now, Blacklist, they know it. They don't have to overextend. But in the mid lane, Joshi will be taken down. Jungler against jungler, 1v1. Godwoo is the better one at this point of the game. But we are pre-5 minutes. The real damage is in the farm. What can they do? They have stolen the Azure Golem, but the punishment, Clean will be able to make it out. There is no punishment from Blacklist International.
I mean, like, that's what I'm talking about. After this game, we might see God like Ooh, right? The reason why they didn't contest with Joshi, with that dragon, is because they're trying to prioritize God's Ooh's farming pace. And right now, if you give him money, give him resources, he's gonna give you such a great feedback.
I mean, he doesn't really have a huge lead that we're talking about, but he's doing a lot of damage already. Now, Chance will give the vision to the team. This means Godwoo, they can make the immediate trade on that Overlord. And this will be another advantage for the side of Deep Cross Gaming.
2,000 gold deficit. Well, it's actually acceptable on the side of Blacklist International, but the problem is that they didn't do any invasions, right? They are just playing
passive, right?
Yes.
I would think. Not as aggressive as I think the Blacklist fans would have liked them. The big problem here to me is T1 at the bottom, T1 at the top, both gone, right? And right now, there's a lot of pressure coming from DCG, which is, I would assume, it's the correct movement.
I mean, it's because of the comp that Blacklist selected. Just give us that kind of sense that they're trying to be more scrappy. But the thing is that they're losing the vision right now on the map control.
You can see, right? Once we're on the fog of war for the side of Blacklist International, you don't really get to see too many of the DCG heroes and players. And that's a cause of concern because right now, if you lose the Azure Golem, it's going to be a big deficit. They will try to go for the steal. Godwoo, he steals it and makes it out. Chance, he has to be careful about his life. In the meantime, DCG, they steal it, they get out, and they start working on their Crimson.
And you can see like how mobile that DCG's comp can have, right? Because there's several assassins on the side of DCG, so it's gonna be a little bit tricky for Blacklist how they're gonna settle the battle area in their favorable place.
Yeah, and you know what? In most cases, we have seen in history of HOK, if it's 1,000 goal lead, it's not the biggest difference.
Yeah.
But it feels like DCG are like way ahead, and it's looking like the space bot Sun. He's laying down the damage. Sin takes a little bit too much at the same time. But Blacklist International, they refuse to take a no for an answer. They want to put more pressure here. Chance actually just standing there. Okay, I thought he was lagging for a moment, but it's all good.
They're controlling the map. They're trying to take away the red buff from Blacklist International because they know that they are going to incline a lot of resources to this channel.
Yeah, Shin also has his ultimate as the Zhang Fei, right? So this is a little bit scary for the side of Blacklist International. They will give it back to Blacklist, but the pressure comes once again. T1 in the mid, so hard to defend here. Bottom side, Golden Kite. That one death didn't feel like much at that moment, but now you start to see the effects. The timers are coming back. DCG, they are positioning themselves every single time. The steal might happen. Godwoo is not going to be on time. In fact, they might have to give it up. He does not have Smite.
But we mentioned about the 2,000 gold lead goes over to DCG, and who's going to be it? It's going to be Godwoo, right? The 2,000 gold lead is all on Godwoo's team.
Okay, that is a huge difference, right? Godwoo
and
now...
huge trust, actually.
Yeah, it's like a 2-level advantage as well. So this is going to be important because he has gone for a hybrid build. The Axe of Torment gives him a little bit more survivability. And the biggest issue for me is Golden Kite is nowhere near where he needs to be. He just has the Eternity Blade as well as the Daybreaker Virtue. Not enough.
To be honest, if I put myself into Golden Kite's shoes, I would say it's very terrifying if you play against a Jing like this.
Yes, and
it's so terrifying. You don't know, like Jing just come out nowhere and make the insta-kill on you.
And that means they're going to start opening up. Okay, Devara, my dear Chammy Wan uses the ultimate to get out. And this means DCG have opened the bait. Can they finish the job though? Do they want to finish the job? No, the real target, it is 4-man pushback from the side of Sing. Looking for more. They just want the buff. The lives will be a perk. Is it stolen? No. They will secure it for the side of Joshi, but a lot of utility has been used by the side of Blacklist International. They're looking for that finishing blow. Here comes the catch from Joshi, but no follow-up. Not enough, fast enough. They will get the kill. Joshi is gone. The big tank is no longer here. This means Blacklist is open for the taking. All they have to do, godlike Wu shows us a performance. A double kill here.
Well, make it to a triple. I think it's possible to make it as a triple.
Oh no! Okay, Chaz will get a freebie, but it's 1 life, 2 lives actually, for the price of 4. And DCG, this is the perfect way to end it. An ace coming in. They wanted Godwoo to get that final one as well. Just perfect planning.
Just being unstoppable. I mean, like the pace that we can see in Game 2 on the side of DCG is just being unstoppable.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? And the timing, look at this. An ace right before the 10-minute mark. Shadow Overlord goes straight into the hands of DCG. Godlike Wu, I think you were correct.
How are you gonna stop a Jing like this, right? 5-0-1? I mean, like, the Flowborn tank, Joshi, is doing very good. I mean, like, he even got attacked onto the Shisha, but the problem is that the team up didn't really come up with him, right? You can see, like, Flowborn tank just jumping in by himself. So, actually, the group is scattered, and DCG just take 1 by 1.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference was the fact that Chaz did not have his ultimate, right? The Raging Sea was not available. If they had caught DCG with a Raging Sea, I think that fight would have been completely different. But right now, it is a repeat as DCG looking for more damage onto the side of Blacklist International. Joshi this time, he will survive, but it's a triple kill for Sun. And here we go, God Wu, he's gonna put the pain in, and the T2s as well. I mean, all of the damage being done, on all fronts, structurally, emotionally, mentally, physically, for the side of Blacklist International and Deep Cross Gaming. They are back in this series.
I feel like the way how Godwoo play just brought up the momentum of the whole team. You can see like how aggressive and proactive that Sun is playing right now. And I would say Chummy won. He's making it a double kill as a constellation effort. So yeah, it will definitely buy them more time. But the thing is that how they're going to target Alessio and Jin simultaneously.
Yeah, and once you have finished solving the problem, you have clean as well on the Chicha, right? Right now, okay, Chaz is going to try for the steal, not going to be successful because this is a Jing we're talking about. And this is not any Jing, this is God Wu's Jing. Shadow Tyrant into the hands of DCG. God Wu, I mean, we were taking a look at the gold growth. Right now, it's 3,000 gold. Let's see how that fight actually started.
Wow, it was Zhang Fei going for the first hand, and you can see like how safe that Alessio can be, as we mentioned. And Chummy Wan just goes in, try to make a kill trade, and buy more time for themselves. But the problem is that God was even not there.
Yeah, I mean,
and they did it as a 2-3 trade.
Yeah, they want to catch Joshi. If there's no Joshi, there's no fight. They will get the life of the tank as well. No way, Joshi is still alive. Ethan is gone. Shin will be responsible for the life of Joshi. But then once the tank is gone, there is no one to defend you from the shots of Sun. And Sun is now 6-1-4. 12 kills to 5. T3 and the pressure in the middle.
And I think DCG with the minions on, they can get those high ground tower as they wish, because you can see it's kind of vulnerable for Blacklist to play head-to-head around the team fight because of the gold deficit that they suffered. It's almost up to like 4,000 gold deficit.
What are you supposed to do if you're Blacklist? Joshi's not tanking, Chance is not tanking. They're just throwing all the skills, right? But no effect. They can't find Sun. They can't even deal with godlike Wu at this point.
Well, I feel like maybe they can try to kite a little bit more before the team fight, because you can see everything just happened so fast, like in 1 second, and you can see like they are overwhelmed by the power of DCG, right? Because of the gold deficit they suffered. So with Lorian, with Devara, with Channel, actually you have such a great long attacking range, right? You can kite a little bit before the team fight happens.
They're looking for the backlines here. Joshi will have to take a majority of the pain at this point. He needs help. He needs it now. It's not enough. Joshi's a little low. They have gotten a freeze on the clean on the backlines, but this is what we're talking about. They need the poke, but the poke is not successful. Chance and Joshi falling so low.
Because and also because DCG is forcing Blacklist to take the team fight because they know that they already got the upper hand. So they're trying to force them to contest with them by team fight and try to close out the game by these kind of skirmishes they made.
A painful experience for Blacklist International fans, but for DCG, this is a team that's representing you from GCS. And this is the dream here. The AoE teams want to leave a mark and show you that they are the better team at this point, and it seems to be working. We want the 1-1 in this series.
Exactly. But I do like the way how Blacklist is handling the situation right now, even though they suffered from the goal deficit. But they are trying to contest DCG again and again. And you can see, even though they're suffering from that, they are very painful, but the high ground tower, they're still holding on, right, for both side lanes.
Yeah, I think that's very important now. They will try to force things out from Changmin1. They have successfully managed to force out the ultimate. And that's going to be a big moment because DCG, they don't ever start the fight like that. It's just a poke. And once you run out of options, run out of counters, then the real fight comes. You're tired out. And that's where the finishing blow comes in.
Exactly. But I feel like, if you can see, like, they fight from 8 mark to 15 marks. Like, almost like a fight for like 8 or 9 minutes right now. I feel like DCG, they're too into the sense of killing.
Okay, so
like, they're
maybe
not pushing forward, actually. So this time, they just unleashed the Vanguards at the bottom. They know that they need to hurry up.
I feel like this is the chance. Changmin1, once again, he's the target. This time, they will be successful. Clean gets the finishing blow. A little bit too much damage for the side of Blacklist International, but that's not the only pain they're experiencing. They have to defend. The T3s at the bottom will fall. There is no save for Blacklist International, and this could be the killing blow. One more Vanguard joins the cause on the side of DCG. A flash miss by Ethan. The punish comes in. Maybe this is the moment they're looking for. Here we go. Chaz gives a life with the Raging Sea, but they still have to deal with the backdoor defense. An attack coming in. They can't do it. Joshy's gone. No more tanks. And DCG, they come back. It's 1-1.
And they even out. It's gonna be the first even match that we've seen so far for day one. Right, they are very competitive, I mean.
I like that you mentioned that, but that's also because I'm the broadcast. There's a history here that, you know, the Kindofu curse is happening, and yes, it is. It's 1-1 now. We're gonna have to go for one more.
I am telling you, the Kindofu curse is so real. It is just always happening. Every single time that he's gonna be on cast, like, we're always going all the way, which is actually something really nice. Like, this game right over here just showed us how things can just turn from one side to the other. We're mentioning about how Blacklist was so much stronger because they were playing as a team, but then in this game, I just saw something completely different.
Yeah, and I think that, I mean, I just want to address the Kindofu curse. That is a real thing, having casted it for many a year. But we're going to a game 3 on this one. I do like that. I think it's very competitive. But to your point on this one, it seemed like Deep Cross Gaming were able to isolate, find some of those players that really kind of made them have a tough one, especially focusing on Jussie here as he was 0-5-5.
And I think it has been an ongoing issue, right, where we deep dive into Jussie's lore as a player here. He was always fantastic on the heroes that are more assassin and bruiser based that can have more carry potential, but when it comes down to tanks specifically, Jussie never has that much more of good moments on these specific picks, and it has shown in this game. Yes, the Floorborn tank is a direct counter towards the Jing, for example, here, but this was the God Wu show. If game 1 was about Blacklist International playing as 5, this game was about God Wu styling on them with the help of Son.
Yeah, and I think that God Wu, he took it personally. Losing game 1, he's like, I got this. It doesn't matter what they pick, what sort of counter. Yeah, this is it. I'm going to set things up, and I'm going to be able to just kind of overcome here. Son at the same level. He was like, yo, guys, we got this. We're still a team. We're in a fine position. And look at these team fights, how they're just able to kind of take them down piece by piece.
And this was even after a 4-man Lapu Lapu ultimate coming in from Chaz, continuing with the ultimate coming in from Dragon on that Lori, and they still couldn't make it work. You can just see how well the damage dealers positioned themselves coming in from the side of DCG and making sure that, yes, you have low crowd control, but as long as we avoid it, you have nothing in these team fights, and we are heading to our first game 3 of our day 1 play-ins.
Son just gigantic in this match, right? Like, just amazing. Just the way that God would just open the door, just a kind of little bit, just open the door a little bit, but then Son just 1 foot straight there, just kicked it open. And right now it is 1-1, and we're going to have to go all the way until game 3.
Yeah, he was just like, I'm here, right? I'm here at the EWC. I'm definitely going to make my presence known. We're not going to go out, whimpering or crying or any of that. We're going to go out all out on this one, and they showed up when they needed to here.
I think this is the specialty coming in for Group B, where this group is such a competitive one. Anyone that slips up will be sent down to the lower bracket here, and you don't want to be in the lower bracket. You want a safe sanctuary. You want a soft guard that makes you qualify with ease here. But that Alessio pick coming in from Son, that was interesting.
That was very interesting. What about if we just break it apart as we come back after this short break? What about if you give us 2 minutes just to get our thoughts correct, and then after that, we're going to break all the action for game 3 for you.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. House from blow the house down.
The Esports World Cup live from Paris, France. I'm telling you, this is not only top games, this is top vibes, because as we were right over there in the break, like this whole arena, the stadium with so many different games, so many different kinds of people going around, really enjoying the environment and just the one thing that we all love, esports.
Yeah, it's all about the gaming. I mean, everybody's just walking around. Everybody's just so happy here.
Yeah.
It's a nice little convention. There's a lot of merchandise. There's little player areas. This is a haven for all gamers.
I mean, I like the vibe here, but I'm more interested in that game that's going on right now. That's our first video trip play to the full. Like, Esports World Cup has been amazing here. You have stages over left and right, and there's also like booths everywhere nearby. But we will experience that after the series here, because we have a long day still, more series to come. But this is our first ever BO trip play to the max between Blacklist International and D-Cross Gaming here. Game 1, it's all about Blacklist doing that team play, doing that mad movement. Game 2, Godwoo and Son's show. They showed up so well and they silenced Blacklist.
I think that Sagi wanted, just right before we went to the break, he wanted to talk about like how Son right now with that Alessio pick and everything. And I know that he was just really doing his homework and preparing. So what about if you just break down here, like the Alessio pick, what makes that so interesting?
I think it's a strong late game hero compared to Dichano with additional range. But what I am impressed with is how Son was able to play that weak early phase of Alessio against a Chano, a lane bully, to a perfection, in also getting the help of Godwoo and getting that solo kill on towards that Chano.
In terms of that lane matchup, though, 9 times out of 10, like, you're not going to really see the Elysium, right?
Agree. For me, that was a very big gamble, right? Like, it could have just, like, paid really well, but it could have just gone horribly at the end of the day. Like, he went there, like, he took that Alessio pick, and then he was able just to seal the deal. Right now, we're going to move into what for them is going to be the most stressful 30 minutes of their week, because whoever that wins in here still has one more chance just to keep playing today. Whoever that loses is going to play OG Esports tomorrow just to try to stay alive. Kin, what are your thoughts right now as we move into Game 3?
Perspective. Yeah, it's all about perspective at this point, right? If I am the coach on the side of DCG, I'm just going to tell the team, look, the story is ours. We have a comeback series on our hands. We showed them the best thing possible in the first day. And right now, all we have to do is to finish the game cleanly. The players are shaking in their boots on the side of Blacklist International.
And I mean, like, since Godwoo is doing so well in Game 2, why not give him another assassin, for example, Luna, right? You can always shine with a Luna pick. Like, why not? Like, this man, his nickname Godwoo already showed his ambition, so why not just put his name in EWC?
I like it. Showing the ambition, that's definitely important, right? And this is a very interesting one. Annette coming in. I know a lot of people have a love-hate relationship with Annette. In rank, in normal games, and right now in the professional scene as well. This is a hard matchup. This is Annette and higher. The wave clear is insane. The protection is insane. And I mean, you get the RLE on the side of Blacklist International. But is it enough?
Well, I mean, like, they already noticed that the protection definitely gonna be enough on the side of DCG, so they're taking out a lot of long attacking range heroes on the side of Blacklist, right? Gudo and also Arlie and also this new one, so they're trying to keep a really safe distance against this Annette and also Haya.
Okay, that's a great idea, right? Annette, you can only protect what's within your ultimate. And that's one of the things that is I wouldn't say a drawback, but a feature of the hero, right? So this means they want to play the long-range game. They need long-reaching arms as well. And who better to do that than the Aoyan, the Lung? This is going to be important because once he gets within range of you, the auto attacks will reach you even if he runs away.
Exactly. And it's very interesting that different players actually has different understanding towards this early play against Lung, because some may think Arlie's second ability allowing this hero to block away this 3-1 versatile damage coming out from Lung. But some players who play very well about this Lung think that because of the speed that you can use with your versatile damage, so it won't be a problem for you to play against this early.
I like it because it truly is a skill matchup at that point, right? The Maple Dance, yes, it takes away all the different projectiles. In fact, it could also potentially help you against the Haya. Now, there's a very small chance of happening. We don't know. But the Guan Yu coming in, I like this, right? Because if we manage to flank you, we're going to pull you in closer to us. And that's what a couple of people love, right? The Annette loves it. The Haya loves it. You can't get out.
I mean, like, the way they are picking out this Guan Yu is showing like Clean is trying to push all the backliners to the front and let Haya to make it happen.
Okay, But I think Blacklist, they saw the challenge and they say, they extend their hand. I agree, we're going to go super tank on you as well. They pick up the Arta. This probably is a Clash lane Arta here. And also, they made a substitution. Ismora is coming in as the farm lane.
Exactly. They are going for Ismora, so I'm looking forward to seeing him play in this game because we are doing best of 3. It's the match point. And if you rotate in the match point, it's going to be very difficult.
Yes, because you're coming in fresh in, there is no warm-up, and now you're going up against, God Wu on the Ying. Ying, new patch, this lady can do damage. She can lifesteal. She has good defense as well. I mean, I'm painting her to be like the perfect lady in the competitive scene.
Oh, really?
She probably is, but it all comes down to how you use her, right?
Exactly.
So let's see.
I mean, In is very versatile. You can play it in so many different ways, and it can do a lot of versatile damage within the ulti, and also nice controllability coming from the hero, and also combined with this Guan Yu, they can make such a great chaos in the teamfight.
Yes, and chaotic it will be. And of course, once again, coming in, this is Nora joining me on the broadcast. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And of course, with tradition, this game did not end in a 2-0. It is 1-1. Winner takes all, progresses into the second stage of the play-ins and secures potentially a spot in the group stages. Let's see Deep Cross Gaming against the Blacklist International.
All in one game.
Yep, all in one game. And right off the bat, this is not looking good for Dragon and Chaz, right? Because the wave clear from this higher is just one of the big problems you have.
And already something was happening on the top side of the map, because we can see Joshi with his Aguda trying to steal this red buff away. Because, normally... Oh!
Wait, hang on, Ethan. I think he's fine for now. You don't want to overcommit. While it is pre-2 minutes, it is okay to use a flash. I don't think you want to dive too deep because the punish might come from Sun and Sin as well.
First out the flash. I mean, back on track, because normally In would go for the blue buff first. But as you can see, when Joshi tried to steal away that red buff, God Wu was thinking exactly the way how Joshi predict he's supposed to do.
Yeah,
and he do in the opposite way.
They know that the Blacklist International team is an aggressive team, right?
Exactly.
They've experienced it in game number 1, game number 2, so there is a high potential. But what I like is, okay, you guess that they're going to be aggressive, but they already know which buff they're going to steal.
Sure. So even though we didn't see any kill happen, only one flash forced out on the side of Blacklist, but still the junglers, they are playing in a very smart way.
Okay, let's see how this is going to be done, because we have seen the outsmarting on the side of God Wu. Right now, Sun is under a little bit of pressure, but it's a situation where he's baiting, because here comes Sin, here comes Ethan. They're looking for the final call. The ultimate is available. Mirage, they got it! Oh no! Ethan, this could be big. Ismora was a sub. He did not get the warm-up, and he will not get the warm-up as well. First blood goes in the hands of DCG. A great start.
Nice gank, but as Chami 1 TP down, just made a nice trade.
Okay, is that trade worth it though? Because Ethan already got the first blood. He kind of spoiled Ismora's game already.
Sure, because they trade the mid lane for marksman, so definitely DCG is more favorable of this skirmishes happening.
Okay, I mean, PKL fans, we need your help. You need to give Blacklist some energy. They need to recover. Yes, 1-1 in kill score, but the game is not looking good. DCG already has, I won't say a big advantage, but something they can work off of.
I feel like Blacklist, they try to highlight their bottom lane because they're picking up early with the idea. I would think that might be the strongest role in this patch.
Yeah, they definitely needed to have something happen.
Exactly, and that's the reason why DCG is keep pressuring at the bottom.
Okay, I'm learning lessons still. Even in this moment, Ismora falling super low again. The heals come in. Really?
Whoa.
He's not going to have to run back at this point. Okay, here comes the overcommit. But DCG, hang on. They sidestepped the Annihilation as well. Sun, they were looking for the life on the other side of the Blacklist members, especially Ismora. But right now, the pressure is coming in from Blacklist International. T1 still has a little bit of defense before the 4-minute mark. Blacklist International, they have to limp away though.
But you can see Joshi, he know that he need to do something, right? Because Aguda might be the most powerful hero so far in the early game on the side of Blacklist. So relying on this red buff, he need to do more poking damage. But since God will come in, just instantly forced out Dragon's Flash, and we are going for the 4 minutes mark. So that is very crucial on the side of TCG.
Yeah, but I wasn't joking with you when I said this lady is strong. The Ying pick definitely a big value for the side of DCG, especially when they have it. It's Mora. No! That is why they picked the net. The stun from the ultimate catches him out. And now DCG in a great position. 4 minutes right on the dot. The timing is perfect.
And I mean, like, they are very clear about the time of the game and also the purpose about what they are doing right now, because we know that Blacklist is trying to highlight their bottom, right? The bottom duel. But you can see how great pressure that DCG is dealing at the bottom. Like, Sun is playing, like, outrageous.
Yeah, he really is, right? He's getting greedy, but that's exactly what you want as a farm laner. It's a farm, you're supposed to grow the crops and get the rewards. And here's the biggest thing. They took the Tyrant even without the presence of God Wu. That's how godlike he is. He doesn't need to be there. Okay, God Wu.
Observing.
Yeah, he's just observing, right?
Like, did you do that?
He's putting now a one-man defense against 3 different members on the side of Blacklist International.
True.
And here comes DCG. They're looking for a punish. They might not know it though, but Blacklist have found out that DCG are around. They have to play safe.
I feel like Blacklist, if they are trying to turn the table around, they need to make some rotations happen. They can't just let Izumora suffering at the bottom, right? Use the mobility that Ollie has, giving him the red buff, and just let Alta to gain the vision control and try to initiate.
I mean, who do you want to catch at this point? The Mirage is going to be used here from the side of Ethan. Actually, he catches on to the Arlie. I mean, oh no, the idea, chance here falling a little bit low. Flash already committed, but DCG, this is exactly what they want. They have got Tammy 1. He's going to be gone. Clean. What a catch. The fishing pole has caught its bait. But Sun, okay, this is what they need. Dragon will get the kill. What more can they find? Nothing else, because DCG, in the meantime, God Wu, you can take it again. He did. It wasn't even in the fight. He takes a T1.
I mean, like, he is seeking out so many opportunities, right? Like, he know that they already fell behind for the team fight happening at the bottom, so he just made a tower trade. That was really clever.
I mean, it feels like Blacklist, they're trying to make the right decisions, but at every choice, DCG denies them more. They say, okay, I'll give you a short little gift, but I'm gonna take more from you.
Exactly. So I feel like Blacklist, they are doing quite good right now for the team fight, because you can see Chamu1, he initiated in such a decent way, but the thing is that how they're gonna deal out with this higher.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Ethan has been successful in getting the catches onto the relevant targets as well. You don't get Ismora, it's fine. Let me get Chance, let me get the healer. You have no more recovery, and we can take the big team fights, because in those moments, God Wu wasn't even there. So what happens when God Wu shows up?
I feel like it's just gonna be overwhelming.
I mean, it's not looking pretty at this point for the side of Blacklist International. Once again, the catch on the Chance. No more healer. Forced to use the redemption on his lonesome self. They get the kill. Nice catch. Okay, they do get God Wu down. But what's the cause here? What more can they do? Blacklist, we need more from you. And it is not allowed. DCG. Clean gets a follow-up on that. It's going to be a 1K goal lead. But DCG are doing so much with it.
I mean, like, DCG, they just catch whatever they saw in game, right? Heya, whenever he encountered with one enemy, no matter it's gonna be Alta or Daidea or Aguden, no, he's not picking out his enemy. They just encounter it and catch him.
It feels like a claw machine that actually works.
Exactly.
Right? They don't drop the prize. They actually get the target. They get the prize. And right now, the prize is growing more and more. Once again, DCG is showing you that 1,000 gold can be a big difference here.
And because of the instant initiation that we can see from Haya, it's kind of just interrupt Blacklist pace about this team fight. As you can see, they are kind of scattered. Where you can find Ollie, like, Ollie is in such dangerous position, already been straightened down. The HP is really low, and how they're gonna handle against DCG's fight.
Yep, look, Shin with the setup as well. Here comes Clean. He manages to push him back. All they need to do is to push him away. The true target is the turret, but with another Moonscape Mirage, they get another target. Who did they catch? They caught the Alta this time. The tanks are running low on fuel. What more can they do, DCG? They don't have to over-aggress. They know the position they're at, and all they have to do is to get a couple of hits onto the T2s and get more map control. And that's exactly what DCG will achieve.
I mean, like, as you can see, either game 2 or game 3, the goal difference is not that huge, right? It's not like a gap of the goal difference, but when you're looking at the scene, it feels like it's overwhelming on the side of TCG. And the reason of it is only because they know the logic underneath the team fight. They know who's gonna go for the first one, for the first hand, it's gonna be Haya. Who's gonna find out an opportunity at the back, it's gonna be Guan Yu. Who's gonna do the burst of damage, it's gonna be Loon, right? Everyone just doing their own jobs, minding their own business. But on the side of Blacklist, they're kind of getting too busy to handle with this Haya.
Yep, I mean, you can't blame them. There's too many targets, too many things they need to pay attention to. And the time is not on their side. We're 30 seconds away from the 10-minute mark. This is where the shadow variants, the enhanced versions of the objectives will spawn out. And I feel like this could be the last few moments for Blacklist International. They don't want to drop, but it looks like that's going to be the case at this point of time.
And I feel like in this point, Blacklist really need to take a deep breath and just trying to be calm down.
They can try, but Clean, he's not gonna allow them. He gets just a push. Where is the damage? Come on, DCG, they will find the targets. Chaz is down. Ismora is low as well. The main important people have been taken out, and DCG, the world is their oyster right now. All they have to do is to push them back some more. T2 secure. T3 next on the menu. They will have to give the life of Ethan, but that's a small cost for the rewards they might get. T3 now is open for the taking, and DCG obliges.
They are trying to end up the game. They are looking for chaos. They are looking for comebacks. I feel like with the process of the game, they are really getting into the mood of competition.
I mean, this is what it's like, right? Competing, it feels like it's very simple, very straightforward when you look it on the screen. But when you're actually in the game, I assure you, Ismora now, he is dazed, he is dizzy, because this game, there's so many things he needs to look out for.
It's too much for him to play in such tense at the match point.
And it's only going to get more and more difficult, right? Shadow Tyrant now in the hands of DCG. They have the chain lightning effects. They have more damage. They have better wave clear. They also have the goal lead. From that 1,000 goal lead, it is now close to 4 times that amount and double the kill score for the side of DCG.
And I mean, like, the team fight is endless, and watch the difference, the goal difference between the marksman. Lone already got 3 equipments, and you can see, like, he's seeking out for those critical equipments. So definitely the burst advantage is so sufficient that it can instantly kill Ollie in the team fight.
Yep, I love the build on Sun, right? This is a one-shot build, and this is very dangerous. And Sun doesn't really have to care about defenses at this point. Nobody has really forced him to use his Infinite Vastas. He doesn't have to become a dragon just yet. That's a huge cause of concern for Blacklist. If you can't even get them to escape, it means they love to fight you, and a fight they will have.
Well, I mean, like, for Blacklist, there's one more opportunity for them to do. It's wait for Nuwa, wait for Dragon. But I mean, like, they still need to wait for like 4 or 5 minutes at least.
Yeah, I mean, we saw your face there. And yes, that's a tough job to achieve, especially when your T3s are under pressure like that. You have a broken lane on the bottom side here. Now, this is going to be a small pause requested by the side of DCG. Probably some small technical issues, but at this point, this also is a breather for Blacklist International.
Sure,
what
try to
should
calm
they
down.
talk about now?
Yeah, I mean, like, just try to calm down and just, you know, talking to your teammates like, okay, we still got Nuwa. We still got Dragon, right? At least we have Nuwa, so powerful at the late game. And because of the Nuwa, they actually don't need to worry about the wave cleaning, right?
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, Nuwa has like a great wave clear capability, but like you said, we need time. Dragon does not have time. They're knocking on the doors of the T3s. You're left with 2 out of the available 3 tier 3 turrets.
True.
And I don't know, if they get the Shadow Overlord on the side of DCG, I feel like that could be the end for Blacklist.
I mean, like, another perspective, I would say, like, play behind your high ground tower can kind of secure yourself, because we mentioned about how important Guan Yu's positioning is during team fight. But how can Guan Yu come in at the back when they're hiding behind their high ground tower, right?
I'm not sure. We will try and solve that problem for them, but for the time being, we have to go for a break. So when we're back, we bring you the remainder of this last game of the series. Yeah, it's looking good for now. I mean, it's not the actual break, but it is a breather nonetheless. And
Wow,
we talked about this, right? So
Yes.
Blacklist International, we are kind of trying to salvage the situation for them. But let's switch sides. Now let's go into the booth of DCG. What are we talking about now?
Well, no worries for DCG. They're doing quite good. I'm very surprised about their performance, right? Because we mentioned about their title that they got. They are actually the champion back in GCS Spring 2026, but the lineup is totally different. So actually, we know that the players are all very experienced, but the time is quite limited.
Yes.
And how you're gonna put yourself together in such a limited time and just build up a great synergy between you and your team members. It's not easy to do that.
Yep, especially on an international stage, right? Where perhaps this is 2 months worth of work together. You might not even know the name of your teammate. I don't really remember the name of my teammates in 2 months, but they have made it work. And,
Do you remember me?
Of course I remember you. Now, with that being said, I think Clean is definitely one of the big reasons for their success. Yes, Gorbu is doing great, but the catches by Clean on his Guan Yu, he displayed the same level of proficiency in KML as well.
Yeah. And also, it's not easy for you to rotate from one position to another, especially you are kind of expertise in playing as a jungle, right? And you just transfer yourself into a clash laner. It's such a short time, right? You need not only talent, but also hard work.
Yeah, exactly. You don't get to change roles and have success straight away.
I can never play jungler. I can never play a Jhin like God-U.
Okay, yeah. Important that you said that because I was gonna say I can play, but then the results are not good.
Oh, okay.
But
what's the difference there?
Yeah, the clear difference there. And you know what? This is a position where I find it really interesting because I know for a fact, Chami 1, he is irritated right now because he knows what Clean wants to do, but he's not there to stop him because he needs to protect the life of his farm laner. He needs to make sure that either Joshi or Ismora is safe so they can find that opening. And right now, he is not in a comfortable position. So Blacklist, I mean, it must be a miracle, and we talked about it. I think Miracle Dragon, he has to be the savior here, the new one.
Yeah, I know, everyone is holding such a high expectation on Dragon on this new one pick. So definitely it's gonna be so powerful in the late game, which we were talking about maybe after 15 minutes, right? So how they're gonna get through it. And you mentioned about a really interesting topic that I want to talk about Chami 1.
Okay.
Because as we scrutinize their compositions, you can see if Chami 1 is playing some hero capable of doing the team fight to initiate, watch his Dharma's play style and also his positioning. It's always trying to make the door open for Blacklist. But if you just give him some heroes like Devora, laning heroes, or those heroes that can just initiate the fight, you can see the pace is kind of slowed down on the side of Blacklist.
Because he has to play
safer, they relies a lot on him.
Yep, and it feels like, Arta is a great pick. He does have the ghost ship, the ultimate where he drops it down.
Yeah.
That's like a good enclosure, but it's not the same kind of potency as a Dharma Truth Mantra where he slams you against the wall.
Exactly.
The damage and the stun. Right now it's just...
Exactly.
I just put you in a cage, but I don't lock the cage.
Exactly. You can treat Dharma as a threat, but you can never treat Arta as a threat.
Yeah.
Right. That's a problem, and that's the reason I feel like Blacklist is kind of get lost in the mid game because no more initiative can expect it from Chami 1.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's buying time. But the only person he's buying time for is himself because Ismora is not surviving the fights.
Yeah.
Even before he drops the ghost ship, even before he contains DCG, Ismora is gone. Chance is gone. There is no heal. The idea cannot work. And in the meantime, Ethan, that difference is very clear. Dragon still needs more time, but Ethan is already there. He's at the top of the mountain.
So get back to the game. As we said, Blacklist, they really need to hold back, and I wish the break can just, let them to clear up their mind and trying to deal with DCG in a more slow way or with composure.
Yeah, and just to be clear to our newfound audience, this is not like really a big draft issue or a skill issue. This really was just during the laning phase, a couple of small differences. It's not even about, oh, he made a mistake. It really was just a choice, a difference of choice. And it was a 1,000 goal lead up until this point where it was, it's 4 times that amount, but still.
And also with the Vanguards, I think that DCG is trying to close out the game.
Yep, it definitely has to be, right? At this point, if you don't close it out, you're giving too much time for Dragon. 15 minutes is 1.5 minutes away. So Dragon, he's hoping that they mess up on the side of DCG, but DCG, they can see the end in sight here.
Yes, well, DCG allowing Dragon to farm up.
Well, I mean, it's pretty clear the answer is going to be no. I don't think this is the time to joke around for DCG, right? They want to end this here right now. Shadow Overlord makes contact with the T3 at the top. Background defense is gone. That's going to be T3 on the top, away, taken away from the side of Blacklist International.
And if they take all 3 high ground towers down, that also opened the door for Clean, this Guan Yu, to jump in.
Yeah, because there's no more vision, right? So this is exactly what they wanted. Look at where Clean is at now. They don't even have vision. They don't know that this Guan Yu is hiding in the sides. They couldn't even get the visions right. That's the biggest issue here.
They just need to feed Dragon.
Okay, I mean, Dragon's pretty hard to feed. Dragon likes gold, and here we go. Clean starts it off, but this is already in prep for the side of Blacklist International. Sun gets the T3. Is Mora actually gets really clean. Maybe they can come back. Hang on!
Ooh!
This is it! Blacklist! They found it! Now they have to go for the chase. God, Wu, he's alone now with the backline. Sin, he cannot protect his jungler. 3 down in the span of 60 seconds, and somehow, and really is a miracle, Blacklist International find their way back.
They are making comebacks and nice counter-attacks towards DCG. Seems like DCG is a little bit hurried to make it happen and just make it to be like more reckless. They just lowered their Guardians and didn't expect that Blacklist could do a team fight like that.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we like Blacklist International, right? There is a list.
Yeah.
It's black right now.
Yeah.
And DCG, you're not gonna be liking it. It is gonna be a potential comeback. And you know what? We're talking about, hey, we need time for Dragon. 15 minutes. You call that timer out. It is 15.5 minutes. Dragon should be online.
And talking about Izumura, even though he suffered so much in the early game, and when his teammate need more time, and Izumura just buy the time for Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon now, I think he's a couple hundred gold away from the full core items that he needs. He's already at 9,000, which means there is damage from Dragon. There we go.
Chummy1 again hiding in the bush. Just playing in a quite Chummy1 style.
It's a nice positioning, but is it enough? Because Clean, he was overzealous just now. He was impatient. That's why they lost that fight, right? There was no control coming in from Clean. He couldn't get the flank. I don't think he's going to make that mistake again.
And I feel like it might not be a good idea to play in such a open space on the side of Blacklist because you need to take care of this Nuwa.
I mean, they're putting a lot of trust on the vision
It's very
fight.
dangerous out there. I mean, like, just going wild. You don't know where the Guan Yu is.
Yeah, and they aren't searching for him. That's the big thing, right?
Yeah.
And right now, Chummy1, yes, he does have the recovery for his life. There is going to be a life bar available for him to recover health from. But DCG, this is where we need to take a look at Clean. If Clean gets the catch, it's all over.
Clean is waiting there in the bush.
He is. He's looking for the flank angle. Nobody has found it out yet. They
You
now
want
have
to be
vision
down?
in him. They do manage to get the ultimate from Sun. And Joshi steals
Akudo!
away the Shadow Overlord. This could be a big fight. They're looking for more. Mirage used by Ethan. Joshi is falling low. He will give his life. They just have to back him up. Ethan runs away. Gets taken down. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. But here comes Clean. Can they find the damage? Oh,
Sun!
the freeze!
Sun!
Oh, that was huge. Champion won. He might have gotten it. No,
it's
but
still
Sun,
in the tower. It's still in the tower. The Venus. Oh, DCG as a miracle. Sun did it. Sun did it. Close out the game, being the only hero under the spotlight. right?
Oh, this is what we wanted. This is how DCG is going to win, and that's how they won that game. Sun all the way into the backlines. It was all a bait.
Wow, he's like son of intelligence, I would say. I would give it to him, right? He's playing so smart, I mean,
yeah, the team fights, that was the biggest part, right? The initial parts of the game, the team fights were all that mattered. You needed to win the team fight to get the victory. But the last part, no, the team fight did not matter. It's a bait because we want you to look elsewhere.
It was such an amazing performance over here. Ups and downs. It was just a roller coaster. In the moment that DCG just looked like they had it in the bag, Blacklist International comes in with a couple very good fights, and then they get themselves back in the game, back in the conversation. They're right over there in the river. They're fighting it out. They're trying their best just to kind of just balance things out, and Sun decided just to go straight for the back door and go and take the crystal. This was crazy.
I felt like Son took a piece of the scrapbook coming in from the 2024 PC, and he was the one who got backdoored by Freddy from Dominator back then, and now he used that same strat against Blacklist International and sending them directly to that lower bracket. I gotta say, the adaptation coming in from the side of Deep Cross Gaming was magnificent. They lose game one and they bounce back-to-back games in a reverse sweep fashion.
Yeah, incredibly smart, right? You have to take those opportunities when they're given to you. And I mean, that was really back and forth. I mean, in terms of just how they were playing. Deep Cross was off in the lead. Blacklist International were able to withstand some of those punches and to fight back themselves. But again, I think at the end, Blacklist, they lost sight of the ball in the end.
They should have just completely they take the steal. And that's the point, right? Like, they come in, they steal the dragon. They're like happy about that. But then after that, they don't know exactly where Sun is, and Sun comes and just completely steals the game.
And that's going to be a nightmare for Just G, right? Because considering the fact that he stole the Shadow Overlord, and what do we know about Shadow Overlord? You get that one charge, you send it to one lane and clear everything. He didn't notice, and he allowed Son to find that back door.
Yeah, and you can't do that, right? I think moving forward, I think that there were a lot of questions going in, especially that late game sub where Ismora comes in a game 3. I don't know if that was the right decision in the end.
Yeah, you make a good point. How does Ismora feel about this? Because this is his first ever game as a Blacklist International farming, and this game is not a normal pro league. It's not a regional game. It's at KWC in an elimination match that sends you down to the lower bracket.
Well, that just shows you the respect and the trust that the coach has towards him, right? Like, it's not any single player that just comes in and then in the worst moment, in the moment that you need to ask someone to step up, the coach is like, you know what? We believe in you. We trust you. Come and do this. For Ismora, it was a little bit too much, the pressure for this game. The beginning of the game for him was actually really difficult. As the game just started developing, he started just showing a little bit more of what he can actually do. But it was just a tough match for him.
But what is the mental psyche going to be moving forward, right? Yeah. You've had Golden Kite, who's been that tried and true almost this entire time. Now you sub it in Ismora. I mean, yes, it's great to support the new guy coming in, but now we got questions,
what's the message that you're sending, right?
Exactly, and we were talking about how clean he's cleaned the jungle. Is he clean the Clash lane? This play alone just cemented that question here. He answered it. He set up the play by sending Ismora and Chaz directly towards the mouths of DCG. And yes, as of this point, it's looking like a very big play, but this throw coming in from the side of DCG almost cost them that game.
I mean, you rightly pointed out clean. He was definitely the guy. There were a lot of questions. Can he adjust to the Clash lane? Well, this game proved that, yeah, not a problem whatsoever. This team is going to be fine. Again, the way that they're able to play and to out-macro Blacklist, huge for them.
Unfortunately, this Shadow Overlord was casted to the bottom lane. If he casted it towards the top lane, and they win this fight and bring in the mid wave, that could be GG for the side of DCG. But unfortunately, mistakes happen, and Son found the backdoor win and sending them one step closer to that group stage qualification.
That is the beauty about this game, right? Like, it's not only about the fights and all this, it's just you gotta be just a little bit more clever than your opponents, and that's it. And that's exactly what Son did. He found a little bit of a shortcut, came around, and then just sealed that ticket, because DCG is gonna be moving into the upper bracket final.
I want to know, in terms of prediction, who had Team Deep Cross moving on like this? Because, I mean, to be honest, I thought that there were some question marks in Blacklist. I did talk about this one, but I think that this was the true moment where Deep Cross are like, hey, we are here, we are legit.
Yeah, of course. Like, we all knew that the players could actually play, like we knew their level, but we didn't know exactly how the team was going to work out. Game number 1, let's be realistic, it was not the best. But they were able to change things around. Game 2 and Game 3, they actually showed what they can actually do.
I think it was more of like the nerves in Game 1, right? They were kind of like a feeling out process. This is the first time they're also playing against Blacklist International, right? So I'm sure that they got caught off guard, and then we're like, okay, actually, what we were like winning in the beginning, but we like let it go. That's a much easier position to be losing and then trying to come back at some point.
And I think right now you can start to see some of the experience points and also the advantage of the Suzo Esports Bootcamp coming in for some of these players here. For DCG, they are a very young roster, not long together as a team, and after that series, they're going to be feeling extra good going into that matchup against Nongshim Red Force.
I'm feeling good too. I mean, I think that the way that they were able to do that, I mean, we wanted to see some upsets. We wanted to see, it was like the underdog story, right? Like Clean, Sun, all these guys that have been kind of cast away, if you will. They've been like left on the benches, but now they're here. They're showing up and they are shining.
They are shining, and shining they are right now on the stage. As Marat's got the players from DCG right over there, they're going to share a little bit of what's going on through their minds. Mara, take...
Shining under the spotlight from Deep Cross Gaming, here we are with Shin. Congratulations! That was a very intense last few minutes in game number 3. Let's talk about that, because in the 15-minute mark, your team was on the opponent's base, but your opponent was able to turn it around, and then we witnessed the back door. Let's talk about that. Whose decision was that, and how was that in the communication?
首先呢，欢迎我们的团队，欢迎我们这个团队在聚光灯下，恭喜您今天的胜利。我们想要第一个问的问题是在整个的比赛最后15分钟的时候，你们的团队呢奋起的这个职工抓住这个机会，然后我们打赢了这场战争。当时呢，我们是在这样的一个后门还有射手的这个位置，那是谁决定的采取这样的战略呢？这样的战术？
是我们那时候团战打到一半，然后射手看到一个机会，就说：“可以偷塔，叫我们全部留人就结束了。”
Yes, so we were at this crucial end of 15 minutes, and our marksman, backdoor, they said with our team member Dota, we decided that we should do it this way, and then we won the game.
And that was a very great decision. Congratulations with that one. Now, your team, Deep Cross Gaming, is the very first team to represent AOV's merge with Honor of Kings. So how is that like to be playing today? How special is this for your team to be the first to represent in this new era?
那么非常棒的一个决策，你们赢得了这场战争，这样的一个比赛。那我们知道呢，您的团队是第一次呢，这个在我们的 EWC 上呢，作为就是来打王者荣耀的这样的团队来出现的，那么也是非常棒的一个成就。目前你们的感觉是如何的呢？
因为我也是从 AOV 转过来的啊。因为毕竟我也是从 AOV 转过来的，然后其实有蛮多，其实我的心态就是抱着学习过来的，因为有很多就是可能甚至团队配合什么的，就是之前可能没有过的。
之前什么没有过的？没有。
就是以前 AOV 是比较偏个人主义啊，这边 HOK 可能就是比较偏团队，所以就蛮多需要学习的。
Yes, in fact, we came from AOE, and I think there's a lot for me to learn. I have a quite calm feeling at the moment. I think there's a lot for me to learn, and I'm learning and growing this competition.
And we're looking forward to what else you have to show. We're really happy with this merge and to see your team perform today. Now, there's going to be one last one for you later on, and that's going to be on the 6th match with Nongshim Red Force. Invite them to support you. They're going to have another fight later on, another match. that's going to be in Game 6 to invite the supporters to support them.
是的，那么您的这个非常决策非常棒的。那么我们接下来还会有另外的一场的比赛。那么第6场的时候呢，有请您邀请一下您的这些粉丝来支持您，好不好？是不是有这样的激动的心情？
有。
Yes, I will invite them.
All right, we'll see you later on. And now we heard it from Shin, from Deep Cross Gaming. Now we're going to head back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Mara, and thank you very much, Shin. Shin is the youngest in the DCG roster right over there, and the way that he just presented himself just shows us that he came here not only to win, but he came here to learn. And that is a lovely thing to do, right? Like just coming in, trying to understand that this very big stage is just a very good opportunity just to keep improving yourself. Games 1 and 2 and 3 are done. Our match number 4 is something of the past. We're gonna move into match number 5, which is gonna be the upper bracket final for Group A. All of this is gonna happen right after a short break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Do you really need the wraps? Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are done with the first round. We had 4 amazing matches, just full of energy that we came in very early in the morning. The teams showed us 2 0s, 2 1s. We had a backdoor at the end that we were not expecting to see. Ups and downs. It has been the best of the best.
And exactly, right? And I like something that Sin actually said back in his interview where he was comparing, right, how AOV is towards HOK. it was saying that AOV is much more individual and Hitchcock is much more competitive as a whole. But let's check out the updated tournament bracket in Group A, where Buriram, United Esports, 2-0 Team Flash, and on the opposite end, Influence Rage also did the same against SAUL Esports. Now, upcoming match, Buriram takes on Influence Rage for that first slot into that group stage.
It's gonna be a 2-1 scoreline, guys. Just get ready. Because I'm here. Now, with that being said, I think this is definitely gonna be interesting, right? Because Buriram, they're the local champs.
Yeah.
Influence Rage, also the local champs of their respective regions as well. This is the time we're gonna see number ones against number ones. I wanna see if there's any more action to have. And of course, we will guarantee it for you because in Group B, we are also looking at a 2-2 Nongshim Red Force against Deep Cross Gaming.
And I gotta say, this has been an exciting matchup, right? We just saw how Deep Cross Gaming did the first ever reverse sweep that we have on KWC 2026, and it was against Blacklist International here. Yes, Blacklist International did have an amazing game one, but the back-to-back comeback with their individuality is what allowed DCG to make that 2-1 comeback.
Okay, but here's one more thing I want to add on. This is very important, right? So, Nongshim Red Force has had the history of being the gatekeepers for the PKL teams. Deep Cross now in this KWC is responsible for that, and they are going up against Nongshim Red Force. So do they gatekeep Nongshim from going further into KWC? There's a big question here.
That's a very big question. What about we just take that one into our match number 5? This is going to be our upper bracket final for the Group A. Buriram United Esports against Influence Rage. The RPL Summer 2026 first place against the Choke BR Fall 2026 second place.
It's gonna be an interesting one, right? Where we compare the playstyle. Yes, Sin did mention that AOV is more about individuality, but the way that Buriram played just now was slowly choking out the resources against Team Flash, and they did it marvelously. And then you compare it back to Influence Rage. They win by taking on fights and choking their opponents through winning team fights.
I like that, right? And also, it's all the first crossover. This is the first, no, it's not, the second one. Second one where we have AOV against HOK teams. So this is going to be very important to prove a point, because I want to see the difference of playstyle. Which one seems more effective in a competitive setting?
This is going to be a very big match. This is going to have different meanings for both of them, right? For Buriram United Esports, if they are to win this game, they're going to be the first AOV team qualified to the group stages. On the other hand, for Influence Rage, if they are to win this game, they're going to seal 2 spots for Chuck BR in the top 16. They are fighting for different things, but the goal for them is only victory. The only thing that they can see in their eyes. Blam, Nora, please break this game down for us.
Absolutely. I mean, Influence Rage definitely taking a clear series in their upper brackets. I feel like they're just going to try and emulate that once again. I don't think Buriram United is going to give them that easier fight.
Sure, and I think I do like the rhythm, how they played in game, and also because the game is rolling on, right?
Yes.
And when you finish your last game with a 2-0, like for both teams, right? Yes. You can just actually keep the momentum and just imagine 2 wins in a row, you're going to secure the spot into the group stage.
Literally, I mean, like you said, put it beautifully there, Nora, is the fact that they had a break. They maybe even had influence from other teams, looking at some of these comps that have come through today as well. But we're going to get into the BP here as well for both of these 2 teams. So Haya being one of those prio bands, as well as that Florentino, they are being very familiar faces within the band phase.
Exactly. And Florentino with good mechanics, you can always just turn the table around.
Yeah, and obviously with the big meta draft within the tank meta as well, obviously Haya being taken off there is definitely a good call for these 2 teams. So they know that they're not going to just have a tank disappear into the barrage.
Yes, and I feel like the play style is kind of different, referring to these 2 teams, because as we can see, Influence Rage, they are playing in a more aggressive way, like pretty chalk BR, typical play style, right? Go for the fight. And as for the other team, actually BRU, I'm looking forward to seeing that Miyu pick again.
It would be really nice, right? They seem to go and draft those picks that give them a really good early game advantage. So they have a fast pace, then they can go Siege. They look to go for the macro rather than going for these team fights because as we saw against Team Flash, even though they were ahead by 5k gold, they still lost the team fight towards the end of that game. So I feel like that may be the weak spot here for BRM United.
That's true. And this time you can see like they go for the pay as a priority. And pay can really lead the game pace actually if you play it well.
Yeah, Pei being prio onto the blue side here. I feel like once you give Pei over, you have to probably lock in the Zhongfei. Zhongfei is just being so big in today's matchups and just big in meta overall. Obviously, the disengage potential, but also the engage potential for the Unbridled Outburst is pretty insane. And then when you pair it up with 2 levels of burst from Chicha as well as Lorian, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, they're looking for 2 fights, I would say. But Lapu-Lapu, another hero goes for the team fight. Again, very popular in this patch. So I would say so far it's all well-rounded, speaking to both compositions.
Yeah, like you said, like the identity of BRM United, you've got the early game with Pei, you got the late game with Chano, you have the front line with Lapu-Lapu, trying to disrupt any kind of like flash in potential here from the Chicha, try and kind of defend that back line that you have here. But we do see here the Yukio ban, which is generally a good counter to the Pei, because having a bit of range, having a bit of CC really stops that Tiger in his tracks.
Yes, and one of the feature about why Yukio is such a great counter attack towards this Pei is because during the mid game, a lot of assassins will do the job to do the split push.
Yes.
And Yukio can do great burst out damage and insta-kill at the Pei. So.
Yeah, absolutely. You're there in an instance, you're gone the next, and you're on a death spawn timer. But the Guan Yu being taken off here as well, because we're looking towards the clash lane of both of these teams, because neither of these teams have yet secured their clash lane. Dharma, after being quite a big presence this so far today, as well as the Guan Yu. So they're really trying to maybe look for a little bit more front line here, I believe, on the side of Influence Rage. On the side of BRM United, I mean, they could really go for the Byron Pei combo if they really wanted to.
Yeah, if they can, like Byron is still an open choice. So I would say actually Influence, they can go for the Byron pick, or they're still gonna flex this Chicha for a little bit longer time.
Essentially, yeah, good point. Good catch there, to be honest. Like, Chicha can be flexed, can go into the farm lane. Obviously, not going to go into the jungle now because we do have Ying here as well. I feel like Ying is a great disruptor in terms of jungle heroes, having that copious amount of CC, but also the self-sustain on hit as well.
The only difference between In and this Pei is about their efficiency for farming out, because it's definitely gonna be slower than play to farm up and also to rotate.
Yes, rotations here for the side of Influence Rage, probably not looking like the fastest, right? Like, we look at Pei, that's a great pick there. Generally, when Pei gets picked up, Agudo is a nice match there, but obviously they do have their jungle and potentially their farm lane as well. But it is going to be the Byron that's going to round that one out, and then the Xiao Chao into the mid lane, giving that a bit of extra long-range poke, because they have that front line.
Yeah, and for the Byron pick, if you don't want it, I would just take it, right? Because it's suitable for both teams, and without this Byron, I'm wondering whether they are gonna flex this Chicha to the top and pick out another marksman. For example, Lorne is still available this time, right?
Yes,
it can just kind of just change your playstyle a little bit more, but it all depends on the players.
Yeah, I mean, Lung would be a great shout, but at the same time, I feel like Xiao Chao, if you're good enough on that hero, you can obviously anticipate where that's going to land down. But the Baichi was probably going to be the thing that was lingering in my mind about their being into the clash lane. Just great engage as well. So they have a lot of taunts, a lot of dive onto the back line. I feel like it's all down to whether Tempest can be like, right, guys, let's go in, let's get the team fight.
You're talking about engagement, and engagement is kind of like the core idea when we mentioned about Chalk BR teams. And so definitely, yeah, they're going to be very scrappy in this game, and they're looking for a lot of initiatives. But the thing is that once you're picking out Zhongfei and also Baichi at the same time, you relied a lot on your... how am I going to put it? You need to be very precise about how you're going to use your outfit.
Correct. Because if one wrong move is going to completely throw off the entire tempo of the team fight.
Yeah, that's true. And that will be the problem for INF to solve in this case. And speaking to BRU, I would say this time with this play, they can play it in a more flexible way, use their mobility, and just rotate more frequently than the other team.
Absolutely. It'll be literal moments before we get onto the gorge here between these two teams. I do want to go back to a point that Kin and Sagi were talking about, that this could potentially be the second AOV team to knock a HOK team into the low bracket.
Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing that. And also, you mentioned about the format. Actually, we said like both of the team they got 2-0 win for their previous game, and another victory will help them to secure the first spot.
Yes.
To the group stage.
So whoever wins this game gets a day off tomorrow. Yeah, that's the way I'm looking at it. Like, they get a free day to
that's
sit
a good
back,
point, actually. That's a good
scrim.
point.
They can look at the teams and see, hey, let's look what they're going to do to us in the group stage, potentially.
True.
But game number 1 is under the way. We did see a lot of votes going over to Burium United in-game, so clearly there's a big fan base for this team. Mid lane here, just looking a bit of a poke and prod between the two teams, just trying to claim some dominance here, it seems like.
But because of the skill 1 granted by Fury, this Lorian, they can do greater damage in the level 1 against their enemy.
Yeah, I mean, early game damage is going to be the name of the game, right? Especially when you're going up against something like Valdus on the pay. You're really going to need something that's going to pack the punch in return here for Influence Rage. Looking to put a bit of pressure onto Licky down to the bot side, but Taos is here to be his right-hand man.
And I feel like the strength in game 1 is kind of different because BRU, they had such a solid and strong top laner, which is Byron and Pei duo. But on the other side for INS, they definitely gonna pressure on a lot of continuously at the bottom.
Yeah, this is the great thing about the pick of Chicha, right? Just having that tone, just be able to just literally aim that damage and know that it's getting locked on there. I mean, Licky is literally licking his wounds out of that competition.
And because of the summon skill that he's carrying, right? He's carrying this Fury and allowing him to play even more aggressively in the laning.
Yeah, it's able to give him like a good kind of like way in, use the Soaring shot, trying to get a shutdown onto the enemy team, or just a means of escape there.
And also sustainability.
Yes, exactly. Top side of the map here, looking to be put into the favor of Burium United here, Little Boys, as well as Valdus taking that space right.
But I would say it's going to be a slow game because either for Channel or this Baichi need time to scale up, especially for Baichi. You need at least like 2 items and upgrade to level 12, allowing to use their ulti and got a really nice control.
Yeah, I mean, the first level's got there, right? You're level 4, you have your ultimate, you have everything in means in terms of setting up that great taunt onto the enemy team. So I can feel like if they can situate themselves correctly here on Influence Rage, especially at like the Tyrant or even Overlord, depending on where they go in around about a minute and 30 seconds, that taunt could really steal that objective away.
And also the detail about Baichi's ulti is that the control time is related to your HP, right? The higher HP you got, the longer time that you can taunt at your enemy. So
yeah, so you want to be going in there pretty meaty, pretty big health bars if you are going to be Tempest in Influence Rage here. But currently, we're looking at the gold lead here. It's pretty much just no
very
difference.
Even, actually. Yeah, very even.
Down, just a little bump in the road between to and from. But Taos here is trying to get a bit of vision just to see where Influence Rage is going to be going towards. Obviously, we know that Danny, we have the intel there. There's going to be the Azure Golem. So really, they're playing towards trying to get this priority down to the bot side of the map.
They trying to guarantee themselves with an upper hand at the bottom.
Oh no, there it is, John Fei with the Stampede. But can Leafy get out of there? That's going to be an NO because we do have Nunu coming down to the bot side of the map, and Fury, he's taking a bit of a beating as well. This is not looking healthy for Influence Rage, and Burium United set up a great Tyrant.
I mean, like, it's a 1-2 trade. Everything just went so optimistic after Mena just break out his ulti, get nice control, and flash in with a skill 2. Nice play, Nunu.
Nunu coming in with the playmaking. I mean, we were hyping him up in the first series of the day. I don't feel like we've given him enough kind of shadowing or spotlight with this one, but this is really showing it. This is the proof in the pudding.
Well, I mean, like, BRU, they're not holding back because we know that INF, they relies a lot on their ultis, and after they sold that out, they just instantly just make the counter-attack happen.
Yeah, and I feel like Influence Rage, they probably died at the right time, if there's ever such a thing, because they're now back onto the gorge. They are now able to try and fight and contest for this Tyrant, but there it is. Fury goes down. We are looking for some more here. It is going to be the access onto Chicha into the backline. Leafy falls because Valor Aldous is online.
I do like the mechanics that show by Nunu right now, how accurately, how precisely he can use his skill too, right? Yeah, Xiao Xiao is quite simple. Everyone can play Xiao Xiao well, but if you can land your skill too precisely on the target that you want, it's not easy to do that.
No, absolutely. It's a trick shot, you know? It's kind of like Princess Frost's Frigid Prison. If you can land that pretty well, you're a really good setup, even a counter towards Guan Yu. But no, back onto the point here. Nunu is playing these trick shots to perfection. Clearly, this is a comfort pick for him.
And because of his knock-up, they no longer rely on Laplop's ulti, right?
Yes.
It's kind of like save of their ulti.
Absolutely. And Saber, it is not going to be the saving grace of that T1 down to the bot side of the map there. Leafy taking a little bit too much damage for my liking, but it is going to be Fury trying to come up with a little bit of a backup there, but a soaring shot almost takes him out.
Almost, but the damage is not that sufficient. And because like he suffered a lot in the early game, so I believe with the 1,000 gold deficit, it even is not that huge, but still when you're playing this Shicha and you got 500 behind of your enemies, it's gonna put you in such a deficit.
It's not huge, but the fact is, moments ago we were talking about it was a flicker of 100 gold, and the fact is they have the Tyrant. That kind of enhances it to like an extra like 1.5k gold difference, right? Like you're getting the extra damage, the movement speed there as well, really already showing that it's helping BRU in these fights.
And I feel like maybe the pivot on the side of Influence Rage will be Tempest, will be this Daichi, because you can see like he prioritized equipment, allowing him to frozen his enemy once he ulti in. So it's kind of give me the sense that they are trying to make something happen and use the item by Tempest and try to initiate.
Yeah, the Frigid Charge is definitely going to be a big playmaker here, but like, we look at Burim United, they're going for the same kind of MOs they did in the last series they played, have a fast-paced jungle and just try and run it out before around about 12-minute mark, just so Pei doesn't start to become like on a downcline.
Yeah.
Potential position here around the Overlord is going to go up to BRU as well. So both of the neutral objectives here, we did see the flash in. It was almost beautiful, but Taos with the counter engage there. He is setting this one up. There is going to be nobody dying here, but it really puts Influence Rage on the back foot.
We mentioned about, whoa, flash in, fire, nice control.
That is absolutely beautiful there. Little Boys is just trying to get some more control into that mid lane, right? We do have the Vanguards coming through. We are looking for priority, and Influence Rage knows that.
Yeah. I mean, we mentioned about the sense of Tempest, how he's going to initiate, but the problem is that the spot that he selected, right, it's too close to tier 1 on the side of BRU, and it's not easy for them to come up with enough personal damage to complete that kill.
Yet at least, because I mean, as soon as they start to get a few more items on Nunu, onto Chano as well, that's when they're going to start to worry, as obviously you start to see the goal difference within the lanes as well, and it feels to me that they're really trying to give it over to Nunu here. It's like not only Licky is going to be the carry, Nunu seems to be sort of like sapping the extra bit of gold for themselves.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people may underestimate Xiao Xiao's power, you know, because it might be a little bit squishy and vulnerable during the team fight, but if you give this hero enough money, he can play even like assassin.
Yeah, absolutely.
Flash
especially
in, skill 2, and just did an insta kill.
And especially if you're playing on the to an advantage as well. If you're not playing from behind, you have Splendor, you have Flicker, you can really set up some really great engages, but also keep yourself alive by using that status.
True.
Looking for maybe potentially just trying to fish out where we're going here for the side of Influence Rage. I feel like they kind of lost their identity in this game number 1 because they're having to play reactive, right? You obviously mentioned it in the draft that we know Influence Rage likes to play aggressively, but now they're being forced to kind of be like, okay, how do we answer BRU?
Well, first thing first, I guess they are waiting for Tempest Dragon's flash.
Yes.
It will be available in 1 second, and now it's available, and they might just preparing for the 10 minutes mark, I guess. Like, looking for those big team fights, because they are very solid, the composition, but the thing is that they need to find out a spot that is really wide open.
Yeah, absolutely. And they pick off that Tyrant at the right time, right? They've got 78 seconds on there. That's going to carry them to an increased damage and movement speed until that 10-minute mark, which is already without that. BRU putting a lot of pressure onto Influence Rage here, so I feel like it's just kind of a bit of a bonus for them at this point.
Yeah.
Long bush here, the sit-in, stalking, looking to try and get off. I think they're really trying to aim for Nunu here. I feel like that's the reactive play from Influence Rage.
And also they are trying to prioritize the top lane since the fight might happen at the bottom side of the map.
Minions are doing their own kind of work down there. Bot side of the map does get taken down here potentially for Influence Rage. So first turret for themselves actually gets claimed here. So maybe this could be the comeback. Obviously, we are sort of slowly but surely getting into that kind of late game territory here. Mid to late game, 10 minutes is up. And when that 10 minutes comes up, this game then becomes 50-50.
Yes, and it's going to be very critical to, I mean, not for the dragon, but for the kill in this case.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing loads of shared kind of buffs here onto the side of Influence Rage. They are no stranger to the enemy's jungle. They are trying to just try and capitalize on everything here. Opening up this bot side does give a free red buff to them as well, so they can start to kind of like hemorrhage onto the enemy's jungle. But it's all going to be for play here for this Tyrant.
And Valdez, he's ambushing, waiting for the right moment.
He's looking to get that split push top side, bot side as well, right? Just make sure, kind of keep your enemy guessing, right? You got a few minions crashing through there. It's either lose your T2 or fully commit to the Tyrant or potentially lose that Tyrant as well.
Ooh.
Big engage here. Splendid's come through, but Nunu, the ultimate from Lapu as well into the backline. We see that Lecky is looking to take that big, juicy tag off the board here for Influence Rage. We see Danny trying to use the Ying to get out and does successfully.
That is insane. I mean, the ulti from Lapu from Taos, he just got control of full numbers and totally just pivot the whole team fight.
Absolutely. Turn the tide of the entire team fight there. We're going to see that in this beautiful replay there.
Exactly.
As we get that. Obviously, the Unbridled Outburst was really kind of the catalyst and the helping hand for Influence Rage to get out of that one.
It's very impressive that Influence Rage, we mentioned about how they're preparing for this 10 minutes mark and they're trying to force BRU to fight against them. But the problem is that with that Lapu's ulti, it just turned everything around.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's the beauty about Honor of Kings as well, right? Just one well-timed ability can completely put you back into the game, completely turn the tide of favor into yours. I feel like there's kind of maybe a calculation here around about the Shadow Overlord, right? Like, if we are trying to see Influence Rage get back on here, trying to put a bit more pressure either into bot side, top side, before they even try and go for the mid lane, right? Obviously, they need to try and get a few pickoffs. They need to try and get their foot through the door first. I feel like if they try and go for it, or a team fight in mid here, it could end badly for them.
And also you mentioned about Baichi's level 12, and as he already be in level 12, so I guess maybe if Influence Rage just put the team fight in a real, decent way, maybe they can turn the table around.
They could try, but I mean, when you've got 3 minion waves in 3 lanes pushing through, it becomes very difficult, and it really opens up that prize possession that was looking really holding on to there for Influence Rage. Was that T1? We see that Brewing United is able to get that takedown as well, and I feel like now Influence Rage is kind of forced to play for this Shadow Overlord.
Force them.
Oh, Lapu tries to go in. The half-no smite there. Little boy's a little bit too late, but they are chipping away at Tempest. Tempest has already used the ulti, already used the Frigid Charge. He is looking like a down dog now. Valdez into the backline, picks off Danny. Fury goes down. It's only Leafy here with the damage now, keeping Burm United off their tail.
You could never imagine that it is a Pei that was at the back, right? It's so rare to see Pei as an assassin being so vulnerable and squishy and taking responsibility to be at the back.
Yeah, I think that's thanks to the itemization, right? We saw him build like the Foscar's Embrace towards the beginning part of his draft. He does have the Pure Sky as well, so all that lets him be the assassin, but also kind of keep himself alive.
Yeah, and I feel like BRU, they're not really rushed into the team fights. As you said, right, they already got several advantages on all 3 lanes, so no rush anymore, just pushing the lanes, pushing the waves, and try to secure the victory.
Absolutely. They're playing the team fight to their advantage. They're wanting Influence Rage to make the wrong step first. But speaking of itemization, obviously we are seeing a little bit more damage come through here for the Pei with the Doomsday, right? Especially when we got such like a big tanky front line onto the Baichi, onto the Zhangfei. That item is really going to help you out.
Yeah. It's very smart to use this Doomsday.
Yes. Maybe not have been the case there for Danny trying to contest Little Boy's 1v1. I mean, we do see Influence Rage top side of the map now, so if they are going to try and look for a pickup here onto Birim United, this may potentially be the case here. I feel like Leafy's overstepping a little bit too here for my liking. A bit of poke damage onto Taos. We're seeing Licky. They're all trying to formulate around this Tyrant. I feel like if they get this Tyrant, maybe this is the final nail in the coffin for Influence Rage in this game number 1.
Yes, and they won't just miss it, so you can see,
3-man knock-up. He's going for the hat trick, but into the back line is going to be Taos as well.
Wow.
Little Boys takes down and helps the pickup of Licky as well. Maina down. That's a 2-2 trade for these two teams. But now it's all important. Can they get a takedown of Leafy? There it is. Valdez, he's looking for more with the help of his teammates, but Fury's still here. They still have that chunky damage onto the side of Influence Rage.
And it end up with a 2-3 trade. I do like the layers of this engagement. As you can see, the knock-up, it was so beautiful. By this Xiao Qiao, by this Love Love, and also by this Byron. But after that, you can see, well, from the recaps, you can see, right, Love Love's ulti and jumping in with the Xiao Qiao's second ability. And the knockup was very decent, but the problem is that Tempest Dragon, Tempest, he's playing like a Tempest Dragon, right? He's so strong and just stood in front of his teammates and to build up a really comfortable setting for his teammates to do the rest of the thing.
Yeah, I feel like Taos and Maina are kind of playing poker face with their ultimates. Like, they're waiting for the first person to drop that ultimate so they can do the counter ultimate there, but there is no counter for the takedown of Danny into his own jungle. Fury, however, is going to be able to escape this one, but we can see top side of the map here as well. We see Little Boys just trying to put some more pressure on, just trying to take away every little bit of resource here from Influence Rage as well as that T3. Got minion wave here.
Sending the waves.
Not looking too healthy. They're able to get one kind of minion down. Can they take the other one down? Thanks to Chicha. I feel like that is going to be the case here, but Taos with a triple man knockup once again. And the unbridled efforts. We talk about the poker face, and there it is. Maina was able to just keep that minion wave at bay, and BRU as well.
Some skill traits, but I feel like you know, like the shortage about the composition on the side of Influence Rage is that they're picking out 2 warriors, right? Double warriors. And that make your wave clarity as a problem. And if they just keep sending those waves in the mid lane, it's just kind of, you need to make some trades happen when you're trying to clean up the wave.
Yeah, it's kind of like just a battle of stamina at this point, right? We're seeing how long can Influence Rage actually defend their base for against BRU. They're able to still kind of maintain getting the takedown of the Azure Golem, so I feel like that's kind of like a saving grace for them. They have some means of getting some kind of gold, but it's just the defense is getting harder and harder to stack.
But the game is actually going longer than we expect, right? Because we can see BRU take control of the match for over 12 minutes right now. But Influence Rage, they are doing very good by pushing backs. But right now, it might be the most pressure moment that they ever gonna face in game 2. It was down instantly. It was an initial kill.
Absolutely initiation there onto the side of Birim United as they look to claim this game number 1 here. We have Vanguard top side of the map with Vanguards into the mid as well. We see Valdez just doing the Lord's work, just getting that macro push here as well. This is the final frontier for Influence Rage. It's going to be an engage here for the side of BRU. Nunu picking up more kills here. Leafy goes down. Tempest as well. And we'll claim that crystal for 1-0 for Birim United.
Game 1 goes to BRU, and you can see like they have such a deep understanding towards the match, especially at the laning. So I do like the way how they play, and I do think that there's kind of outbalance with these two playstyle, right? If you can do great at the pushings, then why go for the team fight?
Absolutely. I feel like the experts has to shine the light on Nunu in this one. It was a fantastic display here for these teams.
Well, BRU right now comes in, takes the victory. Very well done by them. I sincerely believe that Influence Rage had in there some opportunities to turn things around, but BRU just closed the door on their faces every single time. BRU built an advantage, did not let it go, there's some questions that I do have right over there, but I want to hear from you guys. What do you feel about the game first?
For the game itself, I think, man, VRU looking really clean in these team fights, right?
Yeah.
Like, I like how the casters mentioned, like, Nunu was always being able to find these opportunities coming in with Taos on that Raging Seed on the Lapu Lapu. But the early game part, Little Boys on that Byron was just something else.
He really made a huge difference, right? And then once they established the lead, this is where AOV teams shine. If you have watched their professional games, you know they never let go of a lead. And if you give them a CC lineup, here's my beef.
Go ahead.
You look at the Lorian, Fury, right? It's one of the strongest heroes when the AOV teams play it. But when our HOK teams pick it up, they're at a deficit. Because the AOV teams know what this Lorian can do. They know the extent of this hero, and they punish it so hard.
0-3-3 on Force Fury here didn't have the best of the best games in terms of that Lorian compared to some of the performance that we had today. But let's pan ourselves over to the jungle matchup here. 4-0-5 coming in from Valor against Danny here. Danny was really silent this game.
Let's just talk about that because they just completely just focused on Danny. Every single team fight, Danny was just focused on since minute one, right? Like it was just immediately just let's eliminate Danny out of the equation, and then after that we can think about what else we can take out of that.
Because they have no more damage. If you take a look at the draft, it was only Leffy, right?
Yeah.
Yes, they have a lot of CC. You have the Bai Chi, and you have the Lapu Lapu. Yeah, but no, Zhang Fei?
Zhang Fei,
Yeah,
yes.
Zhang Fei.
Okay, you have the control, but where's the damage? We can put
There's no
you in the
follow-up.
chair, but there's no weaponry we can put onto you.
I agree with you completely, man. I do believe that Influence Rage needs to go back to the drawing board and really think about what do they want to do, right? What about if we just look a little bit of the highlights of the game so we can actually just point out what is happening, just the exact moments that things just started falling apart.
I think as of this point, right, we're already like very deep in towards these like moments here. Yes, these are the moments where you can see like Valor escaping towards safety here. Little Boy's too tanky. It comes back to the question here that Kin has suggested here. Where is the damage coming in from the side of Influence Rage? Because once the ultimate expires coming in from Lefty Chicha, there won't be enough damage to realistically take down both Little Boys and Taos. That's why it's a counter against Chicha. Chicha does not do well against beefy lineups.
And, you know, to answer your question, Isaac, about why does Danny get to have the priority on the side of Buriram, right? Why do they aim him? Because he's the only person that has the possibility of jumping to the backlines and getting rid of Licky in this team fight.
As you can see, these moments, like I mentioned here, Kin, Licky untouched every single fight is just engaged by Taos or Little Boys with those engaged on their flashes here. And then, if Licky's untouched, Channel is one of the most OP or strongest farm lanes in the late game, has insane DPS, and if you don't lock him down, this is exactly what happens.
There's so little options for him to exploit, and this is something that, look, the players are feeling it. This could be a 2-0 series, and this is going to be a big wake-up call for our HOK teams here.
Well, let's wait and see if this is going to be a 2-0 or if INF can just turn things around. Let's go to our break, and when we come back, we're going to bring you game 2 of this match number 5.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
ドキしようよ準備開拓早まだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみたんだ
Welcome back. We were just discussing right over here as everyone just having a break about that choice over there in the Clash lane, right? Like we have already understood that they did not have enough damage. INF just did not have enough damage coming in. The choice of the Baitsi as the last pick over there in the BP stage might have just sealed their destiny since before the game started.
I like that point, right, Isaac, where you're thinking like, okay, we need a Baitsi to equalize that laning phase against the Byron because Valor was on a pay that could potentially harm the Ying before she gets to scale. But without proper engage coming from the Baitsi towards the back line, there's just not enough room to lock down Lecky on that channel. If you're potentially looking for something like the Charlotte, potentially something like the Fatih, could elevate some pressure from Lefty's shoulder on that Chicha.
Yeah, I like the idea a lot. We were talking about the Fatih, right?
Yeah.
Zero consideration today so far in all the games. I wonder why, but there's always a reason why people do stuff. So perhaps they did some research, or maybe they want to save it for this game. We never know. So maybe the expectation could be in this second game where the life is on the line, honestly speaking, for the side of Influence Rage. Fatih might be a consideration here.
All right, so Influence Rage for this game number 2 is going to have to change the way that they're drafting because the draft is not working for them. But I want to just raise up one last thing before we pass it to the casters lab. It is super important for us to see that Buriram United, they had the advantage very early in the game and it took them a long time to finish. And that cannot happen if they're going to move into the group stages. They really need to completely just seal the deal early on, or else other teams might not give them the chance.
But sometimes you want to make moments last longer and savor the feeling.
Can get out of here. You know what? Send me Blam and send me Nora because I need serious people right over here at the desk. Blam, Nora, what do you think?
Well, I would agree with you then.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We needed adults. We needed adults, and we are here. We are here to be the adults once again. But how are we feeling about Buriram United now that we know that they're able to take down Influence Rage, not with ease, but with precision and time?
Yes. I mean, like, they definitely want to secure the victory. That's why they kind of just slow down the pace. And speak of the play style, actually, I think, like, I do believe there's, like, counter attacks between different play styles.
Yes.
And, you know, there's an old saying in Chinese called 以柔克刚, which means use your softness to counter the hardness. And we know that Influence Rage, they are very good about attacking. And that's why they're looking for such a scrappy composition that is selected by Qi Zhangfei over initiation. But the problem that you can see, like, when the game goes on, the opponent's just avoiding the team fight. Like, I can go for it, but I need to make sure that the laning's already being on the upper hand.
Absolutely. I feel like in this one as well, just to give like a dual meaning to that saying there, obviously the softness there being the squishier heroes of Buriram United have been able to take down the toughness of Influence Rage, right? They're able to precisely take down the tanks. Nunu's been able to precisely get those trick shots onto the carry heroes onto the side of Influence Rage. So I feel like, depending on this draft, I don't want to see Agudo again. Because I feel like if we start to see Pei Agudo all the time for Birmingham United, I'm starting to feel scared for the jungle pool, you know?
Oh, okay. But I'm looking for a Luna pick, actually. Because you
That'd be
mentioned
nice.
about Agudo, right?
Yes.
And Luna can be a great counter pick towards that Agudo.
Absolutely. But obviously, they picked up the Pei in first game. They're banning it out in game number 2. I feel like that's just a good strat generally within HOK Esports. If you get that meta pick onto the blue side, you really want to be taking it off for the enemy team for the rest of the series. And if this is match point, this could be the rest of the series. And Influence Rage's Danny doesn't get to play that one.
Yeah, and Danny is known for his assassin player, so it's gonna be a problem. And also another question to Influence Rage is that while they continuing doing what they, we know that they're good at doing team fight, but will they continuing to do the same strategy when they play against BRU?
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, obviously they didn't pick the Guan Yu, they didn't pick the Jing like they did in their first series of the day, but also their opponent, not quite as obviously esteemed as BRU in their own league, but also now that they've played up against them for one game, they know what they're facing up against here as well. But the Lurian being banned out as well, obviously Fury was able to take that last game. They don't want to give over the Florentino, but they are going to go with the safe pick here of the Flowborn Marksman, because now you're not having to worry about into that second ban phase that you're going to be whittling around that hero pool in the bans.
Yeah, safe pick indeed. I mean, like marksman, like Flowborn Marksman is very well-rounded in this patch because he can definitely take care of himself in the early game during the laning, and also can be super powerful in the late game.
Yeah, that enhanced second skill gives him a bit of a pushback, right? Like able to get out of that sticky situation. But there's two heroes that could actually get you into a very sticky situation here for the side of Influence Rage. Lapu Lapu and the Mai Shiranui. If we can synergize, combo these ultimates, that's a lot of burst damage, a lot of CC.
And it's just kind of give us the sense of confidence, you know. Influence Rage, we question a little bit about whether they're going to continue doing the same thing, doing the same strategy or not, but they are showing that they are confident enough to make the team fight happen.
I mean, they're going to try at least, but I mean, this is the pick that we highlighted a lot in the first game. It was Prio band onto the side of Birmingham United. We have Haya come through, so really here, this is going to be the prime target of the Haya, is looking to get the lockdown of that Lapu Lapu potentially here.
Yeah. And also Zhang Fei is a great security guard of Haya's ulti.
I feel like both of the Titans here is Taos and Maina, right? Like they literally just swapped hands. It's like, you played that really well and you countered my ultimates. Let's see if I can do exactly the same thing here as well.
Head to head.
But we're seeing a bit of a prio onto the tankier jungles here as well. Obviously, Monkey being a good pickup here for the side of Birmingham United. Obviously, able to get onto the back line with the Dream Roam if they really wanted to here. But the Masashi for Danny, is this going to be kind of like go for the Giant Axe, so you've got the HP, or is he going to go for the Rapacious Bite as well, just to get that extra damage come through? Be the assassin that we know Masashi can be.
Yeah, but I'm not so sure about this Musashi pick because, the feature that you mentioned about Musashi is about his ulti, right? He can shred down the HP, but the problem is that it's quite vulnerable in the early game, right?
Yeah.
So if BRU go for some powerful hero in the early game, for example, Dun, right? Yeah. How you're gonna counterattack? For example, Yukio is still available, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not so sure about this Musashi, but just wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if they go for like a Lu Bang up into the clash lane, right? You have the battlefield command. He's going to have a bit more shield. You're also going to get that burst magic damage from Lu Bang as well. A bit of a delivery system, I like to call it, when you have Masashi. Use the duel to the death into the back line. Get bursted by that magic damage as well, which could be a potential here. They don't have their clash lane. It looks like Leafy's going to go for the Lady Sun for a little bit more late game potential.
Yeah, just guarantee that they got enough power to do in the late game, but it also means that they do need some hero like Byron at the top, I guess, because they need more space for them to scale up. Both Mai or Musashi or even Lady Sun need time to scale up, so they might need some hero like Byron at the top.
Yeah, I feel like Mai has a little bit more of an earlier activation, not in terms of scaling, but as soon as she gets to level 4, you kind of synergize that combo with Lapu Lapu, and it kind of makes the team fights a little bit easier, especially if you have just ever so slightly like a 1k gold advantage.
Yeah.
Or even have the Tyrant buff on your hands, but it's going to be the Nerdset here into the jungle for the side of Birmingham United, so they're going to go for that global
ultimate, get that intel as well when you drop it. So very nice draft here from BRU.
And the way that how they're giving the Charlotte and Nerja is made me feel like they are looking for a late game.
Yes.
Because both teams, at least they need to wait for level 4 and then wait for like maybe 12 minutes and
Yes.
they were able to fight properly.
The one thing I really like about Nert's pick as well is the fact is like you think that your carry is safe. You think that Mai Shiranui is safe. You're going to try and kind of like force them into that like further back. So it kind of gets them out of positioning. You're pushing them. You're bullying them. And it really sets up a great team fight for BRU, I feel like. But the party here is going to be the round out here. A lot of burst damage. More access into that back line as well. Because I feel like if they take off Flowball Marksman, where's the damage really going to come from here?
Yeah, Flowball Marksman is definitely going to be the target on the side of Influence Rage, especially they got so many assassins, like multi-assassins for their composition. So again, they're looking for a lot of fights and they're looking for this Flowball Marksman. But it's kind of vulnerable in the early game. But I'm not talking about BRU is being very powerful in the early game. I thought like it's going to be a peaceful operation that we might see from 1 minute to maybe 6. And maybe some skirmishes might happen because of the ulti that they got. And also around the 4 minutes marks, definitely. But I mean like for proper teamfight or engagement, we are talking about maybe 12 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing as well, right? Like if Influence Rage knows that they're going to have like a very coy kind of early game, that's when you're going to be seeing the rotation from Mai Shiranui. Fury on this pick, potentially trying to get that kind of tower dive. Make sure that Licky is not going to quite have that game where he's able to sit back, get all the resources he needs, and then lay the pain later on.
Exactly. And game 2, like for BRU, they already got the match point. Only 1 game to go. They can secure the first spot to the group stage. And Influence Rage, this time they're picking out so many heroes needs mechanics.
Yes. I mean, in terms of the mid lane, it's like who can clear the wave faster, right? Obviously, Haya has the range, able to throw those 3 skills out, clear a complete wave with that one. I feel like if Mai Shiranui was against any other kind of like a mage into the mid lane, it would be a little bit easier for the side of Influence Rage. We're already seeing here the priority down to the bot side of the map means that Leafy has that space to get that neutral point down there. So, like we were talking about earlier, both Leafy, both Lecky are looking at late game heroes. They need as much resources as possible here just to get them online before their counterpart.
But you mentioned about the efficiency of the mid lane, right? If you want to gain the resources in the early game, it will be very hard for you if you just lay back.
Yes. But also at the same time, like if you're looking at Haya is not really one that's going to be kind of needing to steal that away. It depends on like the whole premise of this team comp, because obviously Nertza has a slow kind of burn into the jungle. It takes him a while to get his online. So if he's sharing this mid lane, it means he's going to be able to get to level 4 faster like he has and have that presence that we were talking about in the draft.
And also the detail about this patch is that when you got like 3 or 4 people sharing the same lane, you can actually got extra gold from the lane.
Yes, it helps to share, clearly. I mean, a life lesson, but also a lesson for HOK Esports. Is sharing gold lets your team potentially win easier. Definitely a little bit of a stalemate here into the early game, though. They are just kind of, like you said, they are playing a very coy early game into the bot side of the map. They're making sure that Lecky is just not going to be aggressive, caught out, able to scale well with time.
But still, a lot of skirmishes can be predicted from minute 1 to 6 because of the ulti that they got, right? Haya's ulti, Nerja's skill 3, and also Musashi and the Mai. So it's kind of like a test about your map awareness. When you find your opponent's vision is invisible, then you might be a little bit guarded, or you might be ganked by your opponent.
Yeah, I feel like that's when it comes down to that's your roamer's job to find out where they're actually going, right? He needs to gather that intel. He needs to make sure that your team's set up properly. And the fact is, with this tank meta, in terms of the supports, it enables them to kind of walk into a brush, get a bit of damage taken to them, and it's not going to be the end of the world, you know?
It's just because of what you just said. You can see like Mena and also Taos, they are not just, you know, stuck at the bottom. Actually, they're roaming around.
They are roaming. They're just kind of trying to maybe catch out the identity of the enemy team here as well, right? They're just
Yes.
like, right, okay, what's their play? They're looking for top side, looking to put pressure onto Charlotte, because we talk about late game as well. We've not really kind of covered much of Charlotte in terms of her late game potential and her need to get to the late game as well.
So they're actually gaining the river control, because once you got the river control, you can see like it's vertical from the top side to the bottom and allowing them to rotate faster.
And also getting that space right?
Yes.
Obviously, just able to set up that 4-minute mark just a little bit more sort of proficient for the side of whoever gets that space right. But in terms of proficiency, in terms of gold, we are seeing the Influence Rage just shares just that little bit of a gold lead right now. Fury obviously able to just get a bit of tit for tat there for Towers. I feel like if anybody else walked to that brush, it could have been first blood there.
Oh, flash!
Knock up.
Knock
Beautiful.
up.
Oh.
Insta kill!
Wow.
It just happened in 1 second, I mean.
Literally, they were alive for one moment and then next gone, and that was going to go over to Leafy. I feel like giving that kill over to Leafy is definitely going to amplify that late game.
And that's the importance that when you got the river control, you can see like Mai was ambushing, and so does this Lapu Lapu. They just get Nunu at first hand.
Nunu is going to be the focal target here for the side of Influence Rage. He definitely made a statement out of Influence Rage in that first game, so I feel like it's personal here. Like, they know that he can be the carry. It's not necessarily the marksman, it's the mid lane.
It feels like you are the shot caller, so we're going to shut you down.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of shutdown here, I mean, maybe a little bit too aggressive here for Influence Rage. Able to escape is going to be Fury, but he has to keep his safe distance here from Nunu. Nunu has a great poke, but the Unbridled Outburst here just going to keep them away. Not able to secure the Azure Golem, but once again, more kills going into the right place. Leffy is having a nice time.
Exactly. I mean, 2 kills goes over to Leffy, so definitely they can take the tier 1 tower down in the mid, and everything just going wide open for INF.
I think this is the game one that they wish they had, right? This is definitely where they're looking. They're like, right, okay, this is how we're meant to play, boys. This is what we are meant to do. And right now in game number 2, they are definitely doing that.
And I feel like the way how they're gonna piloting those heroes, because they're very immobile, they're very the mobility that those heroes has just kind of free them to do whatever they want.
Correct, yeah. I mean, like that, you saw the flicker in with the Mai Shiranui, the pickup onto Little Boys, but it's going to be the last hit. So they are really, I mean, it must be intentional. It can't just be Leafy being greedy, getting those last hits. It's all intentional, getting your marksman online, because they know the aim of the game. They know that's where their damage is always going to come into when they approach towards the latter part of the game.
Musashi.
Oh, gets taken to the Mirage. Actually losing a lot of health there. It's going to be the new F-Force and the Flash as well in the Mirage. That's not really a safe bet. Using that ultimate again, the activation just to get that time. They're waiting for him. It's the claim onto Danny.
Mission complete for Nunu. He's not looking for a kill, as it's going to be a solo against Danny's Musashi. He's waiting for his teammates, just trying to, enclose the team play.
Yes, exactly. It's like, guys, I need you on me. We need to get the pick up here of the enemy jungle.
Just give me more time.
Exactly, yeah. Just let me buy you time. Get here. He's coming through the Mirage. And that's exactly what they did here. But Tempest maybe going for a 2v1 here. Top side of the map. That Nurse is coming through beautifully. And there it is. BRU picking up their second kill of the game.
And that's the ganks that we were talking about, right? Because the ulti that those heroes can has allowing them to do a lot of ganks on the sidelines.
It is. It really opens up. It's also kind of frees up your roam as well, right? Because if you have that ultimate, you're already getting that intel. Means that Taos is able to free up, maybe try and protect Leaky. Leaky hasn't died once yet. I feel like we haven't really seen him within these team fights, and maybe that's a problem for Influence Rage a little bit later on.
But I do believe from now on, we will see more frequent team fight happens from now on.
I think the problem here is kind of stemming the bleeding here for Burium United, because they obviously lost all T1s right now. That's a huge kind of game state to give over to Red Side. The Mirage comes through again. Can everybody on the side of BRU come through here? But it's going to be met with Influence Rage as well. Danny Fury, Leffy here also. But the Arrow Storm keeps them away. They're looking for a bit of an engage here thanks to Little Boys. But Little Boys is able to get out alive. A lot of health bars falling here onto the side of Influence Rage. Fury just working this Mai Shiranui, just getting that poke damage.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned about the tier 1 tower was missing on the side of BRU, but because of Nunu's Haya, you can always rely on this ulti to, initiate. as you wish, but the problem is that it was happening in the middle. So you can see like Leffy, the Lady Sun, was in such a comfortable setting to do all those outputs, just flashback to the tier 1 tower. So
exactly.
Yeah, nothing just happened.
If they held onto that T1, I feel like they could have been a little bit more aggressive with that play, right? They could have potentially got a few kills rather than getting absolutely Bo Diddley here in the mid lane. 8 minutes, 35 seconds, is looking to be the place where we start to see Influence Rage, just trying to find some kind of clear setup. They're looking to go and try and get the Tyrant here from the side of BRU. They claim it once again.
It was very smart for them to, separate themselves and just move in groups. 2 members to take down the Tyrant, and for Haya trying to guard the top lane tower. But the thing is that when we're upcoming to 10 minutes mark, I would say the layer about how you're gonna use your ulti really matters a lot during that upcoming team fight.
Absolutely.
Wow.
I
mean, the thing is that Haya needs to take Danny away by using his ulti and let Zhang Fei to guard the outside. And as for INF, they need to make sure that Lapu Lapu need to contest this Zhang Fei to use his ulti to knock up numbers of BRU.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw there Influence Rage trying to do a good job of trying to bait out Towers' ultimate before the 10-minute mark, which would be a fatal error here for BRU, because like you were saying there, that's one ultimate that they won't have. And it's kind of like the disruptor to Lapu Lapu Maina here that we've been seeing so beautifully kind of go tit for tat with those ultimates in game number 1.
And also, both jungler has the ability to directly targeting at the backliners. I mean, like on their marksman. So yeah, the accuracy is also very important.
Very important, but also positioning here as well. The Arrow Storm already been committed here, just trying to get a lot of damage onto Tempest, but Tempest can build that back up when he pops the ultimate, right? Like that burst damage, that life steal as well is not going to be a problem. You see here, he's already got the path back up, but there it is, a beautiful bridal outburst, and there it is. Danny goes down. They don't get the Tyrant. BRU are looking for claim in kills here, and Maina is able to get out with just ever so little help, but can they defend this T1 into the mid lane? Is going to be the next MO here for Influence Rage. Tempest is just getting laid with damage thanks to that Arrow Storm.
I mean, that was pretty much like a dragon theft on the side of BRU, because we can see like the dragon was taken extremely low. But the thing is that you can see how Taos use this Zhang Fei, keep pressuring on Danny, right? He's forcing him to retreat and just give a really nice space for Voldes to secure the dragon.
Look
right?
at that.
Outsy.
So
nice control.
good. He saw the CC on there for Danny. You know in that moment in time, if you're playing HOK, you get CC'd, you're like, right, okay, this smite is not going to hit, unfortunately. And at this moment in time, these are the kind of mistakes you cannot be making. When Influence Rage had such a good momentum going for them, a good game state, and I feel like that's kind of just moved that all into the waves of BRU.
And also, we're moved to a stage that can be more intensive from now on, because we're really close getting to 12 minutes, which we're looking for some proper team fight.
Yeah, team fights is probably going to be the make or break of either of these two teams, right? Like, if you play one bad foul play here, it's going to be Jova for you if you are Influence Rage or BRU, but there's the Unbridled Outburst just to kind of push them away, but there is Valor into the back line. He's trying to get the pick up onto Leafy. Leafy is in a good situation. You see Maina retreat as well. Nobody's dying here for Influence Rage just yet.
It's kind of like they're testing out. They're testing out the boundary that you have, and the reason why BRU is trying to initiate, because they're trying to force out Leffy's HP and also his flash. They need to, create a more comfortable setting for Licky to do the output.
Yeah, I mean, you just saw there on the damage dealt, right? Like, Liffy is a whole 20k damage dealt above Lecky. Like, that's crazy. And that's exactly where you want to be if you are this lady's son. You need to make sure you are having maximum impact in this one. We are seeing Voldes looking to drive away Danny here, top side of the map there, using that ultimate, using that Skyfall here, using the smite to slow him down. Is this going to be enough here for Tao to get the retreat? Oh! Beautiful stun there from the Unbridled Outburst. Big setup, a big takedown for BRU.
I I mean, Taos is always there for his teammate.
Oh, yeah, but Fury's trying to do a bit of his own flavor here. He's getting the flavor down onto Little Boys. He gets taken down as well as Taos. Oh my goodness. Influence Rage could be coming back here, but it's going to be the Mirage that keeps this whole momentum going for the side of the red team. There goes Fury as well. This is not looking too good here.
It's gonna be a 3-3 trade, and double kill goes over to Valdez again. Everything just went so chaotic, and Lefty is still chasing him down. Godlike.
I feel like he should have just retreated. He should have retreated. Valdez here is not going to do the damage that he needs to do to get the takedown onto Lefty. Lefty's just going to get 3 kills.
Oh, fight till the end. I mean, they just aced BRU. That's the proper team fight we're talking about.
That's the Chuck BR team fight. Exactly. We're going to see it here in that replay as well. Obviously, we saw a beautiful Unbridled Outburst top side of the map, but then that really meant that Influence Rage had that green light go. That was like, okay, his ultimate's gone. We've lost Danny, but we can get so much more, as you see here.
And you can see how aggressive Lefty was. He used a flash to chase that Licky down, right? It was kind of like a solo between the marksmen.
Absolutely. It was who's got the most damage, and already at that point in time, we already saw that Lefty had incredible leaps of damage against Lecky on the side of BRU, but still, when all said and done, they're only about 3k up at this moment in time, and when it's going to about the 15-minute mark, that 3k kind of means nothing. It's getting to the point where gold isn't the problem. It's the macro, it's the pressure you have on the map.
But I mean, like, the equipment does matters a lot, because as you can see, Lady Sun got this item, the shield, allowing him to have more physical defense than Licky, and just allowing him to have more tolerance to the team fight.
A little bit more tolerance, a little bit more slow. I believe it was the Ominous Premonition he has there as well. Yes, yeah, that's the beauty of late game Lady Sun. You kind of just trade out the damage for a little bit more survivability and a little bit of kind of a pain in the side of your enemy team, just slowing them down. Especially when you got something like My Shiranui, right? If you can slow them down enough, My Shiranui comes through. Fury's just having a field day there in terms of kills. Dragon Rage being built here for Danny. He wants to boost that basic attack damage.
Yeah, and also for Musashi.
Oh, T2, mid lane, looking to go down here, potentially here. We do see the Tempest is having a full front down into the mid lane. We have a 2-lane push here as well. They might be able to save you and salvage that top side of the map, as we saw there from Little Boys, but the Arrow Storm's definitely going to clear out enough of those minions. So unless we get a clear engage here for Influence Rage, I don't think any T3 is going to fall just yet.
But if you're looking for a clear engage, I would say it's going to be a little bit risky, right? Because you need to sacrifice yourself, no matter for Musashi or this might. It can be a little bit risky.
It's very strange how Danny's playing this Musashi, right? Like, we feel like 0-3-2 is not a good KDA, but it's the motive that matters. We see Leafy. Oh! He almost gets out, dies into the backline there. The Imperil comes through. We are seeing a 2-1 trade, and that's a lot of damage being taken off the board here for Influence Rage.
I mean, look at the Wombo combo. I do like the way how Taos initiate, because here's the detail, right? The jump face ulti allowing him to stun his enemy when they hit the tower.
Yes.
And even though the tier tower was gone, but look at the the base of the tier 2 tower is still there. So he just used this small tactic, as you can see, right?
Yes.
Pushed them to the base of the tier 2 tower and just got stunned 4 people and just initiate in such a beautiful way.
Yeah, leaving the ruins of the map and making the ruins of the side of Influence Rage in that team fight.
Exactly.
Is a very good use of the mini parts of the map that you probably wouldn't have even noticed, right? Like, was it a fluke? Was it a play? We don't know, but all we know is that BRU were back in this one.
Exactly.
Look at the formulator, maybe around about the Tyrant potentially here. Obviously 24 seconds leads us to just under 18 minutes. That means if they go for the Tyrant, they've got a 4-stack Tyrant until that Tempest Overlord comes through, which could be the first one of the play-ins, right?
Yeah.
Which would be scary for either of these two teams.
if one steals it, it's pretty much over at that point in the game. We've seen a lot of Sage's Sanctuaries being built here as well. Obviously, Danny has one, Leffy has one. They're looking to just make sure that they have that second win that they need if it's going to be the takedown of this Tyrant into the back line. But it's going to be the Splendor here, saving Fury, just buying time for the side of Influence Rage. Fury is looking pretty low, but he's gone and done what he needs to do. But it is going to be the Sage's Sanctuary that gets saved here for Valdez as well. Maybe not enough damage follow here to get the takedown, but it's going to be the Stampede into the back line. Maina falls with Leffy. The Sage's Sanctuary falls as well. Double kill over to the side of BRU.
Double kill, and I do like the way how Taos play again. You know, I rarely give credit to Aroma because usually you will see the assassin or the marksman shining, being put under the spotlight. But Taos, the ulti, the second ability, and also the stun he used.
Perfection. Absolute perfection here from Taos. He is definitely putting a household name on this player. They do have 2 minions here. We have 2 members down on the side of Influence Rage as well. They are doing their best to hold off this Crystal. Take down the Mirage is going to make it a little bit harder here. Influence Danny is going to be using that Sage Sanctuary to keep himself alive. Brings up the total immunity. He falls down. Minion waves are here. Fury tries to save the base and pushes them away just about enough. Maina here with the last defense, pushing those minions for the enemies to keep them in this game number 3.
But it's not gonna be the end for INF. They still survived, but they definitely suffered from the pushing coming from BRU. As you can see, like Junfei is not holding back. Every time once the ulti is ready, he's just jumping into it.
Absolutely. You can see both the teams here are just trying their best to keep in this one.
Minions,
we don't need another back door right now.
Is
it going to be a base race? They don't have the minions. Oh my goodness.
What about the minions?
Oh, come on. What are you doing here, BRU? We need someone back in base. Get back to base, ladies and gentlemen.
Extremely low. They need to retreat. I mean, like the minions on the side of BRU is doing their best. They're like shouting out, coming back. Just please coming back.
Oh no. There it is. The Influence Rage was really hoping they were able to just stem the bleeding there enough. But there it is. Come through with the Crystal takedown. Influence Rage hold their upper bracket position right now. And that was a crazy series. And that's just the play-ins.
I mean, like, you can never imagine that a game can end in this way.
Yeah,
I mean, like, the meanest. Like, they just saying, like, we are done with the team fight.
Absolutely. Experts with flabbergasted, you take it away.
I have no words. I have no words. Like I am really trying just to. I was just taking notes on what was going on after that, right? Like we go there, BRU pushes in for what we think is going to be the end of the game. Super minions are just kind of coming in, trying to attack their Crystal. I literally just put my head down just to take notes, and then after that the game finishes. What happened right there?
I mean, I turned my head around expecting like, okay, we thought that Buram got that game in the bag and it was a 2-0 closing.
Yeah.
And then we were about to come back to the stage. I'm like, wait a minute, the minions are marching through. Okay, they got it, they've defended it, and then they want to go to the Tempest. They let the minion come through. Like, what's going on?
I think there was a huge amount of confusion, right? Like, look, everyone is super farmed up. This would have been, we were 7 seconds away from our first ever Tempest game in the play-ins here, but it did not happen. And look, this was a crazy stat because when we started the game, it was 3 kills to the side of Influence Rage. Yeah. But if you take a look at the gold chart here, Buriram were constantly fighting back, constantly wrestling control over from the side of Influence Rage. And boy, this one is a painful one to give away.
I love the Valdez pick on towards the Nerds, right?
Exactly.
Like, we had the Leffy show where he was 7-0-1 at one point.
Yep.
But you're protecting like a single carry in your lineup here. The moment he gets locked on by an Umbrella Outburst coming from Taos, we've seen it twice. And then Valdez comes in, Ring of Fire, drops down to Skyfall, immediately burns him down. But what a way to end the game in a comical way.
I think the Sagi just named it the way that I see it as well. It was the Leffy show. As the Leffy show, Lady Sun, 4 minutes takes first blood, 5 minutes 2-0, 6 minutes 3-0. At the 14, it was 7-0 and 1 Lady Sun. 13,000 gold. How can you answer to that?
I mean, look at these fights, right? He was left untouched, Leffy 4-0-1, and then he found a moment onto his Licky who has no flash. tumbles forward, flashes on towards him, gets that pick off here, and cleans house on every single member here. These are moments where Buriram United Esports couldn't answer this Lady Sun.
I like it a lot because this is immediate growth from the side of Influence Rage, right? They had a big problem. They could not find Licky in the team fights, but they finally found a solution, and it was almost worth it. I mean, at the last moment, they lost a very important team fight. Leffy gave 2 of the available lives he had at this point, and it felt like, hey, they just dropped the ball. Buriram is going to end the game.
Here,
But
right over here,
right
look
over
at that.
here. Yeah, look at this. Like, we're looking at the minion waves being cleaned through, and then they are making the recall here. Minions are so damn close, and then they forgot to clear the final wave before moving to the Tempest Dragon here. What a way to win it back for the side of Influence Rage. And right now, we are at match point for the first slot into the group stage coming in from Group A.
I'm telling you, this is just ups and downs. Like Buriram United just had it in the bag and they just kind of just dropped it in the last minute. But well, that is good news for us and good news for everyone at home, because it means that we can get to see one more game. And having one more game is exactly what we want. What about if we go to a little break and then after that we come back with more action of this match number 5?
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026. This is the upper bracket finals for Group A. Whoever is going to win the next game is going to be our first qualified to the group stage that we're going to have in a couple days from now. Before we jump into the next game, I want to talk BP, lads. I am not being a gigantic fan of this BP of the Bannon pick, but I want to know your thoughts.
I think if you're coming in as the Influence Rage coach, you need to do whatever it takes to get the 4 strong marksmen of this batch. We have Chicha, Shano, Long, and also Floorboard marksman. And towards what we've seen so far, Chicha has been expanded for Influence Rage, so you have 3 main marksmen available, which for the side of Buriram United Esports, you don't have enough bans to lock away all of them. So at the very least, if you are on Influence Rage, that first phase is really critically important.
After the performance right now from INF marksman, you actually start thinking like, okay, we might need to just open the doors for some Florentino maybe as an option just to live in there if we want to really focus on their farm laner.
Yeah, because Leffy was just superb, right? In the first few minutes, 3 kills in quick succession, managed to secure a decent lead, not just in gold, but space across the map for the side of Influence Rage. The biggest issue that we see is that Influence Rage, they can get an advantage, but they can't play the map to match the efforts they put in, and that's costing them the game potentially.
I do believe that in this game, like we have seen both teams just a little bit shaky right in between that, right? Like one of the things that we talked about at the beginning of the game was Danny and his importance for this INF team, right? Like in his 2 performances in these 2 games, he's been completely shut down by BRU. And I believe that has been part of the tactics that has pushed BRU to the place where they are right now.
Okay, I know Sagi might not agree with me, but it might be a bait. We've yet to see Danny scream in this KWC yet. Every year we hear Danny scream. Every year there's a shot of his face wide open with his mouth screaming at victory. It needs to happen now.
Well, if it has to happen, it needs to be right now. I really hope that he is going to be able to bring that South American flair back right over here to the KWC 2026. Blam, this last game right over here, man, it has been like so exciting. I heard your voice just cracking through the ups and downs of what we had over there in that game number 2.
It was emotional, man. That's why I'm cracking up right now. I feel like this has been definitely set to be one of the best series so far. Absolutely phenomenal. And I feel like, to Kid's point, Danny doesn't need to scream. Me and Nora are doing that for him.
Yeah, I felt like I just, I saw the minions spawn on the side of BRU. I felt like maybe they can continue pushing forward, but the thing is that once they recalling, they went back, and the minions for Influence Rage just did their job, and I rarely see a game end like this in such a dramatic way.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen 2 minions win this series so far within the play-ins, right? We saw, obviously, Blacklist. They lost to the minions. Now, BRU lose to the minions. I mean, is this becoming the theme of KWC? Is minions taking the base?
And I mean, if the thing just happened in such a dramatic way, actually it got its impact on 2 different teams, right?
Yes.
Because BRU, they're very close to turn the table around.
Oh, absolutely.
They fall behind and they counterattack against their opponents, and as you can see their faces right now, right? Definitely gonna be frustrated.
Oh, absolutely.
Frustrated. Well, they pull themselves back quickly.
Frustrated because, I mean, either one of these teams right now, their upper bracket run is going to stop. They're going to fall down to the lower bracket. They're going to have to play in that lower bracket once again to try and secure their spot for tomorrow or face tournament elimination. But this was going to be my first question to you, Nora. It was like, we've seen all the tanks, bar Liam Poe, being exhausted here into the bot side of the map. Who was going to rush for it more? And Influence Rage has answered the question and gone, you know what? We don't need a tank. We're going for Diadea. We want the infinite scaling here of the healing and damage.
And they go for Diadea this time, and actually they can pick up another tanky jungler if they want.
Yep.
I mean, like Diadea with another like Ogren or Kaiser can be pretty powerful in the mid game.
Absolutely. The lore accurate combo. Diadea with the Ogren. The only hero that can go through the path of passing with Ogren, right? Like, that could be helpful. What's better than one hero traversing any kind of terrain? 2 of them is. But we're looking at the marksman here onto the side of Influence Rage. Leafy played a fantastic performance there onto the Lady Sun. Arlie, a little bit more mechanically needed and a bit more adept in that sense. So I feel like the outplay potential, but also the playmaking potential is all in the favor of Influence Rage.
And if you want to play against this early, maybe Ring or Channel would be the answer on the side of BRU.
Yeah. Or we could potentially, if they're going to go too tanky onto the side of Influence Rage, maybe look to go for like a DRNG, you know? Like, able to use the golden token, you get the magic damage as well as the physical as well, and generally does well going into the late game, gets a little bit more tankier and just able to kind of zap away onto the enemy backline.
And this time also, like, the wise part of BRU, how they do the ban pick on the red side is that they are taking out both Chicha and also this Limbo as flex pick, like a double flex pick, right? You can Limbo can play as a top, and so does Chicha, and also play as a roam, and Chicha as the farming or the jungler. Who knows?
Yep, who knows? They got him guessing right now. Obviously, it's not going to be the support because obviously they do have Liempo. It's not going to be mid lane because she's not magic hero, so it's definitely got them keeping on the toes here, and obviously banning out the Hue1 as well as the higher onto the side of BRU, looking to get rid of some of those bigger picks, especially in terms of sustainability. Like, if we saw Hue1 onto the side of Influence Rage, it could be like a hyper carry potential for Arlie. So I feel like taking that off is definitely a good call here for them.
You mean like Hue1 play as a mid, or
yes, as
On the side on the side of it can be a good choice, I guess. But it depends on the playstyle. I mean, like Influence Rage, they're always looking for some aggressiveness. So I guess maybe this time Angela might be the one for INF.
Maybe. They need some anti-tank, right? They definitely need something that's going to chunk them away into these team fights. But the Ukyo getting picked up here for the side of BRU. There's no pay, but maybe they're potentially looking at maybe like, hey, let's see if we can actually CC lock down the Arlie here.
A lot of CC can be seen on the side of BRU, and also a lot of assassins. They are just taking out this Ukyo. Ukyo might be the last OP assassins in this patch, since they already banned away this pay and also used in, right?
Yeah, I mean, they do have the Jing, but I mean, obviously it's BRU. They may potentially not have quite as good footing on the Jing here. But we're looking at here, I feel like this is a great team fight comp. We have the Flowborn tank. We have the Lady Jen as well, using that Destructive Deluge. If they try and go in with the Liempo, you drop that ultimate, not only is it slowing you, that's doing so much damage to you.
Exactly. And also the frontliner seems very solid. Byron and Flowborn tank is just like build up a wall in front of this Arlie, and they're put all their money on Leffy this time.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if they do keep this Chicha into the farm lane. Obviously, they can flex it up into the Clash lane here. Going up against something like the Byron may be very helpful. And then they could obviously, like I said, they need a little bit more anti-tank. So I feel like if they do flex it and go for the DRNG, no, they're not going to listen to me. We're going to see the Miyu
again
that we saw in that first series of the day. They are looking for a tasty bit of magic damage here.
I do like the Miyu pick, right? Because it's not usual to see people play this Miyu because it relies a lot on your understanding towards the patch. Because when you're picking out this Miyu, you are not looking for the team fight. You are actually looking for the split push, right? You need to be sure that when you are taking care of one of the side lanes, you won't be ganked by your opponents. That's very, very important. And last time, I mean, like the first game they played, they already used this Miyu, right?
They have.
And it worked out very well. And also because of the mobility that they have, Miyu and also Ukyo and also Mai, allowing them to do a lot of split push. I feel like they were hurt by the minion stealing last game. So this time they're trying to, pushing first.
It's like, okay, we lost on macro grounds. Now we're going to look to win on the macro grounds.
That kind of feeling.
I like that narrative, to be honest. It's a very good one. But like you were saying with the Miyu, I feel like it's all down to timing. Like if you time that Umbral Moon at the wrong time and kind of it fades out, and then we get a big engage from Mai or even the Byron, it's going to be very difficult for them to overcounter this one. But we've already seen little boys play this one to perfection. Game number 3, it's group getting into the standings, or it's going into the lower brackets here for either of these two teams. So big stakes on this game number 3 here.
I mean, first ticket to the group stage.
Yep. That's quite a bit prestige in itself, right?
Yeah.
KWC 2026, you were the first team to make it out of the play-ins into the group stage. Seeing you fall into that pool number 4 to see if you get pulled out against some of these amazing teams that are going to be meeting in the group stage.
Well, the way that how you're gonna play this Miyu well is that you need to emphasize a lot on the top. So you can see skirmishes are happening right now because INF is rotating this idea on the top and trying to shred this Miyu down in the early game during laning.
I feel like we haven't commented on the fact that it's Nunu on the Mai Shiranui. Like, this guy carried on the Xiao Qiao. We've now got him on an assassin pick here as well. Something that actually counters the Arlie. Obviously, yes, she does have Diadea there with her. That's going to be obviously a mutual counter to the engages of the Mai Shiranui, but it's all going to be played down to a very sort of like micro level.
Yes, and because of the mask that Nunu made on the top side of the map, just opened the door for Valdez to steal away the blue buff on the side of BRU.
Yeah, it's something you don't want to lose. I mean, obviously, mana is not the greatest feat here of the Flowborn tank as well, right? So you're using your first skill a lot to obviously get the enhanced damage, but also using your ultimate as well. So taking the blue buff away from something that's already pretty slow kind of forces him to recall back to the base to get back to prime state.
Yes, and we already can see the mobility which granted BRU to rotate much more faster than Influence Rage.
Yep.
Lecky here. Just looking to get some more neutral objective points, like the Firebird down bot side of the map as well. Just trying to kind of get a more clearer understanding in the lead of the gold. So they are playing this one a little bit more coy into the early game. Obviously, we did see a bit of tip-for-tat top side of the map and potentially here as well, using the ultimate just to kind of push away Nunu, but actually escaped it. Okay, we have the burst ram there. Look at just trying to kind of keep them in place. There it is. Oh my goodness, the flicker in from downtown, but can he claim the kill? It's going to be the first blood going over to the side of Influence Rage.
I mean, the controllability knock-up was so explosive, but he just dashed in like too far, even into the tier 1 tower, and just lived down in the space to get a kill.
Absolutely. I mean, we were really seeing that that was going to be really orchestrated over to the side of the red team, but then Danny was like, no, hold my beer. I'm going to get the first blood for myself, and claimed it there. So going away from the assassin picks, back onto the tanks that what we knew him for in previous years. Here's that replay. That was that great triple man knock up there, but nothing came into fruition because they were able to use the destructive deluge that we spoke about in the BP. Not a lot to be said here right now. We're just obviously brewing up to that moment of the 4-minute mark. That's where we're really going to start to see the kind of like the scales of justice potentially turn here for either of these two teams. We're going to see a big fight potentially here for the Tyrant. Really would upset if it goes into the favor of BRU.
Speak to the 4 minutes mark. Some teams who play Miyu as the top laner might just give up to contest with the other team for the 4 minutes mark. They might just go for the dragon trade or the tower trade.
Yeah, I mean, the towers don't come back, right? I mean, it's a good trade. If you can survive those 80 seconds when they have that increased damage, if a takedown of that T1 top side of the map, we take that any kind of day. But it's making it and ensuring that you can survive that. But we're seeing here Towers is not being able to tank that damage like he was able to on Zhang Fei and Lapu Lapu in the previous 2 games.
And that's what BRU is doing right now, right? They go for the dragon trade. They like no more contesting the early game. They're just trying to prioritize little boys. They need to make sure that Miyu can just, you know, split push in quite a comfortable way.
Yeah, giving a bit more aid over to the split push here. Grabbing that Overlord is definitely going to be a great utility for the side of BRU to try and maintain that pressure that they've been creating, right? Like, they have been very mobile, a lot of roaming over the map as well. So you have to give props over to BRU. They're kind of playing a different style almost.
And it seems like the next thing that they want to do is to get control of the red buff, because we mentioned about how important that Leffy is, right, to this composition. We know that the tanking is definitely sufficient, even too much, because they got both a Byron and also the flow 1 tank. But the problem is that the only damage that they can rely on is Leffy's Arlie.
Yeah.
And Arlie without a red buff.
It's not looking too good, especially if you don't have your Spark, Forge Dagger, and your Doomsday Power Spike at that moment in time as well. Definitely putting the pressure on, like, to a micro level as well. Like, understanding the enemy draft, you can clearly see that BRU has their number. Top side of the map has been taken down as well. Obviously, another big point here. It's looking almost like it's closing in on a much quicker game here for Influence Rage. And I don't know if they're going to be able to obviously maintain that momentum. But Lecky going down here is probably just collateral damage at this point. We're seeing Mena pretty low in health, but Danny comes for a bit of a rotate. Maybe at the, not at the expense of that mid lane. They don't have any minions yet.
Yeah, I mean, like, in this case, there's 2 heroes that we should put on a spotlight. On the side of INF, definitely Leffy. There's Arlie with red buff. He's gonna carry the pace, and on the other side it's gonna be Miyu, this little boy.
Destructive Deluge there, just kind of used as a disengage mechanic for the side of Influence Rage. Just like, okay, they're not gonna go for a re-engage here. They can see that they all have their common skills, because it means that even if they do fall back, they can go in with the burst ram, go in with a flicker, and then look to try and get some kind of re-engage there. But that's not going to happen thanks to that pick into the mid lane here for Fury, playing a little bit more of kind of a disengage role.
Well, it's kind of like reaching a fragile balance, I would say. Because if little boy push forward enough, and then it can maybe interrupt the like attacking pace on the side of INF. But on the other way, if Leffy play aggressively enough, then they are
Oh,
facing
Leffy.
some trouble.
Tremor smash. Can they get any more CC? He's trying, but they don't quite hit the pale here. And it may be Valdez that may leave his life here, but it's going to be that life steal, but also Tempest as well. Jungle for jungle. No objectives are going to be taken down here as well, but the effect of what Little Boys did prior to that team fight is already showing top side of the map. We're seeing a damaged T2.
1-1 trade, and thanks to Tempest, right? This Byron with the pure sky and flash in just got such a nice control on the side of BRU. Well, it's just some skill trade, but we already can see that BRU targeting on Leffy because they know that Leffy is the only treasure that INF could rely on.
That's kind of hard, right? Like, you know you've got to protect Madame President. Like, Leffy is Madame President in this draft, right? Like, if they let her fall, the house of cards falls here for the side of Influence Rage. Which, if you find it, you know that is key. You're going to be looking out for people to dive in on it, right? Obviously, it's a hard game. We do see the cancellation of Byron from the TP. That's a good strat here from BRU, keeping him locked down with that Chicha. Fantastic play, open up bot side even further, depriving Leffy of that red buff.
And about the red buff again, trying to steal away this red buff.
They do know. Oh, yep, Miu does get it. So Little Boy's able to actually claim that red buff there, but it may be at the expense of her own life there. Umbral Moon has actually been taken off. Fury gets the kill here as well.
You can't just get the red buff away and without any pay, right? Yeah, so you need to pay for her life. She just sacrificed themselves. And it's gonna be a great pivot on the side of INF, I will say.
I mean, you could, but you're against Chuck BR. Chuck BR is not going to let you off slightly. You have a debt to pay, and they paid it, unfortunately, onto the side of BRU. They weren't expected to pay that debt, but now it's unfortunate for the side of Topside, but now he's spawned back. Was it really worth it here to claim and give it back to Fury? I feel like it was kind of like they were trying to usher that pickoff for Leffy there.
And like we mentioned about tactics that BRU should have is let Little Boy to push as far as he can. But since INF just take him down once, even though just one kill, because like only 5 in total so far for 9 minutes, it's totally different tempo compared to the previous games. But anyway, they just stopped the Miyu to do his job and just buy INF more time to let Leffy to show around.
Yeah, low kill count, gold's at a standstill at this moment in time. We're getting roughly around about 10-minute mark. I feel like that's the scary part, is when everything's at a standstill, 10 minutes, it could go either heads or tails for either of these two teams, right?
Yeah.
I feel like whose mid lane falls first is the problem. Like, if that goes down, T1 mid lane, game state pretty much falls over to the side of BRU, because, I mean, look at the bot side of the map. That's been completely eradicated. Vanguard top side, potential takedown of T2 as well. They're just looking for a brawl in mid here, potentially.
I mean, the difference between the two majors is that Lady Jun can do great poking damage pre this invade.
Speaking of poke damage there, we did see Little Boys taking a little bit of damage there from Leffy, but was able to escape with his Maple Dance. Goes back to the recall point, and both members are keeping themselves alive. Losing that T2 is definitely detrimental here for the side of Influence Rage. Clearing out this mid-wave as well is going to be Lecky with the Chicha. Chicha just using that cone of damage, just making sure they're able to clear that one off properly. It looks like the red buff is actually going over to the side of Leffy there as well, so well played from stealing that away from Valdez.
But as you can see, Danny just used his smite trying to get that red buff. But BRU, they're not taking this dragon thoroughly. Actually, they retreat and trying to do the dragon trade. So I feel like they're just testing tonight.
Yeah. I mean, now that Arlie's got Doomsday, she's able to take this one on her own, but there it is. It's going to be the engage after they get the Overlord there. Taos with a very impressive ultimate with a takedown onto Leffy. They're looking for more here into the mid lane. They need to give up and free up that minion as well just before they push any further.
It was a combo by Taos and also Nunu. Again, great initiate. And just got control about like 3 or like a crowd.
Yes.
Breeds a crowd here in HOK. You definitely don't want to get hit by a 3-man crowd control here if you are either Liampo, if you are Flowborn Tank as well. Could be problems for either of these teams, but the problems just keep layering up here for Influence Rage. Vanguard's bottom top side of the map as well. Mid T1 falls, as I was talking about previously. The game state here changes completely for Influence Rage.
And I mean, like, look at the goal difference. The biggest difference is between the junglers. We know that Flowborn Tank, he doesn't rely on a lot of money, like a great amount of money, but still, he need to get more control upon his enemies. But with like 2,000 gold deficit, it might be a little bit difficult.
I mean, it might be, but I mean, last game we saw Danny play the punching bag. He was Masashi, he was the punching bag. This time around, he's going to be the punching bag on the Flowborn Tank. He's just looking for the backline access, right? He has that frigid charge, maybe try and get the lockdown onto Lecky, onto Nunu. Try and really upset the damage potential here, but Little Boy gets taken down, top side of the map here. Maybe, just maybe, Influence Rage can make a bit of a priority top side here. Lecky just going for it here, tip for tat. If they get the lockdown onto Leffy here, that could be troublesome for him, but it's going to be the Diadea ultimate that's just driving force to get BRU out of this one.
And because of the sustainability that Diadea has, allowing Influence Rage just keep pushing forward, and also just grant Danny to have more HP to standing in front of his teammates.
Looking at this game state here in mid lane, I feel like Brew's just holding on to this one. Like, okay, if we let top side fall, that's not a problem. But mid lane falls, they lose whatever priority they have right now up against Influence Rage. But we look at this gold state. Gold state is very much, pretty much a dead standstill. We've not really seen a gold lead at all within this game number 3, which really kind of just shows the play style that both of these two teams are playing at. They're trying to get the resources into the right picks, trying not to go for too many over-committed team fights, so they'll lose too many. Taos is looking for a backline here, give some kind of advantage here, maybe try and get the pick up onto Diadea, onto Leffy. There he is in the bush. He gets the intel here because he knows they have to go bot side because of those minions. Double knock up there from the Lady Gen Fury, just trying to stalemate, kind of keep Nunu at a bit of a standstill here.
I feel like we are reaching the deadlock, but the key to open this door might be Taos, right?
Yeah,
Liampo's positioning. It's very interesting to see, like, he's seeking all of those bushes that he can envision.
Yeah, he's just trying to keep away any kind of potential of that blue buff over to the side of Influence Rage here. And to be honest, if there's any hero you're going to see in the brush, it's going to be Liampo.
Yes. Or maybe this Mai.
In terms of survivability, though, you want that big burly man there just to kind of like, right, I can burst ram over the wall, I can escape, and I know I'm not going to fall down as well. The CC immunity here. Okay, the flash.
Here we go.
Tremor smash there. Maybe not enough to get the takedown onto Levy, but he does go back. He recalls with the Maple Dance, but it's going to be actually the pickup of Lecky as well. Well-orchestrated team fight here for the side of Influence Rage, but they are falling in numbers. It is a 2-2 trade overall for these two teams. They're looking for more. The ultimate onto Valdez. He's not able to chain the CC. The double kill goes over to Leffy.
Well, the mechanics that Leffy has, right? He just kiting the whole game. I mean, like, the last ulti that he used, he pushed away the UQ and allowing himself to have a more a safer setting for him to do the rest of the team fight.
Yeah, and obviously, as we stated before, Arlie's able to take that tyrant all on her own, but this team fight here, I mean, it looked like it was very composed. We looked like Taos had the perfect setup, but unfortunately, it was just that, again, Destructive Deluge really set in place there, forced him out of position, and then the team fight completely went into the favor of Influence Rage.
And it's all because of the mechanics that Leffy has. He's just dancing around. He was taken extremely low from the first start, but he just used the neutral objectives and also the Diadea help him to restore his HP and trying to do the counterattack.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely how you play an Arlie, right? 4-0-2. If you're not getting catched on Arlie and you're going into the late game, it's going to be a hard stopper there, and we're already seeing the damage come through. I mean, this is Taos. This is a Liampo. His health bar was melted in the matter of a few hits.
Blue team has destroyed a tower. Blue team has destroyed a tower.
Keep pressing on. The red buff is on the hand of Leffy.
They have the drive away. They're literally trying to just keep those minions away, but it's just not enough here. This is not enough damage on Brew when they are playing on the back foot. Whereas Influence Rage, because they have the minions, they have the engage here, especially leading with Tempest as well. Tempest, Danny are really trying to be the driving force here, but speaking driver's seat, Nunu just hijacked the car. Fury goes down, but we are looking for key pickups here onto the side of BRU. Licky goes down. Tempest claims the kill, and now it's going to be here. We have Influence Rage at the front door. Chuck BR are looking to be your first group into the group stage.
Influence Rage made it to the group of stage, and I mean, like, their play is just explosive. And watch this Arlie dancing around in the late game. It's all about trust, right? It's very hard for you to pick up one single core and you put your whole life, the only spot, get into the group stage at this point, to your marksman.
Yes, and absolutely, you saw there, right? Everybody was literally hands on Leffy because they knew he was the key to victory and key to the group stage. But I feel like the experts are going to have a little bit more what to say here on Influence Rage, so take it away.
You know what? Influence Rage came in, they lost that first game, but it did not matter. Game 2 and Game 3, they came in, take them, put them in the bag, and right now they're gonna be our first team qualified into the group stage. So congratulations to the boys from INF.
Back-to-back reverse sweeps thus far coming in for this specific tournament here. Just now, we have Blacklist International getting a comeback by the side of BCG. And coming in towards this series, Buram looked super good in Game 1. They're gotta be like wondering, like, man, if Game 2 we actually defended, maybe it could have been 2-0, but there's no maybes in this tournament.
And that's so painful, man, because BRU played so well that second game and they were just like this close of just like moving into group stage. But you know what? I am really happy that BRU is here with us, because just the way that they've been playing today, the two matches that they played today, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow to see if they can actually make it into the group stages.
I mean, they have to, right? But we'll talk about them a little bit later because I want to focus. This was the Leffy show.
The Leffy show.
100% Leffy show. Bro, this guy is 15,000 gold.
Wow.
The Chicha Liki, he couldn't even complete his 6th item. Leffy could buy more items for days.
When in trouble, I will carry you. That's exactly what the Leffy show is all about.
He's shown it from time to time, right? Game 2 and Game 3. And look at that gold leak here coming in for the side of Influence Rage, where they were at the defensive end for the first few minutes of the game until Leffy came online. Multiple times we see Leffy catching little boys on that Miyu in towards the side lane, giving the advantage in towards that map control towards back to the team. And as of this point, Nora made a good point. If you bank on a single player, that's a lot of pressure. But Leffy made it work, and this is the stats coming in from this marksman.
Yeah, and one more stat is so important. Tempest and Danny, the two of them, look at the damage taken. 35%, over close to 130 points worth of damage taken by Danny. 87,000 for Tempest.
So maybe that is going to be just the key to what INF success is going to be through this KWC 2026, right? Just maybe we want to just put our jungler into tankier options, someone that can actually suck in like a little bit more of damage, and then just allow the Leffy just to really do what he wants to do and what he's really good at doing.
Yeah, it's a very one-dimensional playstyle, but if it works now, it's great because it qualified them to the main event, which is in the next few days, right? They are currently in seed number 4, being the first team qualifying from Group A for the group stage here. Now, coming in next, we have an upcoming series. Another one. We're featuring 2 more teams battling out for 1 more slot.
I'm telling you, man, like this was such a beautiful 3 games right over here. Let's just pay attention in here, like the key moments of the game that put over here INF into the group stages.
You can see specifically, right, in these team fights, Leffy always to manage to limp out towards safety here. You can see blinking low health bars here. These are one of the few moments that it was really dangerous for Influence Rage, where they started off the team fight without Leffy here, and that catch was just amazing. And this one, Leffy gets knocked up by the Tremor Smash here, gets healed to full by Maynard here, 9 swap on the Maple Dance to reposition here, and then as of this point, the Cavalry has arrived, becoming that frontline shield that he needs to finish off this team fight.
And if we take a look at the overview of the draft, right? If you take a look at what Buriram has crafted for themselves, this is a team fight comp. They don't really have the wave clear department. So what happens if you don't have the wave clear and you're losing the team fights? It's a guarantee. And Leffy was, I mean, he was just on a completely different level in this game. They woke him up. They made a mistake in game number 2.
Especially, right? Just look at the way that he plays, right? In game 2, you still have a Nurtza going at it for the latest one, back-to-back deaths. But when it comes down to game 3, I think Nunu, for me, underperformed. We needed the Maestro Nui.
So?
Yes, we needed a Maestro Nui to find those flash engines in towards the backline to find the side of Leffy on that early here. But in most of the plays that we've seen, it was Leffy getting the flash from Maestro Nui, forcing him to escape with the flash, making it super passive. Like House goes in, but there's just no follow-up here. It's a good engage.
All right.
If only there was a flash engage coming in from the Maestro Nui, then maybe Leffy will fall in those team.
When I think Nunu and I think Maestro Nui, I think the 2 minutes marker where he actually flashes in all team to 3.
Yes.
That could have been lethal for the whole game. That could have been just like such a great start. But the damage was not there, and then he ends up just giving first blood to to INF.
Exactly, and that was a painful moment because, I mean, this is hindsight bias, right? When you take a look at the old moments,
of course,
and then you're kind of thinking, you know what, if I had just made a different decision at that second, it would have changed the entire plane of the game. And I mean, it sucks to be in this position because it happened multiple times. Game number 2, the decision to take the risk, that was a huge one.
It was a huge one, and right now the risk, INF took the risk and then they were able to win it. What about if we go to Mara down there on the stage? She's going to have Danny, and he's going to be telling us a little bit more about this match number 5.
Here we are with Danny. Danny, how happy were you with the minions in the previous game?
Yeah, I'm really happy because of the minions. The minions are our hero in this series. So, yeah, really thank you, minions.
But you know what? I saw you, even though you guys won, you were so serious. You dropped the phone down seriously, and this was a more difficult match compared to the first match earlier today. What was particularly challenging? What was the biggest challenge for your team in this matchup?
Yeah, to be honest, I was like really serious because I was not expecting that they were like really good like that. Like they played really, really good. I am really impressive. And also my performance, I know, was bad today in the whole series. So yeah, I was trying to find the solutions to we just like win the series.
Moments like that, where normally you're aggressive, and earlier you said that's the play style that you like to have. Push, 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 fight, fight, fight. When things are not going your way, who usually takes charge to talk to the team? And how were you able to take control backstage?
Yeah, in this series, I think everything was about like adaptation because our play style is like to fight, to be aggressive, to invade. But after the first game, we said like maybe it's not the way for this series. We need to change something, and then we just try to like more fights together and not like be so aggressive. For example, this game we were like disadvantage in the early game, but we know that in the team fights 5v5 is impossible to win, and then we just try to do it. And thank you Leffy carried us in the last game. He's really good.
And congratulations, you've made it to the group stage. What's something that you think you guys will do differently after this? What will you say to your teammates?
Yeah, our first goal is done, so I am happy, but I also know we need to improve a lot if we wanted to make the playoffs. So yeah, we need to keep training, but this is a thing that I'm gonna think later. So today now I'm just be like happy, and yeah, congratulations for our team, and yeah, that's it. Thank you guys for the support too.
Danny, congratulations. Get some rest, get something to eat. You guys did great. You're moving on to the group stage. And now let's get back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Mara. Thank you very much, Danny. And I think that Danny just has the right mentality. Right now, you gotta be happy, gotta enjoy. But you know what? Job's not finished. You still have the group stages because I know that INF right now do not want this dream to finish. Chalk BR just sealed the second ticket for the region, and I'm certain that right now all South America is really cheering for them. Match number 6 of today is gonna be right after this break. What about if after that we're gonna bring you more action of the KWC 2026? Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026 live from Paris, France. We have had 5 amazing matches up until right now, and we still have one more in our today's schedule. This last match is going to define the winner of the Group B. The winner of this Group B is going to move straight into the group stages, and whoever that loses in here is going to have to play tomorrow for one more chance at trying to make it to the next round. Well, Sagi, Kin, Nonshin Red Force against Deep Cross Gaming. This is a very meaningful match.
For me, if I were to zoom in on these specific matchups that we can talk about here, Nongshim Red Force is a team that focuses a lot on their side lanes here, primarily Rattel and also Siri. They like to win out the laning phase. They like to focus on these two players to carry those team fights later on. But DCG, they have a lot of veterans here. Clean, Son, and now you have Godwoo here. This Trinity core coming in from the side of DCG might not make it easy for the side of Nongshim Red Force at all.
It's a interesting lineup because, you know, when you have this reputation of winning your lanes, you have to prove it, which means they have to fight, which means we get action. And you know what? These, I think, within the Play-Ins are one of the best view we have to offer.
Yeah.
So it's definitely going to be interesting. The first 4 minutes is going to be a big wrestling match here.
Let's build upon that. I do believe that when you think about like what's going to be key for these two teams to be able to take the victory, it's going to have to be those first 4 minutes. That early game is going to be vital. Why Nongshim Red Force, we know that they prioritize game development, right? Like they like to just be very methodical, try to develop a little bit step by step, little by little. DCG on the other side, they're more about just initiating, getting to the fights, and winning their lanes.
Individuality, right? Like we mentioned on the side of Sin, on how some of these AOV players enjoy the individuality in carrying the game. But coming down towards this specific series here, stakes are on the line as DCG coming up against Nongshim Red Force for that slot, second one going into that group stage.
I mean, we talk about the side lanes, but I'm super curious about this jungle matchup. Haku against Godwoo. They're all strong in their own rights, but what if we see the Godwoo Jing again and we see the godlike Woo?
I really want to see amazing performances from both junglers because I do believe the Haku has a little bit more pressure on his shoulders because for the side of DCG, they have multiple cores. Multiple players could actually just come in, just wear the number 10 jersey and just be like, I'm going to carry on the team. If Nongshim Red Force wins, this is going to be one more old school HOK team added to the group stages. But if DCG wins this one, it's going to be our first AOV team qualified to the top 16. Blam, when you look at these two teams, who would you give a little bit more of an edge in this matchup?
I mean, I'm always going to favor Nongshim. I feel like they had a rough year last year, and they just obviously, ever since that rejig around that they had with Rattel in there, as well as Namu 3, I feel like these guys deserve a break. Like, where they are right now is already better than where they were in KWC 2025. So I feel like if they are able to get into the group stage and prove themselves even more, but on the reverse foot, if DCG do it, history's still being made. So either way, I think history's a winner.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, like, Nongshim definitely because of their history and also the synergy, right? They play together for such a long time. But this time, I may think DCG might win the upper hand. I may speak to the mechanics, and also because of their playstyle is not that certain.
Yep.
So it can be a little bit difficult for you to predict like what kind of cores they're gonna rely on, what kind of playstyle they are.
I'm not mad at you. We can't be completely biased on the desk, right? I mean, I take Nongshim, you take DCG there, so I feel like they have a 50-50 chance of both casters cursing each of them, so don't worry about that one, especially if your favorite team is Nongshim or DCG at home. But we're looking at the draft here as well. Yango is going to be the prio ban as well as the
again,
pay here.
actually.
And then Rattel is going to go and lock in that Lung here for Siri. Siri was obviously highlighted in the last series Nongshim play, and I feel like that's who they're hoping for, to try and get the carry once again.
Yes, and you could never go wrong with this lone pick in this patch, and also allowing you to do a lot of counter pick even though you're at the blue side.
Yes. And I feel like this is a good pick in the lane matchup anyway against the Aoyin. Is they're going to be the Flowborn marksman.
Yeah.
Obviously using that Arrow Storm against a marksman that's necessarily, I would class as mid-range.
Yeah.
Is definitely going to keep this dragon at bay, or at least force that infinite vastness, that ultimate, out of those crucial team fights.
And it's even better with this Changfei at the bottom. So I would say, but in that case, it just opened a door for Guan Yu to be picked on the side of Nongshim, but they didn't go for that Guan Yu pick. Instead, they go for this idea. Wow, the idea maybe with another Kaiser or like Byron at the top, at the front, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, Kaiser's definitely one that they're not a stranger to play in. Kaiser's definitely a great pickup here, but they go for the Xiao Qiao once again. I feel like this is a good counter, like I've said in previous series, against the Aoyin. Just obviously, if they're able to get that trick shot like we saw earlier, right? Nunu on this hero was phenomenal. Can Ethan do exactly the same thing?
Well, I believe in Ethan. I still remember the previous game that they played.
Yep.
Ethan did several nice initiation and also used this Xiao Qiao not only play against with this Loom, but also this Mine. Right? You can always rotate faster than this Mine.
Exactly so here. I mean, not only do they have the Flowball Marksman for the poke, they have the Xiao Qiao for the poke here. So I feel like naturally we're only going to see a little bit more of a front line being enabled here onto the side of the ECG. Whether it be the likes of potentially a Byron up into the Clash lane, maybe a tankier pick into the jungle. And there is the Yang Jiang, keeping them guessing. Yang Jiang could go into the jungle, could go into the Clash lane, just rounding off this draft here.
Yes, and but Yangjin is kind of squishy once the game goes into the late game, so it relies a lot on the combo by Yangjin and also this Xiao Qiao in the early game. I mean, like the time's clicking on the side of DCG.
Maybe they're going for the identity that BRU did in the last few series that they played, right? Obviously, it worked for them. Have an early game comp that's going to be able to kind of keep yourself going, keep you, giving you that priority into the early game, and then hope that the enemy team's not going to stall you going into the late game. So obviously late game potential is already starting to arise here with that first pick onto the side of Nongxian Red Force, and then we are pairing it up with a solid front line here as well. So in terms of anti-tankness here, we can't rely on an anti-tank mage like Angela. We can't rely on the DRNG into the farm lane. So I feel like it's going to be a blow for blow kind of brawl here, trying to get the access into the back line.
Yeah, Charlotte will be the last answer. And, well, to be honest, I do like the Nerja pick on the side of Nongxian. I feel like it's very smart to pick Nerja as the jungler because, as you see, they're taking out this Yangjin, and Nerja is not afraid to play against with Yangjin, but it can do such a better performance during the team fight. He can directly targeting on either Xiao Qiao or this Flowball Marksman. So I do like this Nerja pick, but when you're playing with this Nerja, you need to make sure that he's quite secured in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Haku is no stranger to the Nerdser as well. This was one of his kind of koi picks within the King's Major East League when we used to have that one back in 2025. He loved that pick, used to bully a lot of marksmen with it as well. So obviously using the shove, kind of just forcing the back line into the front line for the rest of your team then to dominate on top of here. So let's see if Haku can keep to that former glory of this pickup here as a signature pick for himself.
And on the side of DCG, I guess this time, clean. I mean, the top lane we mentioned, like he made the rotation, right? He was played as a jungler before, and he did quite a good job in the jungler part. But this time, he rotated to the top in such a short time, playing with the Charlotte. He needs to be the one on the spotlight in this game.
Absolutely. It's not his first rodeo into the Clash lane. Obviously, he was a Clash lane for Twisted Minds last year as well, before 90 stepped back in and claimed his former mantle for themselves. So he's no stranger to that lane, and I feel like maybe he's starting to form a home for himself. But obviously, look at the lower third, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you are following HOK Esports for all the memes, all the updates on KWC 2026. Already going in for a bit of engage here. That's Flaming Palms is laying waste to Sun here, and obviously the bit of farewells is also keeping Sun in place.
The HP trade, it goes to NS. I mean, like, because of the idea we mentioned about the controllability that this hero has, and also the sustainability that he can provide.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky trying to get the takedown of this idea, especially when you have such a strong front line like the Nerdser, like the Byron as well. It's only going to kind of further the bruiser potential of these two picks.
Yeah. It's kind of a very strong draw at the bottom.
I feel like maybe Godwoo, if he can land kind of like the CC move onto the Diadea, kind of keep it locked in place, try and kind of like separate it from any kind of ally so they can't use the Heart Step into the Heart Link into the enemy their own teammates there to get that escape. Could be a potential get out of jail card here for Namu, but we normally see Namu on these tanks, so I'm very interested to see how he plays this Diadea.
And you mentioned about the Youngjin against this Daida, so we might possible to see a scene like this, like you land your mark upon this Daida, and right.
Oh, missed that one. I mean, the thought was there. Nora
like
is
the
clearly
pistol,
an ex-pro player. She called the play, but it just didn't quite land the way that Godwoo wanted it to.
He just flashed away, and that's what I'm talking about, right? The potential play that we might see is that once this Youngjin land the first skill, like the mark on this idea, and they might just brought Youngjin at the back.
Yeah, exactly. Just bring him to the back, try and get the takedown to him, or I mean, they need to get like burst damage. Like I feel like for that they need Aoin online. They need Siri to kind of have some serious itemization before I feel like that is going to be a reality for the side of Nongshim Red Force, but they're looking to go and get that space bright. DCG claim it for themselves. Looking to play coy for these little points here, contesting for them, just to try and get the gold lead still in their favor here. Obviously, Nongshim are leading the gold lead ever so slightly with around about 700 gold. Showing that they do have a good early game. And I think that's the kind of like the coin here for Nongshim Red Force, and the one that I've always make a observation of. Nongshim Red Force, great early game, not so good late game, but after this kind of change of players, it's definitely gotten better.
And how they got the goal lead in their game is because they built up such a strong side laning heroes on both side lanes, and it's kind of just guaranteed that Nerja will form up in quite a comfortable setting.
Yeah. And obviously having something like the Mai Shirunoi, he doesn't necessarily need to farm up potentially, obviously, to get that early kind of utility onto the enemy team with level 4. Obviously already seeing that she's level 5 now. Now we're going to start to see, obviously, the tome being built here for that lifesteal onto the side of Nongshim Red Force. Doesn't really need to go for the Venomous Staff, because in terms of healing, it's very slim pickings here. I mean, it's only Clean that's going to really be healing himself in this case.
And I do like the way how Siri picking up his items, because I noticed that each marksman that he played, he goes for all damage equipment. He like no tolerance that he left for himself.
Yeah. No,
it's very dangerous actually, but I admire this kind of playstyle.
Yeah, he means business. It's fully commit, right? Like he is kind of his husband material. He's fully committed to you. He's fully committed to the play. He just wants to basically make the damage and take these squishy heroes. Because I mean, like we were saying in the draft, if you get rid of Ethan, if you get rid of Sun, yes, the damage is kind of there for Clean, but not until the late game.
Exactly.
Takedown of the turret does go over to DCG though, however, so they are going to have that minor increase in terms of the damage, maybe trying to mitigate that gold loss that they have right now. But you do see top side of the map, Nongshim Red Force maybe trying to go and kind of formulate around the Overlord just to get some kind of resemblance of a neutral objective here.
Swapping the lanes and do some tower trade. I feel like both teams are playing in a more cautious way, right? Because we're at the upper bracket and they just need to secure the spot.
I mean, everybody wants to be one up, right? They don't want to be the team that's kind of playing from behind. They have to get 2 points to them win. You really want to be kind of winning game number 1 for yourself here. Siri looking for a potential dive onto by Clean here, but we do obviously have the Infinite Vastness, draws that out, but you can see Yang Jian, you can see he is waiting in the wings there. Oh, doesn't quite get the mark.
But still, nice trade on the side of DCG, and you can already see the potential threat that Charlotte can cause in the late game.
Oh, Rattel gets a T1. They're going for a bit of a brawl here down to the bot side of the map. A really good play there by Nongshim, I have to say. They kind of covered, they made Siri look like the golden carrot. They dangled it in front of Godwoo. It was like, hey, come and get the kill. But then they didn't realize that that was the bait. Their real objective was getting that T1 down bot side of the map there, really opening the side lanes of DCG.
It's pretty much like both teams are actually microing the wave, and they're just waiting for their cores to scale enough. As for DCG, it's definitely going to be this Charlotte, and as for Nongshim Red Force, they're waiting for this Nerja and Loom.
Yeah, they're just looking for those two heroes to get online here. Godwoo takes a lot of damage there. It's going to be flying in from the Nurtser. Can they get a pickup? Maybe. It was a little bit of a bait there. They fell for it. It's jungle for jungle. Into the backline is going to be Rattel just to keep them advancing and encroaching further onto the backline of Nongshim Red Force.
I mean, that was a bait indeed because,
Clean, careful, boy. He almost got taken down there. The teleport here onto the mid lane may keep it alive. Siri needs to pay some debt here or at least do some damage to keep them in this one, but that is a T1 you don't want to be losing here if you are Nongshim Red Force.
I mean, this T1 tower has been taken extremely low, but I do like the accuracy for Ethan's Xiao Chao because as you said, right, the bait indeed,
Yes.
once the dragon was taken extremely low and Nurja just flied in, and what was waiting for him is Xiao Chao's skill too.
Yeah, DCG had Nongshim eating out the palm of their hands there as well, which is probably not the position you want to be in when this team looked very strong in their last series against Blacklist International. And Blacklist International historically have a lot of history here with Nongshim. So for me, if Nongshim loses one, I won't be mad because we get to see an historical rematch that we've yet to be seen since Season 4 Invitational. So I'm excited either way, but we really obviously want these two teams to play best.
And it's quite even actually.
Very even.
So far, very even.
At this moment in time, I feel like DCG are just trying to clean up and get priority for themselves. Top side of the map, as you can see, Vanguard being ushered in here with Siri. Just looking to keep trading. They're just playing the same game, right? Just keep trading these objectives, trading turrets, and just hope that obviously late game goes in their favor because we're saying that obviously both teams have those scaling champs. Okay, Godwoo forced into his Tri-Light. Thanks to the the win there, obviously forcing out the Infinite Vastness even once again. A little bit too far to land that trick shot, however.
But I do like the logic how DCG is trying to baiting out the ulti from Siri,
Absolutely.
right? No matter it's from Xiao Chao or from Yang Jin, they're trying to force out Long's ulti before the skirmishes happen.
I mean, it makes it easier to take these neutral objectives as well, right? Like, you've got no Siri flashing in, doing a lot of damage, but then still being able to escape out of that one. But you can just kind of see here that Nongshim are kind of, yes, they've lost the T1 into the mid lane. They're just trying to make sure that if they're trading objectives, they want to get something back for it. Not quite successful into top side of the map. They were able to do some damage, but it's not kind of like a definite trade. And I feel like that might be the downfall of Nongshim. Using the Arrow Storm. That's beautiful. I mean, Sun was just like, okay, someone's got to be in that brush, right? Like, that's not going to be a free T2 for us. Like, there has to be a catch here. And that was a catch. Unfortunately, the side of DCG weren't able to get any catch in terms of kills. They pick up the T2 here as well. This is starting to look like a bit of a shaky game one here for Nongshim Red Force.
And just like DCG, they're playing such a fierce way. Just keep pushing, keep pressing on.
They do keep pushing, keep putting the pressure on hot here, but once again, they're just using Clean here as a distraction because top side of the map is completely open here.
It's gonna be the high ground tower. You can't just leave Nurja alone trying to guard the high ground tower, right? You find the wrong person.
We saw that in the previous game. Nurja is not going to be the one that's going to be able to save that minion wave, right? Like, he doesn't quite have that damage output, and I feel like, once again, I hate to kind of the same term, but it seems like DCG have got Nongshim eaten out of the palm of their hand here. A 1-for-1 going up for Rattel and Godwoo.
Oh, Lord, it's kind of lost.
Shin as well. Coming in top side of the map there. Gets a takedown onto Siri. But is this going to be enough here for DCG to claim more of the high grounds?
Are they... Did they really notice that Nurja is actually stealing the dragon? They smell this kind of... They have this kind of awareness, but well, they make it come in and claim the dragon.
Nongshim did all the work, and then Clean was just like, okay, bet I'll take the check and I'll take the advantage there. Not only that, they get the takedown onto two members of the side of Nongshim Red Force. Haku and Namu are down. Minion wave top side of the map here. Naturally crashing into the bot side. It's looking very hairy here for Nongshim Red Force.
Another knock up by Xiao Chao. Nice knock up, and the Vanguards are on their way. I feel like DCG is trying to close out the game.
They are trying to make an early finish here. It's going to be 11 minutes so far. Vanguard's here as well, but they're looking just to prioritize that mid lane. They're like, okay, we're not going to quite get the push that we need in top side. Let's just take some more from our enemies
me, let's actually create that goal lead, right? Like, we were seeing a goal lead always steadily in the favor of Nongshim for the most of this game. Rattel into the backline here, looking to make a bit of a difference, and Siri is getting taken down, but claims Sun at the same time. This is a little bit too late to be making the trades if you're Nongshim Red Force. Diving into the backline here is Godwoo, is clean. Illusion is on the run. Namu gets back to base, but the Vanguards are here as well. Game 1 is looking like all shit for Nongshim Red Force as DCG are at the crystal. They're looking for more blood before they claim their victory. Stampede comes through here for DCG. And game number 1 goes over to DCG.
And also the triple kill goes over to God. Ooh, and I mean, like, for game 1, it's not like a typical fierce head-to-head competition that we thought it might be. On the other side, we would say, like, they just play it in quite a peaceful way, and we were just microing the game and also do a lot of trades.
I just want to make the point before we throw it over to the analyst. I feel like it's just, again, Nongshim's hindering here. They are able to play the early game, late game, not so good. What do you think, experts?
Well, I sincerely believe that DCG just had an amazing performance, and this is a great win for them because they won the game in the Nongshim Red Force style. Like we were talking about how Nongshim Red Force, they want the game development. They want to be able to see, like, to push the game into the later stages of the game. And sincerely, it never just looked like, for me, like Deep Cross Gaming had an advantage at the beginning and then they just qualified. 10 minutes, everything just fell apart, one piece after the other.
You gotta give props towards the drafting all around coming in for the side of Deep Cross Gaming, where the way that they actually pace it through the draft, you can see if for the side of Nongshim Red Force, they don't make a lead with 1 to 2,000 gold at a 10-minute mark and get that game-winning fight, it's extremely difficult for Nongshim Red Force to outscale Deep Cross Gaming here, because take a look at Deep Cross Gaming here. You have the Flowball Marksman, you have the Charlotte, you have the Xiao Qiao. These are extremely good mid to late game heroes here.
Yeah.
Not only that, if you take a look at the gold they've managed to distribute throughout the entire roster, Godwoo, number 1, close to 11,000 gold. He was very close towards completing his 6th item here. So Godwoo was actually in a position where he didn't really have to give too much care. He could take the risk and still make it out alive. But more importantly, he was forcing Siri into very uncomfortable positions. They were very patient because Nongshim had a very great start to this game.
But that's the thing, right? You have a great start. You expended so much to catch off clean on that Charlotte in that bottom lane, and it was nearing 10 minutes here. So that 10 minute resulted in you having to force yourself to trade for the Shadow Overlord, which clean stole it away under your radar. And that game immediately ended for the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Talking about that specific moment, right? Like, it's not that at the 10 minutes when they lose the Overlord, there's 2 things that happen before that. They lose the high ground on the Clash lane, and then after that they lose the Lung over there in the Zur Golem in the jungle. And then after that, clean steals the Overlord. So that was just like one after the other, like it's just disaster after disaster.
It's a combination, right? So 1-2 punch or 1-2 kick. So it was the first one was a big blow already, right? When you lose a trade, in a sense where you take a kill from the opponent team, but you lose a T3 in that process, you will get the revive on the opponent, but you don't get your turrets back.
And as of this point in the early game that you can see here, this is a specific game time here, 9:37 seconds here. Yes, you pick up a kill, but as of this point, your Long has to walk all the way up because Godwoo was chasing you. And this forces Haku to start off this, but it gets stolen by Clean. This is a double objective pickup coming in from Deep Cross Gaming, which resulted in a 50-50 game to immediately explode into a one-off Clean push coming in for DCG for the game-winning push.
Yeah, and you know what, Sun? He was happy to be the bait there. He stood close enough so that the rest of Nongshim Red Force had to overcommit. And this last fight, you knew DCG had it in the bag already.
They just wanted to get a little bit of a better KDA right over there because they could have just gone directly for the crystal and decided just to start just getting extra kills just for the laughs.
I mean, you just have to finish up the plate, right? Plating service, clean up the little messes around the corner, It's all about presentation here. And DCG, they look like it could be a 2-0 series. They could redeem me as the curse.
Let's hope and see what is going to happen, if this is going to be a 2-0 or if Nongshim Red Force is going to be able just to come in and take one game away from them. Let's go to a little break, and when we come back, we're going to have the action of game number 2.
And so the tournament was able to continue after turning the computers off and on again. For the rest of the club championship,
What's going on? Guys, why did she stop talking? The rat got out again. Guys, let's reset the rat. Reset the rat. Come on. Under the couch. Under the couch. Oh, no, it went the triangle thing. Triangle thing. Do not let that rat find its family. Come on. If the thing starts a union, we're in trouble, guys. No, no, no. Over there. Over there. Come on. We're losing time.
how long have I been out?
Just a couple of seconds. The rat got out again.
Oh, he's been doing that more and more recently.
We're gonna get you a better hat.
I think he may have peed a little bit.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of pee right here if we can clean that up. Obviously, unless you can read the prompter without it.
Well, are you crazy? I don't do my own stunts. Just give me some cheese or something.
Okay, hey, cheese. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you. All right, yeah, this'll... Hey, little guy, just want one of... Okay, okay, I think that'll work for now.
All right, we good?
Yep, we're good.
We good? Are we good? Perfect. All right, guys, clear set. Let's go. Let's go. We gotta get started. Losing time, guys. Come on. And action.
And that's what's been happening in the club championship. In other unrelated news, cats. Why are they here? Why do they smell so bad? And what can we do about them?
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026, the upper bracket finals for Group B. This is day 1 of the play-ins. Deep Cross Gaming right now with a 1-0 lead on top of Nongshim Red Force. We're analyzing the BP, the choices of the heroes that we had over there in that game number 1, and we started finding out some very interesting picks, right?
Yeah, exactly right. We were talking about some of these pickups here coming in for the side of the Nongshim Red Force. But they're like, Nerdzan seems pretty good.
Yeah,
We've seen pretty good performance coming in from Buriram's Valor. Although they did lose the game, they were finding pickups on towards the main carry here. But that's because it was against a Lapu-Lapu in that Buriram game. But in this game itself, they drafted a Zhangfei, and you have Zhangfei's shield. I know true damage doesn't really block the shielding, but the physical damage, the full damage that charges on towards you, that can be blocked by shielding coming from the Zhangfei. You have the redemption, the shields, the heals. So it's really difficult for the side of Haku to really get a pick off on that pick.
Yeah, they lowered the value essentially of the draft. They understood what the winning condition was and also about the different actions they were trying to make. Right, that last moment where we got the clean steal on the Shadow Overlord, that was an important moment. But it is also due to here, we understand your draft, we understand your timing. They weren't rushing, right? They were waiting for the last possible moment, and Clean was ready to steal that last Overlord.
I was talking to Sagi about that, and then we said, like, if Clean does not steal that Overlord right over there, maybe Nongshim Red Force could have just pushed it a little bit more. And I know that Nora had a very interesting point about that, because we know that the Yanjin, as time would keep passing, it would become less and less tanky, and then would become a lot more squishier, and then maybe that would have been the opportunity for Nongshim Red Force to actually take the game back.
I mean, like, exactly, but after Klein just reclaimed that dragon, it just stopped that Nongshim Red Force to do what they want, yeah. So, I mean, like, even though they are picking out a really tricky composition on the side of DCG, but still, they are executing it quite well.
They are, but I feel like Nongshim is the enabler, unfortunately, because like I said before the break,
Nongshim have a good early game. They were able to maintain that goal lead for themselves, regardless of obviously losing skirmishes left, right, and center. But then really where it started to sort of like fall back was when they lost that T1 in mid lane. That's really where things started to just sort of like shake and wheels fall off the bike per se for Nongshim Red Force. So I feel like they're going to not enable themselves to lose the early game advantage that they do so well curing for themselves.
Yeah, true. And I mean, like, also, maybe because of the positioning that Lone has.
Yeah.
Do you remember that gank that happened?
Yes.
I feel like
Yeah.
Siri is kind of lost at the bottom, right? He's trying to do the split push, but after he predict that it might be an enclose down by the other side of the team, he just a little bit panicked.
Yeah.
Right? He just missed positioning and just gave the chance for DCG to get hands on him, and then got the choice to reclaim the dragon. So it's kind of like they need to play it in a more calm way, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this isn't the stage where you start to panic, right? Like, this is, you can't afford to panic unless you're turning that stress into some kind of aggression, some kind of like confidence within your plays. But putting all that aside now, obviously game 1 is said and done. Obviously the global ban pick is coming into effect, so obviously there is picks from game number 1 that they cannot pick up here as well. So Deep Cross Gaming are going over to the blue side. They're looking to prio pick the Lapu Lapu here as well. As we've noticed in a best of 3, it's really kind of like tank meta down bot side here with your marksman for that crucial team fight potential.
And also we see a lot of first time. That's what I'm talking about. Confidence. Angela with Quay. I mean, like, you should be very confident about your accuracy. Then you can go for this kind of duel.
I mean, to be honest, the accuracy
like
needs to fall into place when you got
Yeah.
up against Jing and Mai Shiranui. It's kind of like trying to get like a hook a duck, but you've had a few pints of lager. It's not quite going to happen the way you want it to, but it's going to be crazy. A lot of burst damage potential here onto the side of Deep Cross Gaming. Illusion being the third pick here as well. Obviously, they have their support. They have their anti-tank potential. They're going for some more late game here as well. Siri on Chano, I like it.
I do like it, and I do like the way how they piloting this Quay, right? Because it's kind of like a opportunity seeker when you're playing this Quay. You need to be very confident about your accuracy using your skill too, and also you need to you know, take your movements with this Angela all the time.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like all the time. I mean, like very tight communication should happen throughout the game.
Yeah, I feel like Illusion's going to kind of be like stuck or bush-bound. He's going to be waiting for the squishier players at the side of the ECG just to stumble across his unfortunate path so we can land that 2-1-3 combo and just eradicate any health bar that comes through. But we're getting to the second part of the ban phase here. Orgrim being banned out because obviously it's a big tanky pick here, and I feel like what we need is probably Siri on another tank. We need him to go for another tank. The Nurtzer, yes, it was kind of good, but it didn't quite work the way they wanted to do, and banning out the flow bomb tank here as well, I feel like has been a big prio when nothing else is available in that jungle.
Yeah, because they thought like maybe Jing might be a little bit afraid of this Flowborn tank. But here's the thing, if you want to play against this Quay duel, there's two ways for you to tackle the composition. One is immunity, second is mobility. And as we can see, DCG is going for mobility, and if they're finding another part of immunity, I would say Ata at the top would be a nice choice.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely. I mean, they definitely need a bit more front line here as well, because they definitely have the firepower, right? Like, that is something they're not lacking. But once again, Nongshim, we know they can procure the early game. We have some late game potential, but is it going to be a chance of getting there? Oh my goodness. DRNG here for the anti-tankness, the CC that you were talking about moments ago, and I feel like the master of CC, Guan Yu, he is just playing with his food at that point as he's shoving you around.
Exactly, and the Guan Yu in this composition, he has no need to initiate the team fight. Instead, he needs to interrupt the pace and interrupt the combo completed by this Quay and Angela.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's kind of like you're gonna see two players sit in a brush. You're gonna see Illusion sat in a brush thinking, where's everyone gone? Like Sean Travolta meme. And then you're going to see Guan Yu come out of nowhere, hide in the bush, and just be like, okay, I'm going to dictate the pace here and push the front line to where they need to be. So I feel like you've really got to watch out here. But okay, Yao is another interesting pickup and another first here for KWC 2026.
I like it. I do like the Yao pick. I mean, like, it's definitely not a meta pick. It's definitely not gonna be the popular pick in this meta. But Yao, with his flexibility and he can be a great counterattack towards Guan Yu during the team fight. He can block Guan Yu away, and also he can do the split push at the same time. So I feel like Nongxin Red Force this time they are going for the signature heroes instead of what we call like meta pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Coach YK definitely sort of like showing and flexing that brain in the draft here for Nongxin Red Force, but honestly, DCG, I feel like, has less faults within their comp, right? Like, everything works independently, but works even better together.
And that's the thing, how you're going to play against those duels, because we know that Angela, Quay, how it works. So a lot of tackles can be seen to play against this kind of duel. And in this game, I think DCG, they just need to pay attention to Quay's positioning, and it will be good for them to have this kind of composition.
Yeah, I just really hope we see some showboat in here from Nongxin Red Force in game number 2, because if they're not going to get a win, they may as well get some pizzazz here on the Gorge, right? The flash, the hook combo, I want to see some of that. I want to see the Void Caller here, just dragging everybody in, but not really being used the way we normally see Koi, right? Obviously, you kind of harass the enemy jungle, you pull away their blue buff before they can smite it, reset the jungle, slow them down a little bit.
Yeah, he was blocked away by this Mai and also Lop at the first time.
So they know what they're working with, right? DCG's like, okay, we've saw this. We've seen this in scrims. We've seen this in practice. We're not going to allow it to kind of flourish in the early game.
And that's the reason why last Quay Xiao Qiao or Quay Angela duel can be seen right now.
The bot side of the map here, just trying to get priority for Siri as well. I feel like Siri's kind of like, if he gets caught off here, like obviously he's going to be kind of the main target, I feel like, for everybody to dive, get on top of, because the late game potential for the bot side of the map there is pretty scary if we start to see Siri get ahead on this pick here. But into the brush here, Shin gets kind of caught out with a 2v1. Not really the alleyway you want to be walking down late at night.
I feel like that might be a hook from Namu, I guess. You know, the best thing to see a Quay player is not only use the skill 2, but combine with the flash. I mean, flash with skill 2. Wow, that is very stunning.
That's what I was saying, right? Like, the showboating potential here for Namu 3 on this Koi is pretty crazy. You just missing out the hook there onto Clean. Could have really bought him in that T1 territory, but Guan Yu's not really giving the prize pony here. Illusion has to get the healing pool and gets out of Jing's ulti with a lick of health.
I mean, like, the way that how God Wu is playing right now is just brought us the memory back. Like, how he shine in the previous games, right? We mentioned, like, when he's playing Jing, he's gonna be got like, ooh.
Yeah, God Wu. I mean, I thought history was going to be made by Kindo Fu saying God Uwu, but it doesn't quite get said there. But history's still being made here between these two teams. Will it be the first AOV team to make it into the group stage? DCG really hoping on that one. There's the hook once again. He doesn't have the flash to get out there. However, Shin is going to be the first blood. Not giving it over to Siri is probably the Brucey bonus here for the side of DCG, not giving it over to the carry.
Yes, and he spot out the shortage of Lop is that when Lop is using skill 1st or skill 2, like he's gonna be a little bit immobile.
Yeah, stuck.
Paralyzed for like 1 second or like 0.5 seconds.
Stuck in the middle with Nongxin, unfortunately, is going to be Shin there. I mean, there's worse people to be falling at the pre-4 minute mark, right? Obviously, Shin is definitely just going to be collateral damage at this point. But we are seeing a big rotation here from both mid laners on both teams, looking to try to set up that priority for the Tyrant of the first 4 minutes.
They're preparing for it.
They're setting up it's kind of like chess, right? They're putting all the pieces together to make that great move, hopefully, here for Nongxin. I feel like they need to. If they don't quite acquire the Tyrant this time around, I feel like it makes this game a lot more trickier, especially with DCG slowly kind of cementing that gold lead for themselves.
Yeah, and they still go for the multiple cores on the side of DCG, so they need time to scale up. But once maybe this Jing has got 2 items, he's already enough to, you know, just do the insta kill.
Very scary there, almost just escape the clutches of the hook of Koi there. Namu is really kind of very close to getting the hit on the mark, but always missing it, which isn't a problem. It is a low cooldown, it's okay. But the Haku dancing around the enemy team here, setting up prio into the mid lane. Hopefully Siri gets a little bit of help here before that comes through as well, but it looks like DCG are looking to try and just bait the Tyrant to their side because they have the priority down bot side. Namu's here as well. I mean, there's no real setup for him. We see that Ratal, he teleports down to the mid lane, but it's a little bit too late. It's kind of like, right, okay, it's 3/4 gone. The health bar, Tyrant is probably not going to be the right call here.
I feel like everyone is waiting for Namu. Once you play this Quay, everyone just wait for a Q.
Yes. Yeah, wait for the hook. And if he gets it, it's kind of like he's supplying for the family. There it is, the Void Caller. Sun gets out. Oh, beautiful. The soaring shot comes through here for Siri. He's going to have to get out alive there, but no, clean comes through like the King of Clue. He's pushing them out of the T1 territory, and then who follows up? It's none other than Ethan with the double kill, but then falls to Illusion with a trade.
I mean, that is a 3-3 trade, and it's not gonna be the end of the team fight, I guess, because Jin is looking for the waves in the mid. And I mean, like, the nice hook, right? He caught DRNG first place.
Yeah.
That is very hard, because the reason why they pick this DRNG is the skill 2, the Purify, allowing you to counterattack this Quay. But check the replay, right? Got him back, use the ulti, and just take DRNG down as possible as they can, but check Wine's positioning. It is just being explosive and just pushing them back, but he's going like a little bit deeper into the tier 1 tower, and which made him to burden more like damage dealt by that tower.
Yep. And obviously, whilst we was looking at a beautiful replay there, we do see the Godwu actually got taken down onto the side of DCG. And then Haku picks up Sun as well. He's claiming the meal deal here onto the side of DCG, helping himself to their jungle, picking up the Crimson Golem. Is going to be taking away a little of that extended damage increase that Jing would love to have. Godwu is probably going to be missing that one quite a lot.
And from that kill, from the solo kill down by Haku, I guess a little bit goal difference that we might see from now on between these two junglers.
Yeah, it feels like the kind of like, who does it better? Like, which one's coming in on top? Is it Haku? Is it Godwu? I feel like it's just whoever does it best is definitely going to be making the difference within their teams. I mean, look at all the buffs that's been kind of amassed there. We are seeing Namu with a big ult, but it's going to be interrupted there by Shin, and the knockback with Jing really stopping the potential of the Void Caller.
They put numbers in advantage and just get an insta-kill on this Quay. But I was thinking about the junglers, actually, because you mentioned about who's going to be more powerful, right? Yep. And check Haku's mechanics, right? It's just like a pure mechanics. And Yao is actually a great counter pick towards this Jing, because where this push, you won't be afraid to do a solo against the Jing in the mid game.
And lore accurate, the brother and sister, right? Who doesn't love a brother and sister scrap? Like these two going head to head, it's definitely a fun one to see, but you are seeing high mechanical skill here from Haku on the Yao, which is always a good one to see. I mean, we don't really see Yao much within Global Honor of Kings Esports.
Yeah.
We do see the odd pick into the Clash lane. Miggy on the side of Boom Esports likes to pick that up as well, but not necessarily into the jungle.
Yes. And it's not popular for this Yao pick, and also it's very different for Godwu to pick up the items, right? He didn't make the actual tournament. Instead, he go for another defensive items, allowing Jing to have more tolerance during the game.
I mean, I feel like she needs it. The amount of kind of like big health bars or big initiations here that may be getting caught from DCG means that we need Godwu to stay alive a little bit longer to do that damage over time, but also buy time for the likes of Ethan or Clean to kind of just wrap around and bring that play together.
Yeah.
Looks like Illusion's just throwing out these second skills, you know, like just trying to get the catch. Like, just he's trying to beat Namu, but not quite. There it is. Pick off once again. Ethan setting up that one, but Sun claiming the kill there as well. Shin looking pretty low, is able to charge out of that one alive. Nobody else falls on the side of the ECG. That's going to be a 1-0 trade, but Rotel's not happy with that. You see him prowling around topside jungle.
I mean, like, Godwu's positioning was quite threatening, right? He just pretending that I'm gonna dash in and force out Namu's flash. And after that, ulti from Lop and also the flash by Ethan just make it happen.
They did make it happen indeed. It kept everybody alive. They literally mitigated any sort of kills going over to the side of Nongshim Red Force, especially once again, the gold has become pretty much a thin line here. Pretty blurred lines between these two teams at this moment in time. Tyrant does go over to the side of Nongshim as well, so that's only going to further their advancements in this next minute or so.
And here's a trick when you're playing this Quay, because even though you're not using you're not unleash your skill 2, you can just, waving your hook,
You're
pretending that you're gonna,
Yeah, but there it is. I mean, the taunt didn't quite work there, but it's going to be the Void Caller keeping the Jink in place, but the damage wasn't quite followed through there. We did see Illusion over the wall trying to use the Blazing Brilliance, but it did damage, but just not enough. And Haku falls as well. Not quite the outtake that Nongshim Red Force wanted in that fight.
Both junglers are just trying to showcase themselves.
Oh, absolutely.
And Jin, the last movement that he did, he get out of his ulti and use his first ability to get the kill, was really nice.
Very, very nice indeed. Just making sure he's out of the cone of effect there of Boy, so he's not going to get kind of constantly CC'd there. Because, I mean, when you Jink, you want to be able to use that mobility. You kind of become useless if you don't have that mobility part of this hero. But we're going to take a look at that quick replay here as well. The potential here was pretty great, but then it was just soon turn around here for DCG.
But as you can see, when God U is pressuring on the formation on the side of NS, they are kind of scattered by this Jin and make Haku to be isolated in that place.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, if I ever see a Jin come through, I'm pretty scared of that one. So I can see why Nongshim Red Force are taking. That's it. Yeah, you're like, oh no, she's coming. Let's get back, and then just try and kind of reform or try and get a better re-engage or wait for Rattel to come through or anything like that. But it's very hard. You can kind of see that Nongshim Red Force are kind of just doing the best with what they got. They're trying to use Namu here to set the potential takedown of Jing to get that worry off of the Gorge.
And also, that's how you're going to tackle this Quay. You can't just wait Quay to initiate, right? You need to get the upper hand.
Yeah, if he's too close, you've kind of already lost the bet, right? I mean, Shin here, he's able to disrupt that one. The nice redirection from the flash, and then Ephraim from the sidelines. Sun's able to get the kill. Take down onto Namu, falls. Rattel, they have the minion waves just crashing ever so slightly behind them. They are able to free this one up. Siri is only man surviving here. Sun playing clean DRNG game.
I mean, it's already stunning to watch them utilizing their own mechanics. What if they pair up with synergy? I mean, like double flash, nice controllability, just allowing this Guan Yu to push two members back, and right now they're cleaning the battlefield and close out the game. A nice clean 2-0 win.
Absolutely. I thought Siri just saw his life flash before his eyes there. It's kind of like that dog beam where he's kind of his eyes closed in the sunset. It's just that was it. That was the picture that was in my mind there. But Nongshim do fall into the lower brackets, and DCG, Deep Cross Gaming, are going to be your first AOV team to make it into the group stage, make history, and make this tournament even more interesting than it already is. And this is day number 1, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to pass this over to the experts to find out what they found interesting the most about this game.
Just as Blam just exactly mentioned it, DCG, Deep Cross Gaming, is going to be our first AOB team qualified to the group stage. Congratulations to them. The 5 men that you can see on screens are already gonna take tomorrow as the day off, because the day after, they're going to be already in the group stages.
They definitely feel good after that win, right? 2 back-to-back convincing wins here. We do see our first ever Angela Quay combo coming in towards this tournament, but it just didn't come to the effect that we actually expected here. And I like how they supplemented that Guan Yu by banning out the Floorborn tank. As we know, usually you will want some form of roamer to be able to mark the Guan Yu here. So when you have the Quay, you don't have the best of the best mobility nor crowd control to stop a Guan Yu, and that Guan Yu was just stampeding towards the team fights. If Chano couldn't play the game, the Angela, once he sees the Guan Yu, he immediately has to use the ultimate to actually get some CC immunity.
I think the Nongshim Red Force just really jumped into the Quay and Angela card just very quickly and very early into the BP stages, right? Because you just kind of like just show your card so early in the BP, it's very easy to counter with so many options of their like available.
Yeah, I really feel for Namu because I'm a Kui player as well. Okay, wait, I have a better stat. I was server 15 for Kui, so I know what I'm talking about. But you know what? This game, Namu really did a fantastic job. And pre-10 minutes, this was Nongshim's game. They were in control. They got Gorwu down a couple of times. One death, thanks to Illusion, right? But they couldn't capitalize on the advantage, right? Every single time, they managed to find a way out. Deep Cross found.
You look at the gold graph and it's exactly a copy-paste from game number 1. Non-Stream Redford just kind of just having a little bit of an advantage, just kind of just moving on in there, just trying to be able to solidify a tiny bit, but then around the 9 minute, around the 10 minute, things just fall apart.
And the team fights has been amazing coming in from Team Cross Gaming, right? You look over to the side of Non-Stream Redford, yes, you have to Quay, but the moment you release that hook, that's the moment that Deep Cross Gaming pounces on you because that's the only spell that they are afraid of. Once that's used, you gotta be wondering, who's gonna be stopping the Quay? Who's gonna be stopping the things like the Guan Yu? It's not gonna be the Quay.
Yes. And to add on, because of that, you are saving Sun's ultimate. And if you take a look at some of the highlights which we will show later, Sun reserved his ultimate and lowering the defense specifically for Haku. Haku is caught in no man's land alone against 4 Deep Cross members.
I do believe that when you look at just the junglers matchup and when you see it as the farm laners matchup, up until 9 minutes it was pretty equal. It was very equal, but then after that, the gaps just started opening as Godwu and Sun just started taking a little bit more advantage.
Yeah, it's about these team fights that we talk about, right? Like, yes, you have amazing pickoffs here coming in from Namu and so Illusion on that Queen Angela combo, but if you can't consistently perform on towards it in the major team fights that we'll be seeing later on, it's just pure destruction here. It's all about engages coming in from Sin and Ethan that gives us so much room to play in these teamfight moments.
And if you take a look at how the junglers engage, right? It's always the last one that laughs loudest at this point. Godwu, he got caught. He got the full combination landed on him, but he still survived and turned this whole thing around because the other members were pulling their weight as well. Clean, what a catch with this Guan Yu. He showed us in KML that it was pretty good, but down here in the plains, this was superb. Another level.
Total upgrade, right, in this gameplay. It's just like his name. He puts the clean in his own name. That was really clean coming in from Deep Cross Gaming, and with that win, they qualify to the group stage.
Deep Cross Gaming just got the ticket to go into the group stage in their hands, and that's actually really nice because they will be able just to take one day off, be able to take some notes, really think about what is going to be their next steps in this whole tournament. So Deep Cross Gaming right now, with that, I am congratulating you, but on the other side, Non-Stream Red Force, tomorrow, you're still gonna have to fight for your life.
Okay, I think it's going to be interesting because we're gonna get a rematch, right? It's Non-Stream against OG again. But let's talk about Group A before that. Buriram, they took the win against Team Flash. Influence Rage took the win against S8UL, and then Influence Rage manages to advance to the group stage, which means Buriram United Esports tomorrow will play against the winners of Team Flash.
They're gonna be
S8UL.
They're gonna be waiting for their opponents, right? Like Team Flash and SAUL Esports here. So that's gonna be potentially a AOV versus AOV rematch. We're gonna have RPL going up against AOG, long rivals in the scene, coming in for that decider match to decide the final slot, advancing to that group stage, coming in for Group A.
Now, what about if we look at Group B? Group B was so balanced. It was just so close in between all of the teams right over there. Non-Stream Red Force, a 2-0 against OG Esports, and then a 2-0 that they received from Deep Cross Gaming sends them to the decider match tomorrow.
I mean, this matchup, OG against Blacklist International. So much history coming in for this one. Once again, it is the region of IKL against PKL. Has the results been fun for IKL? Definitely not. So tomorrow, before they even meet Nongshim, who is their potential gatekeeper, both teams, they need to make it out of round 1 first.
That's already a very good storyline, right? Like you mentioned, like PKL versus IKL, and then the gatekeepers coming in from Nongshim Red Force, and we've seen what happened in Asian Games qualifiers here, led by Cruz as well. They defeated the Sabol team, which is Blacklist International's team, and that definitely left a sour taste here. And Blacklist International, they lost just now against D-Cross Gaming, so there's gonna be a sour taste coming in toward that specific matchup.
It is. It's gonna be a spicy one because you know what? Tomorrow it's bragging rights. This is international stage. Yes, during the ENC they were playing for the nations and whatnot, but this one you want to secure that bag because this is your last chance. You lose, you go home.
I'm really looking forward to play-ins tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna have day 2. Day 1 gave us already the first 2 tickets into the group stages. Tomorrow we're gonna have 4 matches that we're gonna be bringing to you. We're gonna have more action. We're gonna have 2 more tickets for that, and then right after we're gonna have the draw for this whole group stage. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here with us. I am Isaac Peña, Sagi, Kin, thank you very much for being here. We're gonna see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has destroyed a tower. Slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double. Red team has slain an enemy. Red. First blood. Red team has. Blue team has destroyed a tower. Blue team has slain an. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team destroyed a tower. Blue team double kill. First blood. Shut down. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team. Blue team killing spree. Blue team double. Red team has slain an enemy. Overlord has been defeated. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Shut down. Red team killing spree. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team triple kill. Shut down. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team. Cannon moving out. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has destroyed a tower. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team killing spree. Blue team double kill. Dark Tyrant has been defeated. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team rampage. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Shut down. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double. Blue team killing spree. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain. Red team has slain an enemy.